Picture this dude gripping a shovel. That is Kim Soo-ho, rolling deep with his loyal sidekick and a squad of pets. Out here in this wild, unknown dimension, they call him Lloyd Frontera. He strikes the dirt at the peak of this hill, mapping out massive blueprints, framing up insane structures, and totally terraforming the landscape with colossal construction projects. This is the ultimate saga of how one crazy civil engineer completely flipped an entire fantasy world upside down. He looks over and tells his boy, Javier, bro, every single thing you see right here, pure cash. Javier just sighs, convinced his boss finally lost his marbles. Flashback to a few years prior, the Absolute being straight up handpicked him as a prime candidate. From that second on, he was trapped as a background character in the epic fantasy novel, The Night of Blood and Iron, literally the exact same book he was binge reading the night before. The system drops a sarcastic, "Good luck, buddy," leaving Soo-ho totally mind blown. Like, what in the world is happening? He is completely sober, so why is he hallucinating a giant floating screen? It hits him fast. Is this one of those cliché isekai situations from those web novels? Okay, so he got teleported to another dimension. Cool. But why did he wake up face down in the dirt outside the city walls? He is freezing his tail off, caked in mud, looking like total garbage. Then the system chimes in, flagging him with an abnormal status effect. His jaw is literally locked up from sleeping on the freezing pavement. Soo-ho just glares at the holographic text, complaining that the system is way too sassy for no reason. Okay, reality check. He definitely got isekai'd into a book, but whose busted body did he hijack? Who lives in the boondocks and sleeps in the literal gutter? Suddenly, footsteps approach, and a voice calls out to young Master Lloyd, breathing a sigh of relief because they have been searching everywhere for him. Standing right there is none other than Javier, the absolute beast of a main character from The Night of Blood and Iron. Javier Asrahan himself. Soo-ho is internally screaming because this guy is ridiculously majestic, matching his novel illustration perfectly. But hold up, did he just call him Lloyd? Eventually, Javier's reputation as a legendary swordsman is going to break the internet across the entire continent. However, right now in the early game, he is just an unnamed knight serving under Baron Arcos Frontera. And the Baron's eldest son? That would be Lloyd Frontera. Soo-ho panics, realizing he reincarnated into the biggest piece of trash in the entire story. Javier keeps a straight face, mentioning he never actually called him trash. But hey, at least the self-awareness is finally kicking in. The system helpfully notifies him that Javier is highly amused. Cut to later, stoking the fireplace to thaw out his frozen young master. Javier asks if he seriously blacked out and forgot how he ended up in a ditch. Turns out, he got so unbelievably wasted that he wrecked a local tavern, tried to walk home on pure muscle memory, and face-planted on the road. Lloyd just cringes, thinking that is perfectly on brand for a trash-tier villain. Javier adds that his lord was stressing out and sent him on a rescue mission. The Baron would be pretty devastated if his deadbeat son came back with permanent frostbite. Shivering, Lloyd complains about the lack of heated floors. Like, seriously, where is the Korean underfloor heating in this castle? It is still freezing. Javier just tells him to get some sleep, casually dropping that he is going to report the tavern incident to the Baron. First thing in the morning, Lloyd begs him to keep it a secret, but Javier shoots that down instantly. Right before the night dips out, Lloyd asks the million-dollar question. Their family is drowning in debt, right? Javier deadpans that this is basically old news, and shuts the door, leaving Lloyd spiraling in his own thoughts. He knows every single plot point of this universe. During an all-nighter back in his college dorm, he literally binge-read the entire thing from start to finish, which means he knows his own gruesome fate. Early on, his parents get brutally scammed, and the original Lloyd becomes a pathetic, drunken beggar who kicks the bucket after throwing up blood from excessive drinking. Lloyd curses the original owner for being such a massive failure. Bro, you were literally born into nobility, and this is how you ruin your life? Then the paranoia hits him. Who the heck was that absolute being anyway? Seriously, what kind of terrible karma brought him to this absolute dumpster fire? The next morning, surprise, surprise, Javier totally snitched to Lloyd's mom, right in the middle of the estate. But our guy is sitting there thinking, I literally did nothing wrong. I was just reading a book in my room last night, not throwing hands in a medieval pub. Marbella looks at him with pleading eyes, asking if he could just apologize, just this once, for the trouble. Soo-ho knows it was the original trash bag who caused this mess, but whatever, he plays along. He casually agrees to say sorry, which instantly causes his mom and Javier to freeze in absolute terror. Seeing their shocked faces, Soo-ho realizes just how toxic the original Lloyd actually was. This is going to be rough. As he strutted through the streets heading to the tavern with Javier, the locals literally dove into the shadows. People were sprinting away, slamming their shutters, and snatching up their kids like a monster was on the loose. A glowing system prompt popped up. brutally roasting him for completely disgusting the villagers. Ignoring it, Lloyd glanced back and asked why Javier was shadowing him. Javier deadpanned that he was just making sure history didn't repeat itself. Smirking, Lloyd asked if the knight was playing bodyguard today. Javier shut that down instantly. Nope, sir. It was the exact opposite. He was acting as a human shield to protect the innocent civilians from Lloyd. Inside, Suho realized he desperately needed to scrub this absolute trash fire of a reputation he inherited. I mean, wandering around looking like a total deadbeat naturally made him the town's favorite punching bag. They dragged his name through the mud over every little thing. But honestly, the real elephant in the room was the crushing mountain of debt his new family was drowning in. If he could just wipe that slate clean, he could finally kick back as a filthy rich aristocrat and coast through the rest of his life in pure luxury. Absolute peak goals. Hoping for a massive cheat code, he checked to see if he had any overpowered skills. The system screen flashed, revealing his stats. His first passive skill, literally called A History of Being Trash. It guaranteed everyone would look at him like he was human garbage. His second skill, Problematic Drunkard. Lloyd was fuming, mentally screaming, that this rigged system was out to get him. Suddenly, Javier called him out, asking where he was wandering off to since the tavern was right here. Was that whole apology speech a total lie? Startled, Lloyd fired back a quick no. He totally just forgot the directions, okay? Mans was navigating on zero sleep here. Javier just stared him down with a heavy dose of side-eye before stepping back and gesturing for him to take the lead. Stepping through the tavern doors, Lloyd tried to act totally reformed. He wanted to project the vibe of a completely brand new guy, compared to last night's disaster. Because fast forward to what actually went down 12 hours ago, the entire joint had been absolutely demolished. Taking a seat, Lloyd awkwardly bowed his head, tossing out a weak sorry for wrecking the place. But the tavern owner was already in fight-or-flight mode, sweating bullets, stuttering. The poor guy blurted out that it was perfectly fine. Absolutely zero issues, young master. He was practically on his knees, begging Lloyd not to unleash another tantrum. Suho internally facepalmed, realizing the original Lloyd was such a menace that just breathing made locals panic. Trying to fix it, he muttered, that he truly meant it. Right on cue, the savage system flashed a notification, claiming his apology lacked zero genuine remorse. Terrified, the owner waved off the apology entirely. Completely defeated, Lloyd shuffled out of the tavern, feeling like an absolute clown. Outside, Javier hit him with a brutal reality check. Did he seriously think a simple, "my bad," would fix this? Lloyd had not only smashed the furniture to pieces, he shattered priceless heirlooms the owner bled to collect. Unless pure, cold, hard cash was dropped on the table, forgiveness was completely off the menu. Great. But Lloyd knew his noble house was literally broke and bleeding money. Wait a second. Wasn't there supposed to be tax revenue rolling in from the citizens? Then it clicked. That was the root of the entire disaster. His hands were completely tied until those massive loans vanished. But Javier twisted the knife deeper, pointing out it was way worse than just property damage. The tavern owner was struggling to care for his elderly mother. The brutal, late winter freeze had severely wrecked her health. And now, thanks to Lloyd's toxic rampage, they were facing utter ruin. Hearing that, the reality of the damage finally hit Suho like a freight train. That tavern felt like a literal icebox. And honestly, even the noble estate was freezing. A basic fireplace stood zero chance against this brutal climate. Surviving these bone-chilling temperatures had to be pure hell for an old lady. If only they had access to a traditional underfloor heating system. Hold up. A massive light bulb just flashed in his brain. The ultimate billion-dollar master plan was instantly born. Tapping into his hardcore engineering roots, he visualized the exact blueprints for an ondol, a masterpiece of heated stone flooring, that was completely unheard of in this fantasy realm. If he introduced this insanely cozy tech here, it would sell like hotcakes. The original deadbeat Lloyd Frontera lacked the brain cells to ever pull this off, but for a certified genius like Kim Suho, this was absolute child's play. Mans had a civil engineering degree, and back during his military service, he literally built a house from scratch. We are talking non-stop, grueling construction grinds. The math was mathing perfectly. This revolutionary business venture was exactly how he was going to nuke the crushing debts, tied to the Baron's family right out of existence. Spinning around, he barked his very first official order as the young master. They were heading straight back into that tavern. Suddenly, a congratulatory pop-up flooded his vision. The system announced his true epic journey had finally kicked off, officially unlocking a brand new feature, the Relationship Points Tracker. He could stack up massive rewards and power-ups just by bonding with the heavy hitters of this novel's storyline. Right out the gate, though, his balance was sitting at a big fat 0. Completely baffled, he wondered if grinding these affinity points would act exactly like leveling up traditional EXP. So, he slyly shifted his gaze over to Javier. Talk about hitting the jackpot. This knight was literally the central protagonist of the entire universe, and scanning his stats, Suho was absolutely stunned to discover that Javier secretly harbored a surprisingly favorable impression of him. Negative 30 points. Yikes. Wondering if he could somehow salvage this train wreck of a relationship, Lloyd slid right up to Javier. Dropping the ultimate riz, he hit him with the whole "you're looking mighty fine today" routine, but instead of winning affection, Javier's score actually tanked by another point. Ice cold. Javier just deadpanned that he already knew he was gorgeous. Yeah, Lloyd decided to immediately scrap that game plan. Note to self, never try to sweet-talk a brooding swordsman. Fast forward to the local tavern. Our boy gripped a freshly inked contract. The terms? Contractor, sponsor, and head honcho, Lloyd Frontera. Plot twist, he was actually promising to pay for every single thing he trashed. Footing the entire reconstruction bill, he practically begged the tavern owner to just sign the dotted line. But the bartender? Bro was sweating buckets of suspicion. You could literally read the massive scam alert flashing in the guy's eyes. Dude straight up activated his mental wall skill just to block out Lloyd's sketchy vibes. Lloyd internally facepalmed, cursing his absolutely garbage track record in this town. He really didn't want to pull his trump card, but desperate times called for absolutely unhinged measures. Time to unleash the ultimate scumbag glare. Leaning in, Lloyd hissed, "Hey, buddy, look at me. Why don't you do us both a solid and ink this paper? It's not like I'm a daily menace around here. Come on, boss, don't you trust this face?" Boom. Intimidation successful. The terrified owner scribbled his name at lightning speed. Even the system popped up to call him absolute human trash, but our guy literally could not care less. A win is a win. First official contract secured in the bag. Smirking like a villain, he patted the owner, praising his phenomenal life choices. "Sir, zero regrets coming your way, promise." Cut to a few hours later, out in the dusty wasteland behind the tavern. Our protagonist stood armed with nothing but a rusty shovel in an empty lot, locked in to kick off this DIY construction gig. He didn't even need fancy measurements. But right on cue, Javier materialized, side-eyeing the whole forcing a contract situation. Was this just the newest flavor of his typical scumbag behavior? Lloyd threw his hands up. "Bro, listen to yourself. Seriously, listen to your own logic. You're completely projecting massive cognitive distortion right now. Just because I was a total menace in my past era doesn't automatically mean I'm plotting some devious scheme today, alright? It's literally reverse nostalgia. Your brain is just hardwired to expect absolute chaos because of my old toxic vibes." Not backing down, Javier clapped back that it wasn't toxicity, it was straight-up empirical data and logical deduction based on his horrible track record. But Lloyd instantly reversed him. "Aren't both of those just you obsessing over the past?" Checkmate. Javier was utterly speechless, wondering when this idiot became a debate champion. Plunging his shovel into the dirt, Lloyd declared he was about to put the biggest smiles on the bartender and his mom's faces. Behind that heroic speech, though, his inner capitalist was cackling, knowing their pure happiness would translate straight into cold, hard cash. Time for the ultimate montage. He shredded through the topsoil, hauling dirt left and right. Hammering with absolute savage energy, he framed out a low-hanging roof, dragging premium timber straight from the stash. At the family estate, utilizing those heavy wooden beams, our guy was practically speed-running the construction of a whole mini-lodge. The craftsmanship? Actually insane. He slapped thick, red river clay all over the exterior like a master mason. Panting and drenched in sweat, he stepped back while Javier muttered that the progress was freakishly fast. I mean, skipping through just 3 manhwa panels made it look easy. But Lloyd groaned, reminding us this absolute grind took an entire, agonizing week. Javier's jaw was practically on the floor for 2 reasons. 1, the lazy lord actually did manual labor, and 2, where on earth did he learn civil engineering? Barely standing on spaghetti legs, Lloyd knew the grind never stops. He reached out with trembling hands to grab the chopping axe, to split another log, and completely lost his balance. He nearly cracked his skull open backward, but Javier snagged him midair. Snatching the heavy axe away, Javier demanded to know the cutting specs. Lloyd wheezed out the blueprint: cross-grain cuts, vertical split down the middle. "Exactly 1 finger thick to make perfect planks," he gasped. Without missing a beat, Javier kicked every single log into the stratosphere. Flash, slash. In a ridiculously cinematic flurry of demonic precision, the swordsman julienned the timber midair, raining down flawless wooden boards. Lloyd's eyes bugged out of his head. He silently hyped him up. Bro wasn't carrying the swordmaster title just for aesthetics. Seeing a prime opportunity for free labor, he immediately pitched Javier to grab a shovel and hit the trenches. Instant regret washed over the knight's face, but Lloyd hit him with the psychological warfare. "Come on, aren't you dying of curiosity? Don't you want to stick around to see what my endgame is? Or catch me slipping back into my villain era?" He double-downed, pushing for a team-up. If we blitz through this construction quest right now, you get to uncover the truth way faster. What do you say, Javier? Just a dynamic duo getting their hands dirty. Pondering the offer, Javier realized the annoying guy actually had a valid point. The dude's entire personality had completely shapeshifted over the past few days. The swordsman desperately needed to verify if this redemption arc was actually legit. Could this notorious trash-tier noble actually be trusted now? Rolling up his sleeves, Javier grabbed a tool, ready to speedrun the build and uncover the truth. Dirt flew as the duo grinded away, digging until their muscles literally screamed. Hours of backbreaking labor later, that little outhouse behind the tavern was fully built. Wiping the sweat from his brow, our guy declared the project an absolute wrap. Javier side-eyed the weird symbol hanging right over the entrance, asking what the heck that scribble meant. With a smug grin, Lloyd flexed that it was his official logo. You know, a whole brand identity to stamp his legacy on this world. Then he nudged his bodyguard, teasingly asking if they should go check on that supposed behavioral issue he caused the tavern owner. Cut to the inside, the radiant floor heating was totally popping off. The tavern keeper's jaw practically hit the floor. His elderly mom was absolutely vibing with the warmth. She swore her stiff, achy joints were melting right into pure comfort. It felt like absolute heaven. Mind completely blown, the owner begged to know what kind of sorcery pulled this off. Lloyd just smirked, figuring it made total sense for medieval folks to lose their minds over modern tech. He hyped it up as the legendary magic of Ondol, the ultimate heated stone system. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the bartender bowed in thanks. He choked back tears, confessing he hadn't seen his mother smile that bright in ages. Watching from the sidelines, Javier was stunned. The mother-son duo was beaming, exactly like his master predicted. The knight's brain went into overdrive. Was this notorious deadbeat just faking this whole nice guy routine for clout? Wait, no way. He actually busted his hump in the dirt to keep a promise. Could a total piece of trash genuinely rewrite his own character arc? Seeing the sheer joy radiating from those villagers, Javier's icy walls finally started to crack. Right on cue, a holographic system prompt pinged Javier's approval rating just bumped up by 2 points. Boom, 36 PR points secured, marking a solid level up in their bond. PR stands for relationship points, by the way. So, whenever we drop the term PR, just know we're talking about those sweet relationship stats. Breaking the silence, Lloyd totally called out his knight. He joked that Javier was probably tripping over how a known scumbag actually helped someone out. Yada yada. Getting completely flustered, the swordsman defensively snapped that he wasn't thinking anything of the sort. Brushing off the tsundere vibes, our boy mentally celebrated totally clutching his very first contract. Sure, the lumber cost him a pretty penny, but that was just the price of doing business. Because this little shed wasn't just a favor, it was a literal showroom. Fast forward a few days, and the tavern was raking in major cash. The hype was unreal. Half the village was lined up around the block, just to snag a spot in the new sauna. Everyone was stepping out completely thawed, surviving the brutal winter freeze like it was nothing. Spotting a totally relaxed customer walking out, Lloyd swooped in for the pitch. He casually asked the guy if he wanted this tier of coziness in his own crib. Whipping out some blueprints, he showed off the options. Type A was a standalone shed, identical to the tavern's setup. Then he hit him with Type B, a full-on interior remodel. He even threw out a 10% discount if the dude signed on the dotted line today. But the guy completely shut him down. A glowing system alert flashed, confirming his street cred was still in the trash. Lloyd was super confused about why they didn't trust him. He was totally baffled. With pricing this low, it was an absolute steal. Suddenly, a heavy hand dropped on his shoulder. It was the big boss himself, his dad, Arcos Frontera. Demanding to know what shady business he was up to, the Baron dragged his son straight back to the estate for a tense one-on-one. Sitting at the dinner table, our guy was sweating bullets, quietly chewing his food, and hoping to somehow turn invisible. Panic set in. What if the old man permanently banned his construction hustle? But Arcos just crossed his arms, waiting for an explanation. He wanted to know exactly what kind of scheme his son was pulling this time. Deciding to keep it real, Lloyd skipped the fluff. He straight up admitted he just built a heated room because the tavern owner commissioned it. Pure and simple. Narrowing his eyes, his dad asked if he was exploiting the locals for cash. Sighing, Lloyd shot back that the Baron clearly already had his spies reporting everything. I mean, no duh, the guy literally runs the entire territory. Dropping the hammer, Arcos stated their noble duty was to protect the citizens. Grifting and scamming the poor would absolutely not fly under his roof. Frustrated, our builder fired back that he wasn't running any kind of con. Pushing his chair back, he stood up. Desperate to dodge the incoming lecture, he tried to excuse himself, saying he was out if the interrogation was over. But his dad's voice stopped him dead in his tracks. He asked if this sudden hustle was because of the family's massive debt. The old man's gaze softened. He promised he was going to fix their financial nightmare very soon, begging his son not to stress over it. He pleaded with him to stay on the straight and narrow path. Hearing those exact words, a chilling wave of trauma slammed into Lloyd. In his past life, his real dad had given him that identical speech, just focus on studying, dad will handle the money. And back then, that blind trust had ruined absolutely everything. But let's be real, that was pure cap. Bro was struggling. Still, Lloyd looked his pops dead in the eye, begging him to hold the line. If the old man wasn't throwing in the towel, neither was he. Flashing back a few years in his original timeline, he realized he should have dropped that exact same pep talk on his real dad. Strutting down the manor's gloomy corridors, his brain went into overdrive. 32 Class A commissions, 57 Class B. Plus, he just secured a massive 50% down payment for the new build. His vibe check got instantly ruined when two sketchy dudes shoved past him. Loan sharks. Total bottom feeders. They completely ghosted him. Didn't even drop a nod, completely ignoring the fact that Lloyd was literally the young lord of this territory. Cut to the Baron's study. The air was thick with tension. Shiloh, one of the debt collectors, sneered, demanding to know how long the old man was going to keep dodging the bag. His bulky partner, Meatloaf, flexed. He barked that the Baron had exactly 5 days left on the clock, warning that all this pathetic whining was about to trigger some brutal consequences. Shiloh stepped up, taunting the silent nobleman. "Cat got your tongue, your highness?" He mocked the Baron, suggesting he start pawning off the estate's fancy junk to scrape up the cash. Listening from the shadows, a wicked smirk crept onto Lloyd's face. Perfect timing. Just moments prior, our boy had cracked open his system interface. His current point balance? A solid 36. He was clueless on how to spend them until the UI flashed an update. Accumulated points could literally level up his real-world skills. In a flash of neon light, the system ran a deep bioscan, downloading every single ounce of knowledge crammed in his brain. Soil mechanics, fluid dynamics, complex structural engineering, literally the entire hardcore civil engineering syllabus he had sweat blood to master back in college. The AI straight up roasted him, dropping a notification that he was actually way smarter than his trash-tier face suggested. Lloyd scoffed, feeling low-key offended. Like, excuse me? He was a top-tier scholarship student who carried his classes. Based on his massive brain power, the system unlocked 2 cheat-level abilities, basic surveying and core design. The cost? 15 points for the first, 20 for the second. He barely understood the magic behind the glitch, but math is math. He had enough currency, so he instantly bought both. The second surveying activated, his pupils flared with a blinding, digital glow. His entire field of vision glitched into a hyper-vivid grid. Peeking out the window, his jaw dropped. Bro had literal, high-definition satellite GPS integrated right into his eyeballs. Then, the design perk kicked in. It was like having a supercomputer running pro-level drafting software straight in his cortex. Pencils and blueprints? Totally obsolete. This insane upgrade was going to make his side hustles a breeze, but there was a massive catch. One dude couldn't solo carry entire mega projects. If only he had the stats to forge heavy-duty industrial rigs, something like a massive bulldozer. Right on cue, the system pinged. Summoning feature unlocked. Lloyd tilted his head. Say less. But how? Turns out, he had access to a literal gotcha banner for mystical beasts. By burning his precious points, he could pull RNG-based phantom creatures with crazy broken utility stats. Lloyd's sweat dropped. This was straight-up mobile game gambling bait, but the price tag was highly toxic. 50 points for a single spin. Lloyd gritted his teeth, cursing the absolutely unhinged economic inflation. Still, the potential of these fantasy pulls kept him hooked. If his gamer logic was right, he could totally hit the jackpot and spawn mythical titans, a majestic unicorn, a savage manticore, or even a literal freaking dragon. A dragon would make a bulldozer look like a child's toy. The mission was crystal clear. He needed to grind points as soon as possible. To do that, he had to farm affinity with the main cast. Snapping back to reality, the booming sound of Meatloaf slamming his beefy fists onto the mahogany desk shattered the silence. The brute snarled, warning the Baron that if his pockets were empty, they were going to forcefully liquidate his assets. He disgustingly smirked, name-dropping a shady black market where the Lord's wife and the estate's maids would fetch a premium price. Arcos's blood boiled, his fists trembling with barely suppressed rage. But before he could explode, Lloyd's icy voice sliced through the room. Just because you're built like a bowling ball doesn't mean you can completely ditch basic human manners, you filthy loan shark. Meatloaf whipped around, glaring at the intruder, while Arcos gasped his son's name. Recognizing the infamous deadbeat heir, the thug rolled his eyes. He menacingly stepped forward, demanding to know why this brain-damaged kid was interrupting grown folks' business. Lloyd didn't even blink. He just told the thug to shut his trap. He smoothly demanded to see their official invitation. The two goons looked at each other, totally dumbfounded. Huh? That was Lloyd's cue to drop the mic. Kingdom's Noble Law, Article 3, Section 6. Every aristocrat holds absolute authority to defend their turf and personal interests with extreme prejudice. Breaching a noble estate without a stamped pass? That's legally classified as a hostile armed invasion. The thugs scoffed, laughing off the so-called textbook rule they'd never even heard of. Lloyd flashed a devilish smile. Never heard of it? Bet. Let's do a live demonstration. Without missing a beat, he snapped his fingers for his overpowered knight. Javier, be a pal and chop these trespassers' arms clean off. Javier didn't even blink. He just casually slid his sword from its sheath, the deadly ring of steel echoing through the room as Gyro stammered out, what do you think you're doing? You want to drag this into a courtroom? Lloyd smirked, his voice dripping with pure ice. Go ahead. Let's verify the facts together. No? Didn't think so. Let's see whose side the judge actually takes. The two loan sharks instantly froze, completely paralyzed by Javier's murderous aura. One look at the swordsman, ready to slice them into ribbons, and they scrambled away like terrified rats. As the heavy wooden door slammed shut behind them, Lloyd just chuckled. Well, that was pathetic. For heaven's sake! Baron Arcos clutched his head in absolute panic. What on earth did you two just trigger? Relax, old man. This ought to smooth things over. Without missing a beat, Lloyd slammed a massive, heavy sack of cold hard cash right onto his dad's desk. Here's the entire advance payment I just finessed from them, Lloyd announced proudly. Consider this the budget for month number 1. Arcos blinked, utterly bewildered. An advance for what, my boy? Are you blowing through other people's funds? Javier smoothly intervened. Do not stress yourself, my lord. I'll be keeping a very close eye on the young master to ensure he actually honors his end of the bargain. Hearing the knight's confident vow, Arcos finally let out a sigh of relief, realizing Javier genuinely trusted the kid. Flashing a perfectly respectful bow to his father, Lloyd spun on his heel, and the duo made their dramatic exit. Strolling down the dim castle corridors, Javier shot him a sideways glance. Since when did you become a legal expert? I figured you were basically clueless. Lloyd just shrugged, claiming he hit the law books hard. But deep down, he knew he was just weaponizing his memory of the original novel. In the original timeline, after the Baron and Baroness tragically passed away, those greedy loan sharks actually tried to dig up their corpses to sell them off. Back then, Javier had invoked this exact same obscure law to justify cleanly decapitating both of those scumbags on the spot. And when Javier faced trial for the double homicide, the court declared him completely innocent. Lloyd smirked to himself, having the ultimate cheat code of knowing the plot was seriously overpowered. Right on cue, a holographic system ping popped up in his vision. The Baron's favorability rating had just spiked by 6 points. That sweet little boost netted him a clean 60 relationship points. Everything was perfectly falling into place. With this currency, he was finally about to unlock that top-tier fantasy beast he'd been eyeing for ages. Slipping away to a completely deserted area, Lloyd made sure nobody was lurking around. It was time to roll the gacha. He slammed the button to pull a random fantasy specimen. Instantly, massive, glowing magical gears materialized, grinding and clicking across the sky. The gears locked together, projecting a dazzling, intricate summoning circle. Wait, no, it was incredibly tiny. With a pathetic, squeaky fizzle, the grand spell collapsed. Lloyd's jaw dropped in absolute disappointment as a literal, ordinary-looking hamster popped out of the portal. Staring at the furry little potato, Lloyd bluntly muttered, "Well, that's a massive fail." Taking heavy emotional damage, the poor hamster instantly burst into dramatic, watery tears. Magically understanding the creature's squeaks, Lloyd raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? You're claiming you have mad skills? All right then, prove it." In response, the hamster violently gagged and literally barfed up its own user manual, the official guide to the podong species. Lloyd wiped off the spit and read the cover. Podongs are adorable, fluffy hamsters that require extreme amounts of tender, loving care. Their primary diet consists of sunflower seeds. But here's the catch. These specific seeds actually mutate the podong's physical biology. Feeding them a red seed transforms them into an absolute colossus. Though the kaiju mode buff wears off after 12 hours, the blue seed triggers the exact opposite effect, shrinking them down to micro size. And the best part? The system shop sells both variants, charging just a single relationship point per seed. Lloyd's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Exactly how huge are we talking here? Like, human-sized? He asked. The little furball puffed out its chest and proudly squeaked, "Podong! Guess there's only one way to find out." Lloyd smirked. He didn't hesitate, immediately tossing the red sunflower seed straight to the creature. The second it swallowed, the hamster violently headbutted Lloyd in the chest, sending him ragdolling across the dirt. Groaning, Lloyd pushed himself off the ground, only to freeze. Towering over him was a monolithic 5-meter-tall hamster, maybe even 10 meters of pure, fluffy muscle. The giant podong glared down at him, totally flexing its newfound arrogant aura. Without warning, it activated its first skill, Level 1 Excavation. In a blur of monstrous claws, It obliterated the empty lot, carving out a massive crater in seconds. Then, it popped its secondary skill, Harden. And for the grand finale, the cheek pouch technique. It inhaled every single ton of excavated dirt and rocks, storing it all to be perfectly recycled. When the beast finally blasted the refined materials back out, everything was absolutely drenched in thick, viscous hamster drool. But Lloyd couldn't care less about the gross slime factor. Looking at the sheer destructive efficiency, he grinned like a maniac. This oversized rodent was way better than an entire fleet of heavy construction machinery. Later, sneaking back through the castle's stone halls, Lloyd realized a major flaw in his master plan. If he just magically spawned a mythological beast out of nowhere, the local authorities would definitely start asking annoying questions. He quickly stuffed the shrunken podong deep into his coat pocket. To build his alibi, he decided to raid the manor's library for a dusty old summoning grimoire. With that prop, he could easily fake being a rogue summoner. Now, he just had to tackle his final headache, rounding up enough human muscle to pull off his massive, large-scale construction projects. He needed a dedicated crew, and fast. By the very next morning, Lloyd was already standing tall before a massive lineup of rugged laborers. Clapping his hands loudly, Lloyd barked his ultimate motto at the crowd. "All right, boys, repeat after me. Safety comes first." The crew fired back. "Wait, what about security?" "First up, check this out." He had 30 completely unmotivated guys on payroll. Lloyd realized these dudes were supposed to be the barony's actual military. With the baron drowning in massive debt, why hadn't these guys been handed pink slips yet? Absolute dead weight. But a light bulb went off in Lloyd's head. Free labor meant zero extra budget. Total lifesaver. He barked at the squad to lock in and listen closely. The military was all about building unbreakable bonds, right? And what is the ultimate core of the military? Executing operations flawlessly. He reminisced about his own time in the service. Shoveling dirt and ripping out weeds were practically daily training routines. Honestly, building your own barracks was just part of the grind. He pointed out a massive dirt pile in the distance and asked if they saw it. He claimed he had busted his back, pulling an all-nighter to dig it up. Total cap, obviously. His summon, Podong, cleared that out in like 30 minutes flat. He hyped up the crowd, declaring this was their massive first step toward reviving the entire estate. They were kicking off an epic project, building a state-of-the-art heated housing system for the locals. To pull this off, step one was hauling all that dirt straight to the construction zone. The moment those words left his mouth, the troops immediately completely checked out. Hard manual labor? Yeah, that was a hard pass. Lloyd totally saw that resistance coming from a mile away. But out of nowhere, Frontera's highest-ranking knight stepped into the frame. Newman locked eyes with the young master, aggressively demanding to know exactly what kind of ridiculous orders he was barking at his squad. Lloyd just smirked internally. He had been waiting for this exact guy to crash the party. See, the estate only had 3 official knights. Newman was the top dog. Right below him was Bayern, and bringing up the rear was the actual main character of this universe, Javier. In the original storyline, Bayern and Javier were the ride-or-die loyalists holding the estate together until it literally crumbled. Newman, that rat jumped ship at the very first sign of trouble. He straight up sold the Baron's private info to a bunch of shady scammers. So yeah, he was the one dude who desperately needed a reality check. Lloyd tilted his head, asking Newman what exactly he thought was going down here. The veteran knight scoffed, absolutely disgusted that the young master was assigning literal peasant labor to actual trained military men. As the captain of the guard, he wasn't letting that slide. Lloyd rolled his eyes at the pure audacity. Like, hello? He was literally grinding to secure the bag and clear their massive debt. He confidently name-dropped the Baron, flashing his official green light. Newman sneered back, claiming he had no clue what kind of snake oil logic Lloyd used to manipulate his father. The knight even threatened to dig into the young master's incredibly toxic past, fully convinced Lloyd was just hijacking the troops for some selfish side hustle. And Lloyd? He practically shrugged and hit him with a cold, "You are totally right," blindsided by the sheer disrespect. Neumann's blood boiled instantly. The dude clenched his jaw so violently, you could practically hear his molars cracking under the pressure. Lloyd mentally facepalmed. Talk about having a completely fragile ego. Pathetic. But the very next move he pulled, it dialed the disrespect up to an 11. He straight up scooped a shovelful of raw dirt and yeeted it directly into the knight's face. Covered in absolute filth, Newman spit out curses, screaming that this psycho was trying to drag his noble knight's honor through the mud. Literally. Lloyd cupped his ear, totally mocking him. Come again? What was that? Was the big bad knight begging to get completely stripped of his rank? Oh, wait. The guy actually wanted all the smoke. He was itching for a fight. Lloyd casually twirled his dirty shovel like an incredibly lethal weapon, and with a deadpan look, he dropped the bomb. Bet. Let's duel. Newman snarled, promising the brat would deeply regret writing a check his body could not cash. You little punk. Cut to later that day, Javier was pacing around, trying to process the fact that Lloyd had a literal death match scheduled against Neumann in exactly 1 month. He stared at the young master, asking if he actually had some secret master plan to catch a win here. Obviously, Lloyd was completely clueless, the absolute idiot. His opponent literally possessed an active mana core. The guy was a certified lethal swordmaster. Meanwhile, Lloyd was built like a wet noodle. How the heck was he supposed to survive that arena? The sheer stupidity had Javier vibrating with so much rage, he was half tempted to just slice Lloyd's head off himself. He was absolutely flabbergasted. How did this infamous trash-tier noble actually disrespect Neumann with a face full of dirt, and then have the unhinged audacity to demand a one-on-one duel? Plus, for this grand money-making scheme, his first move was buttering up the Baron for a massive favor. Then he immediately sparked a chaotic argument and just ghosted the guy entirely. Using the pure chaos as a smokescreen, Lloyd smoothly nominated Bayern as the substitute supervisor, effectively hijacking the entire battalion to become his personal construction crew. Javier was still reeling from the psychological whiplash. The young master's personality was so unbearably toxic that Javier genuinely wanted to chop him into confetti. Oh, right, Lloyd suddenly snapped his fingers, remembering one tiny detail. He casually turned to Javier and dropped a huge favor. Could the legendary swordsman train him how to fight? Javier shot him down without skipping a beat. Hard no. First of all, his strict job description was keeping the annoying young master breathing, not running a boot camp. And second, giving a certified menace like Lloyd actual combat skills was a massive public safety hazard waiting to happen. Let's talk weapons. Lloyd pitched a wild trade teach him how to swing a blade, and he'd permanently cure the knight's crippling lack of sleep. Javier's jaw practically hit the floor. How could this deadbeat know his deepest secret? Meanwhile, Lloyd just smirked internally. Because I literally read your novel, you absolute clown. He knew exactly why the guy couldn't catch a wink. In the original Blood and Iron Knight lore, a warrior's power scales across 4 brutal tiers. You start as a beginner, grind through intermediate and advanced stages, before finally hitting the legendary swordmaster status. Javier was currently sitting pretty at the advanced tier, inching dangerously close to that ultimate title. But here was the catch. The real reason his knights were a living nightmare. His superhuman senses were completely dialed up to 11. His brain was permanently locked in battle mode, perceiving every falling leaf as a lethal threat. Shutting down for the night? Impossible. It was the textbook definition of swordmaster syndrome. Lloyd figured the logic was pretty straightforward. But out here in the absolute boondocks, advanced medical science was basically alien magic. Even the great Javier was totally clueless about his own diagnosis. So, Lloyd laid the cards on the table, take the deal or leave it. The dark bags under the knight's eyes were screaming for help anyway, making it pointless to play tough. Letting out a heavy, defeated sigh, Javier finally caved. Lloyd double-checked if the training was going to be a nightmare, and the knight flashed a wicked grin. Oh, it was going to be pure torture. The swordsman bet serious money that this lazy aristocrat would tap out on day 1. As for the sleep issue, Javier had literally exhausted every remedy under the sun, kicking things off with intense behavioral therapy, choking down bitter medicinal herbs, overpriced essential oils, and ancient Eastern acupuncture routines. Yet miraculously, just a handful of seconds later, the dude was out cold, snoring. Lloyd scoffed, flexing his modern-day wisdom. Told you I could fix it, you absolute scrub. He realized the overpowered knight had totally passed out, right in the middle of Lloyd reciting some boring, mind-numbing magical theory from an ancient textbook. Boom. Contract sealed. It was finally time for our boy to master those devastatingly cool blade arts. Cue the villainous laughter. Fast forward to the break of dawn, Javier locked eyes with his new student and barked out a brutal command 50 laps around the yard. Zero hesitation. Lloyd hit the dirt and started sprinting his 50 circuits like a machine. Blowing past his coach after a few rounds, Lloyd snapped back, telling the knight he should be out here sweating too. Where are the flashy sword moves, huh? Grinding out even more distance, he flashed a cocky grin. Didn't see this coming, did you? Not a single groan or whine escaped his lips as his boots pounded the dirt. Circling back around again, he taunted the knight. You probably think I'm completely talentless trash, don't you? He challenged Javier to speak up, demanding to know exactly what was going through that arrogant head. He was dead set on finishing this marathon, no matter what. But right at that moment, a translucent blue screen popped up the system, chiming in to announce his passive skill. The legendary punchable face trait had just leveled up to rank 4, meaning anyone unfortunate enough to catch a glimpse of his mug would instantly peg him as an annoying jerk and feel an overwhelming urge to throw hands. Shrugging off the insult, he kept pushing through the burn. His lungs were screaming and his legs felt like lead, but honestly, this physical exhaustion was an absolute walk in the park compared to his hellish past life back in South Korea. Back then, There was no loving family waiting with open arms. His grim reality was waking up every single dawn trapped inside a claustrophobic, moldy studio apartment. He'd break his back, hauling heavy bricks up 4 flights of stairs on brutal construction sites from sunrise to sunset. Then, he'd pivot straight into loading massive freight trucks, slinging heavy cargo boxes all night long, literally sacrificing his body just to scrape together enough pennies for his next meal. His soul was constantly aching, begging, for a tiny shred of hope that his miserable existence would eventually flip around. He was utterly desperate for someone, anyone, to just pat his shoulder and promise that brighter days were coming, to validate his grind, to tell him he was doing a killer job and that he actually belonged in this world. But that comforting voice never arrived. He just bled out in the rat race. So as the sweat dripped down his face on this dusty track, Lloyd clamped his jaw. Next to that suffocating, soul-crushing despair, jogging a few miles was practically a luxury vacation. Watching from the sidelines, Javier's cold exterior cracked. Seeing the pure grit radiating off the lazy noble, he finally decided to pass down his lethal blade arts. The system pinged the knight's affection meter had ticked upward, bagging our guy a sweet 18 RP bonus. Meanwhile, the snake-like Sir Neumann was busy snitching to the Baron, painting a target on Lloyd's back. The old man was totally floored by the update. He muttered how he genuinely believed his train wreck of a son was finally getting his life together and acting like a normal human being lately. Clearly, he had totally misread the situation again, declaring with a heavy heart that as a noble, backing out of this upcoming deathmatch was not an option. Still, the worried father practically begged Neumann to pull his punches, just rough the boy up enough to teach him a lesson, but avoid putting him in a coma, hoping a solid beatdown would knock some permanent sense into his skull. Neumann bowed smoothly. "As you wish, my lord." But internally, the sinister knight was already plotting a bloodbath. Holding back? Yeah, right. He fully intended to pummel this spoiled brat into the dirt until he stopped breathing. And if the old baron dared to throw a fit over his dead heir, he'd ruthlessly slaughter both him and his wife in their sleep. The perfect cover-up was already forming in his twisted mind, a tragic, accidental mansion fire, taking out the grieving parents. With his pockets lined, he'd ditch this backwater trash town and live like a king in the capital, all thanks to this idiotic young master serving himself up on a silver platter. His grand, evil master plan was accelerating way faster than he ever dreamed. Fast forward 30 days, and the arena was set for the highly anticipated showdown. The entire noble family posted up in the VIP section alongside his stone-faced coach, Javier. Stepping into the ring, Neumann unsheathed his gleaming blade with a deadly smirk, mockingly asking if the kid had said his final prayers. Without missing a beat, Lloyd dropped into a flawless combat stance, wielding a literal dirt-digging shovel. He fired back a savage grin, asking the traitor if he packed a lunch for the absolute beatdown he was about to receive. Naturally, rocking up to a lethal sword fight with gardening equipment sent shockwaves through the crowd and made Newman's blood boil with pure rage. Squinting from the stands, Javier immediately recognized the heavy iron glint. It wasn't just any tool. Lloyd had specifically commissioned the local blacksmith to forge a custom, heavy-duty weapon of mass construction. Meanwhile, the Baron buried his face in his hands, groaning that his son was treating a life-or-death duel like an absolute joke. Javier totally disagreed with that assumption. If Arcos had actually witnessed his son's absolute grind this past month, he wouldn't be doubting him for a second. Homeboy was out there crushing basic training every single morning with zero complaints. By afternoon, he was hitting the construction site, dropping knowledge on the locals about his massive building projects, and at night, they sparred with swords until they literally passed out. Javier knew straight up, you don't push yourself that hard just to troll. He was dead serious. The tension peaked as Arcos officially kicked off the showdown between Lloyd Frontera and the arrogant Knight Neumann. As Lloyd took his combat stance, Javier cringed internally. The dude's form looked incredibly sloppy. Neumann literally laughed in his face, asking the punk if this whole setup was just some sick prank. But bam! Lloyd actually deflected that heavy strike, using a literal iron shovel. Annoyed, Neumann reset his footing, swearing this kid's dumb luck was about to run out. Except, block number 2 hit just as flawlessly. Watching from the sidelines, Javier realized this wasn't luck, it was crazy efficient movement. We're talking pure, unadulterated combat survival. It honestly looked like a lethal swordsmanship style, refined through decades of bloodshed. Neumann started sweating bullets over this. Meanwhile, Lloyd flashed a cocky smirk, asking if he was blowing their minds yet. Literally every guy in South Korea knows this move. It's a modern military technique straight out of basic training, the bayonet charge. He kept spamming these ruthless thrusts, pushing the seasoned knight completely onto the defensive. Still, Neumann wasn't a veteran for nothing. He rallied back, trading furious slashes that sparked violently against the iron blade of the shovel. But then, out of nowhere, Lloyd slammed the shovel into the dirt and started bouncing on the handle like a literal pogo stick. He just kept hopping up and down, aggressively trash-talking Newman to come catch these hands, calling him a total moron. Javier genuinely thought he was throwing the match, but one look at those cold, focused eyes proved otherwise. It was absolute psychological warfare to bait the knight, and it worked flawlessly. See, our boy Lloyd brought 4 secret weapons to this fight. Number 1, the trusty shovel. Number 2, the grueling fundamental sword techniques he drilled with Javier. That exact training let him completely overwhelm Newman, leaving the knight totally mind-blown by how this spoiled brat got so insanely overpowered. Then came his third ace in the hole, his ridiculous excavation tool synchronization skill. He essentially became one with the shovel, body, and soul. Witnessing this sheer absurdity, Javier's respect for him ticked up another notch. Let's backtrack during all those intense training arcs. His parents finally witnessed their deadbeat son putting in actual blood, sweat, and tears, which massively skyrocketed their affection levels toward him. He racked up exactly 97 favorability points, dropping 40 of them to unlock that overpowered digging buff. Back to the fight, Newman took a massive breath, fully locking into kill mode. He was out of options, absolutely fuming that he had to bust out his ultimate move against some non-magical scrub. He channeled raging energy straight into his monocore. And Lloyd? He read that massive energy spike like an open book. Screaming at the punk to face reality, Newman instantly closed the gap, moving at blinding speed. Even Javier started panicking. As a master swordsman, he knew there was zero chance a regular dude could block a hit carrying that much raw power. Newman wasn't just experienced. Manifesting a mana core takes 5 grueling years of intense meditation alone. As the lethal blade swung down, Lloyd raised his shovel to parry, making Newman mentally laugh at the suicide block. He fully expected to shatter the tool and cleave the kid's skull wide open. Plot twist. He didn't. Using just the edge of the shovel blade, Lloyd perfectly deflected the strike. Dropping his center of gravity to his legs, our main character finally unleashed the 4th and most busted weapon in his arsenal. The exact same legendary mana technique that makes Javier the absolute strongest character in the entire novel, the Asrahan core. The second steel met shovel. It violently siphoned the mana right out of Newman's veins like a vacuum. The knight froze in absolute horror. That split second of shock was all Lloyd needed to deliver a brutal shovel smack right to the jaw, literally sending a tooth flying. Then came the absolute beatdown. He went to town on him with the shovel, finishing it off with a savage thwack to the back of the neck that knocked Newman out cold. The entire courtyard went dead silent. Utterly stunned, Arcos finally declared Lloyd Frontera the official winner. A seasoned veteran knight just got clapped. Lloyd leaned over the crumpled body, mockingly asking if he heard the announcement the scrub actually won. And now, it was punishment time. Arcos leaped out of his seat, screaming at him to back off since the match was officially over. But Lloyd completely ignored him, mercilessly bonking the unconscious knight on the head with his shovel like a total psycho. His dad was absolutely raging, but our guy just kept swinging. It took a whole squad of soldiers rushing in to physically drag him away. Seriously, if they hadn't intervened, he would have literally bludgeoned the dude to death. The remaining knight called him utterly insane, though Javier honestly felt the beatdown was completely justified. Finally snapping out of it, Lloyd threw his hands up, acting super chill about the whole thing. Seeing him calm down, the guards finally backed off. He swung deep, landing another brutal hit on Neumann. Watching closely, Javier realized something wild. Lloyd wasn't even aiming for vital spots. His face was deadpan, like he had literally scripted this entire beatdown. It low-key terrified Javier. The dude acted like he held the cheat codes to reality. Cut back to 15 days before this showdown. Lloyd had casually dropped a bomb, asking to learn the Asrahan mental technique. Javier stared at him, absolutely shook. Lloyd just tilted his head, playing dumb. For Javier, this was as insanely out of pocket as asking for a masterclass in grand theft. This highly classified art bypassed normal mana channels, literally vacuuming up ambient energy and converting it into personal power. No way that was normal. Sweating, Javier demanded to know how Lloyd figured it out. He had kept this secret buried, never breathing a word to a single soul. Plus, the skill wasn't even finished yet. Lloyd just smirked, bringing up that time Javier totally knocked him out cold. Did he seriously spill his ultimate secret while sleep-talking? Javier bought the lie just enough to feel embarrassed, but still hit him with a hard pass. He flat-out refused to teach it. Unbothered, Lloyd guessed it was because the technique was flawed, offering an insane trade. Let me fix it, and you teach it to me. Javier was baffled. Where was this massive ego coming from? Pointing at a diagram, Lloyd told him to focus up. Listen closely. If your core tries to blindly tank external ambient mana directly, you are asking for a literal explosion that blows all your energy out. Breaking it down, your core views that outside energy as a straight-up foreign invader. Fact is, that ambient power will never naturally fuse with your internal core. The hack is to pool it separately. Orbit it around yourself like a backup generator, running right next to your main engine. Think of it like heavy machinery on a construction site. Flexing his engineering brain, Lloyd asked if that wasn't absolute genius. Javier was completely clueless about heavy machinery, but the logic clicked, and he immediately put the theory to the test. Meanwhile, Lloyd, acting shady as ever, laughed it off, saying it was just a random shower thought. It should totally work, right? And against all odds, Javier actually pulled it off. He perfected the Azrahan technique, using literally nothing but Lloyd's weird advice. Glowing mana rings materialized, orbiting his body. He spawned 4 or 5 of them flawlessly. Instantly, a system prompt chimed, announcing that Javier's favorability rating had jumped up by 5 points. But Lloyd was already sweating the details. The tutorial phase was going to drag on forever. He didn't even need a massive aura, just enough raw energy within arm's reach. Knowing Lloyd possessed that crazy potential, Javier had fully expected him to utterly dismantle Neumann in the arena, and boy, did he deliver an absolute masterclass. But right at the climax, Arcos ordered his son to stand down immediately. He refused to let Lloyd drag a noble knight's reputation through the mud, pausing his assault. Lloyd took a deep breath. Reputation? What reputation? He smugly told his dad to peek under the tablecloth over there. Check that first, then decide if the title of Honorable Knight actually fit a snake like Neumann. Hidden beneath the fabric was a stack of shady letters. Arcos was completely stunned as Lloyd exposed the truth. This mail was meant for Neumann. They were deeply classified documents, leaking everything from the estate's financial ruins to the Baron's personal habits. They even detailed the Baron's pet peeves and gave step-by-step instructions on forging official property deeds. Neumann had been ratting them out, selling their darkest secrets to the highest bidder. Cornered, the traitor, was freaking out, wondering how his secret wall stash got compromised. Internally, Lloyd was grinning. He just remembered Javier discovering this exact plot twist in the original novel. The night before, he had secretly deployed Podong in its ultra-tiny form to swipe the evidence right under his nose. Naturally, Arcos was paralyzed by the betrayal. Since Lloyd knew his father, Arcos Frontera was written as a total softie in the book. It made sense that absolute vultures were circling to take him out. But there is a massive difference between being a kind leader and a competent one. Staring him down, Lloyd dropped a brutal suggestion to handle the traitor. They could either dump a bucket of rabid rats on his head and exile him permanently, or strip his rank down to a basic grunt, forcing him to grind for redemption. He would literally have to restart from level 1. The entire crowd started whispering, totally shook by this savage ultimatum. Was this unhinged cruelty, or just perfect karma? Arcos realized his son was actually handing out a calculated sentence with minimum physical punishment, leaving the door open for rehabilitation, while holding a massive threat of future consequences over his head. Stepping up, the second knight agreed, calling it an incredibly generous yet brilliantly dangerous power move. Seeing the logic, Arcos officially approved the call. "We are rolling with your call, young Master Lloyd." The Baron turns to Sir Neumann, asking if he has a problem with it. The snake just plays innocent. "Not at all, sir," he says, bowing his head and thanking him for the so-called mercy. "But Lloyd?" He scoffs. At the very concept of going easy on this guy. Show a villain a shred of forgiveness, and they do not magically repent. Nope, they just get greedier. They just double down on the manipulation and backstabbing. Deep down, Neumann is already plotting, knowing the Baron would deeply regret letting him off the hook. He is fully planning to make that old fool pay. Catching his subtle smirk, Lloyd steps up. "Love seeing you smile, Sir Neumann," he says. "Too bad it is the absolute last time you will ever flex those teeth in this lifetime." Without missing a beat, Lloyd tosses a glowing red seed to his cute little summon, Podong, chucks the furball straight into the air, and casually drops a savage one-liner. "The best place to beg for forgiveness is up in heaven, bro." Boom. Podong instantly morphs into a massive, towering behemoth, making everyone's jaws drop to the floor. Gravity does the rest as the giant beast slam dunks right onto Neumann, completely pancaking the dude. Staring at the mess, Lloyd sarcastically mutters a quick apology before officially banishing the trash from their territory. He already knows this massive flex is the exact cheat code they need to drag the estate out of crippling poverty. Cut to a bit later, and the now supersized Podong, totally living up to Javier's hype, is right in the middle of town, aggressively bulldozing the earth to widen the main roads. Even the territory's engineering squad, who used to be completely useless, are suddenly grinding hard, catching major gains and working like absolute machines. Lloyd is out here using straight-up history hacks. He knows the ancient Romans were absolutely obsessed with massive highways, creating the legendary Appian Way, and that is exactly the vibe he is bringing to his domain, planning an epic, sweeping road stretching all the way from the Baron's mansion straight out to the eastern mountainside. Javier, looking completely lost, asks why they even need a road. Lloyd just smirks, claiming this infrastructure drop is going to make his approval ratings skyrocket. But Javier is not letting it go. He narrows his eyes, grilling his young master about where he magically learned civil engineering, and how he even brainstormed that wild floor heating system no one in this world has ever seen before. Add in the fact that he just casually summoned a high-tier mystical beast, and the knight straight up asks if he is actually the real Lloyd. Instantly, a glowing red warning flashes in Lloyd's system interface. Alert, Javier is actively doubting your identity. Lloyd tries not to sweat it. Honestly, he saw this coming a mile away, knowing the knight is insanely sharp and never misses a single detail. One wrong move, and this overpowered bodyguard could easily draw his blade and slice his head clean off. Playing it cool, Lloyd just shrugs and claims he has been secretly grinding the books off-screen. What? Is it a crime for me to hit the library now, bro? He absolutely spams his persistent bluffing skill to keep a straight face. Javier is not buying it, crossing his arms and demanding the actual truth. Secretly studying? You were a literal alcoholic. Feeling the pressure, Lloyd snaps back, asking if the knight literally stalks him 24/7. You have zero clue what I was actually up to, behind closed doors. But Javier hits him with logic, asking him to explain the crazy summon then. That kind of magic is nearly impossible even for veteran mages, rocking 20 years of hardcore experience. Lloyd does not skip a beat and instantly flips the script, pointing right back at the knight. Look at yourself. You are practically a master swordsman at just 20 years old. If you get to be an overpowered genius, why can't I? Javier deadpans, bluntly stating he highly doubts Lloyd has a single genius bone in his body. Lloyd fiercely defends his fake backstory, aggressively defending his right to a late bloomer glow-up. Hit with that insane troll logic, Javier is literally left speechless, completely out of counter-arguments. Taking the absolute win, Lloyd announces he is heading out to get back on the grind. He quickly fires up his other passive skill, fast-talking his way out of the danger zone. Escaping down the hall, Lloyd mentally high-fives himself. Sure that he successfully dodged the interrogation, he immediately tracks down another knight, finding Sir Byron. Slapping a hand on his shoulder, he begs him to hold down the fort while he heads off on a mission. But before he can even blink, Javier appears like a ghost, stating he is tagging along since babysitting the young master is his literal job. Lloyd covers his shock, acting totally unbothered. Bro, why are you stating the obvious? Of course you are coming. They are packing up and heading to a completely remote region to aggressively collect on some massively overdue debt. Smash cut to the other side of the map, deep in the sketchy, middle-of-nowhere town of Rudenia. We see Tord, the slimy real estate scammer, raging out of his mind. He is throwing a massive tantrum about losing a huge bag of cash, swearing he will absolutely make those losers pay for scamming a scammer. The sketchy mercenary, chilling next to him, just sighs, reminding him that is literally how gambling works. Sometimes you pull a massive win, and sometimes you take a brutal loss. But more importantly, he warns Tord that if he cannot pony up the cash to pay his fee, his protection detail is officially over and he is walking out. Tord panics, aggressively waving his hands, swearing on his life that he is totally good for it and still has plenty of funds hidden away. The merc is not having it, threatening to drop the contract instantly if he does not see his money by the deadline. Sweating bullets, Tord brags that he can easily farm more cash by conning some new victims. It is just that half the continent is currently hunting him down, so he is trying to lay low and stay off the grid for a minute. Literally mid-sentence, the wooden door explodes off its hinges. Lloyd strolls through the splintered frame, cracking a demonic smile. Were you just talking about me, bro? Completely shaken, Tord backs up, stuttering as he asks who this psycho is and what his deal is. Lloyd just tilts his head, eyes glowing. You really do not recognize the guy you robbed blind, do you? So, our guy drops the name Lloyd Frontera, and Tortoise is absolutely shook. The hired muscle immediately asks for the green light to take Lloyd out. Torties panics, screaming at him to bail right this second. Without missing a beat, the merc dives straight out the window. But guess who's waiting down below? Yup, Javier. He orders the dude to drop his weapons and give up, fight back, and he'd go down as a criminal accomplice. Javier silently praises Lloyd's insane prediction skills. He knew they'd try to escape through this exact alleyway. The merc just smirks, channeling some dark, twisted energy, and mocks Javier, asking if he even knows how to swing a sword. Listen up. Lloyd already knew this whole sequence from reading the original novel. In the original timeline, after Javier lost the Baron, he went on a crazy revenge arc, and along that bloody path, he clashed with Tordez's bodyguard, the scammer's ultimate shield. This dude wasn't just some random thug. He was the very first evil black mage Javier ever crossed swords with. The book described an intense battle against insane gravity magic. But right here, right now, as the merc blasts his dark spell at our swordsman, the black mage sneers, declaring it's game over, and tries to crush Javier into the pavement with raw gravitational force. But hold up. History is changing. In the original story, Javier hadn't awakened his core mana circle yet. Thanks to Lloyd's meddling, though, our boy already mastered his technique. That heavy gravity spell, it barely even tickles him. He literally slices the spell in half and roasts the merc, asking if that pathetic 5th-tier magic was supposed to do something. The merc realizes he's completely cooked. He shouts that this wasn't in his job description and dips, abandoning Tordes to his fate. Javier closes the distance, blade drawn. He coldly asks the scammer if he grasps the consequences of ripping off innocent, struggling people. He kicks Tordes to the dirt, fully ready to end his life. But at the very last second, Lloyd yells out, slamming the brakes on the execution. Whoa, chill out, Javier, Lloyd snaps, asking if he's lost his mind. Catching a murder charge in court is not part of the plan. Javier just stares, genuinely wondering if his normally ruthless master is suddenly entering his nice guy era. Cut to a bit later, Tordes is completely bound to a chair, sweating bullets with Lloyd looming right in front of him. Lloyd flashes a wicked smile, telling the scammer to stop shaking. He claims they're just gonna have a little friendly chat. He starts dropping some dark philosophy. People get desperately greedy when their own survival is on the line. Give them an inch, and they'll cause absolute chaos to stay breathing. Lloyd gets it, he'd be flailing around too if he was about to lose his head. Hearing this, a spark of hope hits Tordes. Is this guy actually gonna let him walk? The young lord promises to keep the courts out of this mess. Then, he leans in and asks if the scammer feels grateful for the mercy. If you're so thankful, how about coughing up the stolen cash? Tordes frantically agrees, but quickly realizes forgiveness isn't actually on the menu. Lloyd basically says, tough luck, bro, that's life. If Tordes wants to walk out in one piece, there's one tiny little condition. All he has to do is slap his signature on a piece of paper. Lloyd casually slides the document across the table. He pitches it as your standard, run-of-the-mill employment contract. Totally normal, right? Tordes will officially get a paycheck for his labor, except 80% of his earnings will be automatically snatched up to pay off his massive debts. Oh, and the contract naturally expires in 520 years. Tordes' jaw literally drops as he processes the sheer insanity of this deal. Watching from the sidelines, Javier deadpans that he should have known Lloyd wasn't just being a saint. Lloyd mentally scoffs. Kill a guy who owes him money? Never. He's gonna milk every last ounce of labor out of this loser. Trapped, Tordes cries out, asking how someone could draft such an illegally toxic contract. Lloyd just glares, reminding him that beggars can't be choosers. He literally grabs the scammer's wrist and forces the pen down. Bawling his eyes out, Tordes inks his soul away. Fast forward, our duo starts their journey back to the Frontier estate. Javier notes that with the scammer's stolen funds secured, they can finally dodge the estate's insane interest payments for at least a few months. But Lloyd immediately shoots that idea down. Every single penny is going straight into his crazy new construction project. He's got the funding on lock now, but a measly 30 soldiers aren't going to cut it for the manual labor he needs. He starts stressing over the recruitment posters he put up. Have any regular citizens actually volunteered for his workforce? Let's be real. His past reputation was complete trash. It makes sense if the locals still think he's a shady scumbag. But cut to a few days later back at the estate. Plot twist. There's an absolutely massive line of villagers wrapped around the block, begging to work. Mind blown, Lloyd mutters. Wait, don't these people absolutely despise me? Javier doesn't sugarcoat it, bluntly confirming that yes, they definitely hate his guts. But here's the kicker. Lloyd promised rock-solid deadlines for building them brand new houses with an elite underfloor heating system, all for dirt cheap. Plus, after publicly taking down that corrupt scammer today, the villagers are slowly starting to view this chaotic lord as a capable, trustworthy leader. Still in disbelief, Lloyd wonders if he actually won them over. The guy at the very front of the line steps up, hyped and ready, demanding to see the contract. But before grabbing the pen, the villager pauses. He looks the young lord in the eye, wanting to give a massive, heartfelt thank you. He explains that his kid used to freeze half to death during the brutal winters, but thanks to Lloyd's genius heating invention, they finally have a warm future ahead. The young master is officially stress-free this year. The villager practically bows to the floor, overflowing with gratitude. Lloyd plays it cool, acting like he's just doing a good deed, but internally, bro is seeing dollar signs. Things get even better when the guy mentions relatives in the neighboring Lacona estate, begging for the exact same setup. They desperately want him to build those revolutionary heated houses out there, too. Lloyd immediately realizes this is his golden ticket to the big leagues. Those floor heating systems weren't built for charity. He's planning to slap on a massive travel fee and absolutely drain the neighboring territory's pockets. Heh. Javier catches that signature greedy smirk and instantly knows his master is cooking up something devious. It totally explains why Lloyd rushed that direct road straight toward the mountains. Later, while looking down at the landscape from a high peak, Lloyd drops a reality bomb. Sooner or later, that entire mountain is going bald. These heated houses devour resources, and the local timber supply is running on borrowed time. Javier asks the obvious: if he knows an ecological disaster is coming, why just stand there? Lloyd smirks, explaining that's exactly why he's scrapping the Skyway project. Deep at the end of that road, they are going to mine top-tier bituminous coal and sell it for an absolute fortune. Once these heated homes go viral, neighboring lords won't be able to resist the hype, letting Lloyd export the tech everywhere. Sure, the frontier locals will score a fat discount, but outsiders? They are getting upcharged to the moon. Mwahaha. Lloyd shoots Javier a look, asking if that sounds a little too ruthless. But honestly, without this massive hustle, how else are they supposed to clear their mountain of debt? Javier runs the numbers and has to admit, this hyper-capitalist strategy is literally their only way out. But there is a catch. The Baron doesn't know about this specific coal stash, and previous lords failed miserably, trying to mine it over and over again. Lloyd totally brushes it off. He knows the operations collapsed because the terrain was garbage, but armed with modern-era excavation mechanics, he's about to break the system. He orders his knight to tag along because the grind never stops. Watching him step up, Javier realizes his young master operates on a whole different level now, resolving to keep a close eye on this completely transformed dude. Meanwhile, deep inside the target cave, holding all that sweet coal and ore, a swarm of creepy creatures is already guarding the loot. Back on the surface, Lloyd is daydreaming about unlocking an overpowered skill that just drops a luxury high-rise from the sky. But yeah, no luck there. He is stuck grinding out blueprints with his basic drafting ability, and it is painfully slow. Actually, hold up, his skill already leveled up to intermediate. Still, Lloyd whines about wanting to summon 100 unpaid undead workers to do all the heavy lifting. The system instantly claps back, threatening to delete the skill and make him draw entirely by hand if he keeps complaining. Lloyd panics, frantically praising the system, and gets back to the grind. Let's rewind. Thanks to that whole Neumann drama, he racked up 639 PR points just by impressing the Baroness, Javier, Bayern, and the local VIPs. He dumped all those points straight into his skill tree. Basic drafting and surveying evolved straight to intermediate tier. Fast forward to the cave entrance. Lloyd fires up his new intermediate surveying. He peers into the dark tunnel, scanning the structure to plan the dig. He can only see a max of 5 meters ahead. But honestly, that is more than enough to map out a safe mining route. The real headache? Figuring out how to excavate solid rock without modern heavy machinery. Podong is completely benched, sick from overworking on the road project. And even if the giant hamster was healthy, deploying him would be a terrible idea, because his massive body would straight up collapse the cave. Lloyd is backed into a corner. It is time to roll the gacha for a new fantasy beast. The next summon costs 70 PR points, and he is sitting on exactly 119. He triggers the magic circle, and that loud, clunky sound echoes out again. Right after the flash, hissing like a busted car engine, the portal pops, dropping a brand new, tiny creature. It is a little snake-like dude, rocking a cute bow on its head. Meet Belle, Lloyd's newest asset. Lloyd is seriously questioning why he'd ever need a toxic assassin snake. But hey, Podong looked like a total flop at first too, right? Time for a little showcase. Our guy tells the tiny reptile to flex its main ability and show him what it's actually made of. Flash forward a few weeks, and Abel, absolute MVP behavior. Rocking its giant form alongside the sunflower seed, this duo turns into literal heavy-duty machinery, just devouring everything in their path. We are talking about an unstoppable freight train of destruction, all thanks to that level 1 earth-digging skill. Lloyd gives Javier the signal to lock in. Abel triggers soil digestion and boom, literally spits out solid steel. Enter Javier for step 3. Our resident knight casually slices that raw steel into flawless pieces for the blacksmith team. Step 4 is all about the smiths. They are down here speedrunning a massive support frame, so this whole cave doesn't just crush them alive. Step 5? Doing a quick mental health check on Javier. I mean, dude is an elite knight out here chopping up steel poop from a giant snake. Surprisingly, his sanity is totally intact. Step 5, cleared. Moving on to step 6, rinse and repeat the entire chaotic process. But Lloyd is running on fumes. Bro is literally seeing stars because the oxygen down here is absolute garbage. If they hadn't rigged that surface air tube, the whole squad would be passed out by now. Plus, it is boiling like an oven. Javier looks at his young master and tells him to tap out and head topside for a breather. He needs to chill just like the rest of the crew. But Lloyd? No way. He claims full responsibility for this gig. He is staying until the bitter end. Back in Korea, site managers were all talk and zero action. Some scumbags wouldn't even show up to the job site. Lloyd refuses to be that kind of boss. He is seeing this operation through. hands on. Right then, his skill pings. He locks eyes on the jackpot, bituminous coal. He hypes up the squad, yelling that the finish line is right there. Just push a little harder, boys. He throws massive props to Abel too. That snake literally fast-tracked the grind by 10 times. Lloyd drops the final instructions. Once they hit the coal vein, they drop the shield and expand the zone. High-risk stuff. Nobody is allowed to slack off. But suddenly crack. A weird sound hits the shield. Lloyd is confused. The ground here is solid rock. A cave-in makes zero sense. He fires up his underground radar and catches a massive void. That definitely wasn't there 2 seconds ago. In a split second, the gap violently rips wide open. A nightmare crawls out. A colossal, mutated ant lunges straight for Lloyd's throat. Javier swoops in, instantly parrying its crushing jaws, while Lloyd goes full unhinged and bashes it with his shovel. Braining the giant bug, Lloyd is completely thrown off. This sudden deathmatch? Definitely not in the original novel, but the horror doesn't stop at one. The shadows shift, revealing an entire swarming colony. The swarm rushes them, and Lloyd screams for a total, immediate evacuation. Everyone out, right now. Javier holds the front line, turning into a human blender and slicing through the onslaught with his blade. But Lloyd does the math and panics. There could be 200,000 of these freaks. If they breach the surface, the estate is completely doomed. Javier is rapidly running out of breath and stamina. There is no way he can solo an endless army. Their reinforced tunnel won't cave in, meaning the ants have a perfect highway to the top. Seeing him freeze, Javier closes the gap and smacks Lloyd right across the face. A literal wake-up slap. Lloyd snaps back, shouting that he isn't panicking. You jerk, he is just strategizing. Javier grunts, telling him to brain blast faster because his defense line is about to crumble. Lloyd's mind races. The tunnel, the raw coal, and boom, a massive light bulb goes off. A wild, reckless idea. Ripping a flaming torch from the wall, Lloyd commands the absolute unthinkable. They are charging the swarm head-on. They are invading the ants' own nest. Javier thinks it sounds like pure suicide, but he knows his crazy boss must have a master plan. Without another word, the duo pushes deep into the danger zone, carving a bloody path straight into the hive. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, the Baron gets hit with the disastrous monster alert. A sweating soldier reports the crew made it out, but Javier and the young master are still trapped in the hellhole. The Baron gears up to seal the mine completely, but Arcos instantly suits up in armor, roaring that they are launching a rescue mission right this second. Deep in the pitch-black cavern, Javier brutally executes another giant bug and shoots Lloyd a desperate look. He asks how much deeper they have to go. Lloyd, currently playing fire dancer with a torch to ward off the mandibles, shouts that he's a little tied up at the moment. In his head, he realizes it's actually a massive flex that the ants are abandoning their nest, but at the exact same time, they were completely boxed in. The suffocating underground heat was pushing Javier right to his absolute breaking point. With oxygen levels tanking, Lloyd went into full goblin mode, frantically digging deeper to strike a pocket of methane gas. See, this coal was crawling with methanogens, meaning deadly veins of methane were woven right through the rock. If he could just tap into that, he would be able to nuke this entire ant colony straight to the moon. Scanning the area with his skill one more time, he spotted the gas pocket, slammed his shovel into the dirt, and went to work. He was digging like his life depended on it because, honestly, it literally did. He yelled at Javier to hold the swarm back, channeling every ounce of energy into his shovel like an absolute madman. A massive ant lunged at Lloyd, but Javier instantly sliced its head clean open. Right as they were pushing past their limits, a piercing screech echoed through the cave. The queen ant had entered the chat. Her roar was deafening, packing way more punch than over 100 regular ants combined. Just the sight of her made the entire swarm drop their heads in instant submission. Lloyd nervously asked if this one might be a bit too tough to hold back. Javier flat out admitted he couldn't do it. Lloyd snapped back, telling him to at least try before giving up. Javier just replied that sometimes, you just know when a fight is completely impossible. But honestly, it was do or die right now. Zero other options. The queen launched herself forward, forcing Javier to finally unleash all 5 circles of his mana core. He clashed head-on against her massive jaws, brutally trading heavy blows. Meanwhile, Lloyd was maximizing every single second Javier bought him to keep tearing through the rock. He kept smashing the dirt until his blade finally clanged against something rock solid. Without missing a beat, he snatched up his torch and screamed at Javier to book it toward the exit. They sprinted desperately for the narrow tunnel they originally crawled through. Right at the very last second, as they dove into the gap, Lloyd yeeted the blazing torch straight at the queen. The fire itself did 0 damage to her thick armor, but those sparks immediately caught the methane gas. Boom! A massive, shockwave-inducing explosion completely ripped the queen apart, while hellfire swallowed the rest of the monstrous swarm whole. During the blast, Javier literally threw his own body over the young master to tank the impact. Up on the surface, everyone felt the insane shockwave violently shake the ground. Arcos was losing his mind with worry, but Bayern completely blocked him from going down there. It was way too much of a suicide mission. Down below, the dust finally settled, leaving a brutal ringing in both Lloyd and Javier's ears. Coughing through the smoke, Lloyd realized his crazy strategy actually worked, but Javier was totally out cold from taking the brunt of that blast. Poor little Bangul had also fainted from the sheer panic. And to make things way worse, Lloyd noticed the explosion triggered a massive cave-in, completely sealing their only exit. The system instantly flashed a brutal warning: critical oxygen depletion. He completely expected this trap, which is exactly why he had to dig faster than humanly possible. As his shovel hit the dirt, the breathable air was evaporating by the second. Javier was heavily suffocating, and right before his vision faded to black, he saw it. He just saw Lloyd relentlessly tearing through the earth. Even the system was hyped by his sheer grit, causing Javier's affection meter to violently spike by 100 points. Bagging a sweet 108 PR points, Lloyd felt his lungs burning. The air was practically gone, meaning it was officially time to risk it all. He immediately commanded the system to trigger another major skill evolution. A blue screen popped up, rapidly scanning and crunching the data of all his current knowledge. The AI revealed a game-changing combo. By merging ambient mana absorption, basic manipulation, and enhanced intake, he could instantly master the legendary Asrahan core technique. Lloyd grinned, realizing every agonizing training session since that brutal duel with Neumann had perfectly built up to this exact clutch moment. He slammed down 15 PR points without hesitating, instantly unlocking the Asrahan core at level 5. His very first mana circle violently snapped into existence, boosting his raw energy output to a staggering 120%. There was absolutely zero guarantee this evolution trick would actually succeed, but he still had points in the bank. He went all in. He kept forcefully upgrading the Asrahan core, aggressively pushing it all the way to level 10 to force a breakthrough evolution. Jackpot. He unlocked 2 brand new circles, evolving into a dual Asrahan core that skyrocketed his mana capacity to a massive 200%. Hitting the next tier required a hefty 100 PR points. The problem? His broke self only had 7 left. So, Lloyd demanded the system show him the new perks he just unlocked. 2 crazy optional buffs popped up on the screen. The first was Energizer. It granted him absolute infinite stamina for 10 whole minutes, but came with a strict once-per-day cooldown. The second option was Power Extension, literally tripling his mana output for 20 insane seconds, also capped at 1 use per day. Smirking through the darkness, Lloyd muttered, "Let's get it," and immediately activated the Energizer buff. Adrenaline pumping, he clawed at the dirt like an absolute madman, desperate to punch a hole through the caved-in debris. His lungs screamed for air as the oxygen meters flashed empty, but quitting just wasn't in his vocabulary. He kept digging. With his oxygen levels flatlining in the red zone, he spammed his spatial vision skill, praying to spot even the tiniest crack of light ahead. Bingo! A faint sliver of space peeked through the darkness. He shredded his hands against the rocks. No way was he letting Javier and Abel become permanent underground ghosts. Time was up. His buff completely wore off, leaving him gasping on fumes with exactly 1 literal breath left in his lungs. The 10-minute timer hit 0. But in a total clutch move, he popped his power extension skill right at the buzzer. That bought him exactly 20 seconds of borrowed time. He tunneled forward with everything he had left, before his body finally just gave out. He was insanely close. The irony? All this bum, nowhere noble heir ever wanted was to chill and live a drama-free life of luxury. But right as the world started fading to black, his MVP summon, Podong, spawned in. The little guy instantly cleared a gap just wide enough for Lloyd to finally gulp down some sweet, life-saving oxygen. He mentally hyped himself up, refusing to die when his ultimate slacker noble retirement was right around the corner. Meanwhile, after what felt like an eternity, Arcos smashed his way into the cavern. The rescue squad pushed deeper into the danger zone, desperately hunting for his missing son. They eventually spotted Lloyd dragging Javier's unconscious body, looking like he was 1 second away from totally blacking out. Surviving that absolute nightmare wasn't just for the plot, though the system rewarded his massive carry with a brand new, overpowered skill. It was a hardcore survival mode. Now, even with his stamina sitting at 0%, he could still trigger the Asra core technique. Arcos sprinted through the rubble, catching his boy right as his legs finally gave out from under him. They were completely out of the woods. By the time the sun came up, the entire estate was already buzzing, dropping their jaws over the young master's insane rescue mission. The servants' group chat was basically on fire. Everyone totally flipped their scripts, admitting he wasn't the trash-tier deadbeat they all thought he was. He was a completely different Lloyd. Fast forward a bit, and our guy finally blinked awake in the comfort of his own massive bedroom. Right on cue, the system popped up. It practically screamed that the entire Frontera family was absolutely blown away by his main character energy and bravery. Boom. 500 relationship points instantly dropped into his account. He felt like he had been hit by a truck, but securing that bag of points was a massive win. After a solid few days of kicking back and healing up, he dragged himself right back to the grind. The hustle never stops for this dude. The second he pulled up to the worksite, every single miner basically worshipped the ground he walked on, bowing deeply and hyping up their young lord. They couldn't believe a spoiled aristocrat actually put his own life on the line to save the working class. He was just built different. Meanwhile, Lloyd was secretly having an internal freakout, feeling the walls practically closing in on him after his last underground trauma. It had been a solid 2 weeks since the whole monster ant disaster. Coal production was back to booming, and profits were looking crisp. Everything seemed chill on the surface, but our paranoid king wasn't taking any chances. He needed to scope out every single red flag and permanently shut down any potential sequels to that nightmare. So, Lloyd and his shadow, Javier, geared up and marched right back into the cursed ant tunnels. Walking through the dark, Javier finally had to ask why his boss kept doing these insanely reckless side quests. Like, why risk his own neck? He could literally just sit on a throne and force the grunts to do the dirty work, since he is the literal heir to the whole estate. Lloyd just looked at him, totally deadpan, and called him an absolute idiot. As the boss, handling the absolute worst-case scenarios was his job. He pointed out that if he didn't front the danger himself, his workers would rebel in a heartbeat. Even with the crazy high salaries he was dropping on them, Javier just blinked, honestly unable to tell if that was pure genius or straight-up madness. The system quietly pinged, teasing that the knight's respect level almost leveled up right then and there. The bonding moment got cut short, though. They hit a solid stone wall, a literal dead end, but giving up just wasn't Lloyd's style. He fired up his spatial scan to peer right through the rocks. Grabbing his tools, he smashed through the barrier and stumbled into a freaky, web-covered horror nest holding a massive orc and a bunch of wild monsters hostage. Javier instantly drew his sword, ready to solo the room. Claiming the vibes were way too sketchy, the knight moved to strike, but Lloyd paused, squinting at the massive green dude, asking what the heck it even was. Javier deadpanned that it was obviously an orc. Lloyd squinted harder. The thing looked way too unique to be some basic mob, but whatever. He poked it, asking if the big guy had already kicked the bucket. Probably not, Javier replied, sheathing his blade. He explained that these monster ants actually love keeping their takeout meals fresh by hitting them with a heavy paralysis debuff. A massive, greedy grin spread across Lloyd's face. Bro, we just struck absolute gold. He dragged the massive beast all the way back to the manor to patch him up. Once he snapped out of his coma, the green giant introduced himself as Harot and swore a totally dramatic, lifelong blood oath to his rescuer. Lloyd just stared at him, asking if he was forcing that weird, gruff snorting sound just to sound edgy. Harot instantly broke character, completely confused. Turns out, this wasn't just some random mob. He was the literal prince of a powerful orc faction who bounced back fast after getting some top-tier heals. Standing tall, Harot, the proud heir to the legendary Steel Sand tribe, vowed that this massive debt of gratitude would never, ever be erased. Harot swore on his life he would hand over absolutely anything. Lloyd's eyes narrowed as he sensed a golden opening. Literally anything? You totally sure about that? Without skipping a single beat, Lloyd dropped his wild request. Round up exactly 120 massive orcs to grind away in the mines. Harot shut him down instantly with a hard pass. Lloyd tilted his head, demanding the exact reason for the rejection. Harot did not sugarcoat it. Orcs are purebred brawlers, and those savage fighters only take orders from a legitimate warchief. Since Lloyd was not exactly radiating alpha warrior energy, he held zero weight in their eyes. Even on a standard construction payroll, those hulking beasts would never listen to a single word he said. A wicked smirk crept across Lloyd's face as the gears in his brain started spinning. If that was how they played the game, then this was the exact moment where, growing up as a wild orc is no joke. To officially hit adulthood, you gotta drag back the severed head of a giant ant. Harot totally screwed up by wandering into the ant tunnels and ended up completely paralyzed. But Lloyd? He spotted a massive golden opportunity. Lloyd hyped him up, screaming that Harot was officially a man now. Huge congrats. But Harot immediately shot that down. Harot confessed he totally choked. He didn't bag a single ant, just got paralyzed and caught an epic L. Lloyd played dumb, asking what on earth he was babbling about. Didn't they absolutely demolish that bug and claim its head together? Harot blanked, admitting he had zero memory of that happening. Lloyd smoothly gaslit him, claiming the poor dude just had amnesia from being paralyzed way too long. He spun a wild tale about the crazy scene inside those tunnels. The terrifying ant queen was literally shaking in her boots. Apparently, she whined about facing off against an insanely overpowered young orc. Lloyd swore that thanks to Herat softening her up, hunting that monstrous bug was a total breeze. So yeah, they totally secured that kill together. He praised Herat as an absolute beast of a warrior, just like himself. Herat, completely bewildered, asked if he really was that cracked at fighting. Lloyd didn't skip a beat, and instantly demanded the 120 workers. Herat, totally hyped, promised to recruit the whole squad for his new lord. Fast forward 1 week, and Lloyd rolled up to the home turf of the Steel Sand tribe. But their leader dropped a massive bombshell. They couldn't do their literal savior, Lloyd, that solid. After dragging himself all the way out there, Lloyd was fuming, wondering why they suddenly flipped the script. He bowed to the massive tribe chief, Akush, and demanded to know what the holdup was. Akush gave it to him straight, they just didn't have the manpower. His boys needed to gorge on an ungodly amount of meat to keep their gains peaking. If they paused hunting for even 3 days, their precious muscle mass would vanish. And losing those gains? That would literally trigger the collapse of their entire tribe. They couldn't afford to spare a single warrior from the hunting party. Annoyed, Lloyd asked if these meatheads seriously went hunting every single day. Akush nodded deadpan. If they didn't inhale fresh meat, the exact second a hunt ended, their muscles would shrink. Lloyd was mentally screaming at these absolute gym bros. Javier leaned in, whispering that for these guys, protein and gains were a literal religion, and he should probably just take the L and walk away, young master. But Lloyd's brain was already cooking. If that was the deal, what if he could guarantee their meat wouldn't rot for days on end? Wouldn't that buy them a 3-day break from hunting? That meant they could totally lend him some muscle, right? Akush admitted he desperately wanted to repay his debt, but when their gains were on the line, hard pass. Lloyd doubled down, explaining they could actually preserve the food. He had a top-tier cheat code to stop the meat from going bad entirely. It would stay super fresh for days, and he knew the exact blueprint to pull it off. But let's hit rewind for a quick second. Back when Herat reunited with his dad, they clashed in this aggressively macho, protein-fueled bear hug. The sheer impact of that embrace was so devastatingly brutal, any normal dude caught in the middle would have been instantly pulverized into ground beef. Watching that raw power made Lloyd drool over the construction potential. Imagine commanding 120 of these absolute units, but something else snatched his attention completely. Herat proudly presented the severed queen ant's head to his pops. Akush beamed with insane pride for his boy, declaring they were about to throw an epic rager to celebrate. These lunatics literally grabbed massive piles of looted treasure, just to use them as weights for their crazy squat session. Lloyd's eyes turned into dollar signs, wondering why they were hoarding such insanely priceless artifacts. It looked like straight-up plundered loot. One meathead was literally deadlifting a massive chandelier that was probably worth more than a royal army's entire arsenal. So yeah, Lloyd instantly locked in, pitching a crazy contract to the chief that would bag him both the brute force laborers and that sweet, sweet treasure. Javier raised an eyebrow, questioning if his master really just promised to build a stone icebox in exchange. Sure, they were scoring massive loot, but Lloyd still needed a special ingredient to mix with the masonry. Javier was clueless, asking what on earth a stone icehouse even was. Lloyd smirked, asking if his knight knew how the royal mages used crazy high-tier ice magic just to keep the king's snacks from rotting. Well, a cold storage room does the exact same thing. 0 mana required. Javier stared at him, demanding to know where he learned this sorcery. Lloyd just gave a wicked grin, claiming a little birdie spilled the tea. Spoiler alert, he definitely wasn't dropping any lore reveals today. To pull this off, they absolutely needed an ultra-durable rock called granite to construct the vault. Javier pointed out that mining that stuff had to be a total nightmare. Lloyd nodded. Yeah, it was basically impossible under normal circumstances. They didn't have any dynamite lying around, but our boy had the ultimate cheat code ready to go. They had a literal human nuke standing right next to them. Javier just sighed inwardly, realizing Lloyd was about to exploit him all over again. Lloyd suddenly flashed back to a major arc from the original Blood and Iron Knight novel. It featured Namara, a cursed city entirely locked inside a magical dome. Trapped inside were thousands of helpless refugees, the exact NPCs that Javier was destined to save right at this point in the timeline. Our guy was already a certified master swordsman, flexing a literal 4th mana core right in his chest. But the clock was ticking for the refugees. Pushed to the absolute limit, Javier put his life on the line, and boom, a brand new ultimate skill dropped. Pure instinct took over. He channeled his mana heart like a raw reactor core, smashing all of them together in a devastating chain reaction. The result? A blazing, localized supernova right at the tip of his blade that completely vaporized the barrier. That crazy explosion practically became the signature move of the Iron and Blood Knight, right up there with the legendary Azrahan mind technique. And keeping a totally straight, shamelessly deadpan face, Lloyd just looks at him and asks if he could casually spam that exact same move. Javier wasn't having it. He demanded to know how on earth Lloyd knew about his secret trump card. Lloyd's excuse? Bro, it just popped into my head. Look at that face. Does that look like the face of a guy who's joking? Javier hit him with a deadpan yes. Total cap. But Lloyd brushed it off, hyping him up to just test it out, betting it would seriously level up his swordsmanship. Javier saw right through the manipulation. He knew exactly what this sneaky architect was playing at. But honestly, if he could actually pull it off on command, it was a massive buff for his own strength. Lloyd figured if his knight got a power spike, it was a massive win for his own survival. Meanwhile, Javier got into the zone, visualizing the mechanics, shield the heart, cycle the 3 cores. He slammed his blade into the bedrock, letting the sheer power erupt. First try, absolute perfection. Even Lloyd was left speechless. Just one tiny problem. When the smoke cleared, the shockwave had practically atomized Javier's entire outfit, leaving him standing there looking totally cooked with messed up hair. Glaring daggers, Javier asked if Lloyd knew he was going to end up half naked. Lloyd immediately threw his hands up. Nope, not his fault. He had zero clue that was going to happen. Sighing, Javier admitted the crazy theory actually worked, which meant it was payback time, wasn't it? Ding, the system popped up, stating Javier was low-key grateful. Lloyd scored 3 favorable impression points, cashing in a solid 54 PR. Throwing ultimate shade, Javier reminded the young master that, ideally, his holy blade was meant to protect him from danger, not to be used as a glorified bulldozer for construction work. Lloyd smugly told him there was no need to thank him, prompting Javier to snap that he absolutely wasn't thanking him at all. Drama aside, they now had a mountain of freshly blasted granite. The construction site shifted into maximum overdrive. The colossal podong hauled the massive boulders, while the local orcs eagerly jumped into the grind. They weren't just flexing their muscles, carrying stones. They were actually coaching the frail human workers on how to get ridiculously shredded. Doing the math, Lloyd realized they were going to finish way ahead of schedule. At this point, the only things missing from the checklist were ice and heavy-duty thermal insulation. But here was the catch. Lloyd turned to Javier, mentioning the 5 couriers he had hired to deliver those exact insulating materials. Shouldn't they be here by now? He asked. Javier dropped the facts. They were exactly 3 weeks late, and that meant only 2 possible scenarios. Option 1, the soldiers were slacking off. Option 2, as Lloyd grimly finished the thought, they ran into something nasty on the road. Time to investigate. But the second, Lloyd stood up. Javier tried to step in, offering to solo the scouting mission. They had zero clue what kind of threat was out there, and letting his boss wander into the unknown was way too risky. But Lloyd wasn't having it. As the master architect, he owned this project, which meant every single worker's safety was on him. Knowing he couldn't win this argument, Javier let out a heavy sigh and agreed to a duo mission. Trekking deep into the dead, rocky canyons, Lloyd suddenly spotted something in the dirt, a custom-made work glove, one of the exact pairs he designed for handling the insulation. Meanwhile, Javier's eagle eyes locked onto something seriously sketchy buried deep in the gorge. He felt an unnatural pulse of mana. It was incredibly faint, barely a whisper, but it definitely didn't belong there. The moment Lloyd heard that, a massive light bulb went off. He instantly recalled a specific chapter from the Iron and Blood Knight novel. Panic spiked in his chest. He turned to Javier, urgency blazing in his eyes. They were out of time. His delivery guys could already be dead. They rushed through the wasteland, finally arriving at the gaping maw of a hidden cave. Lloyd knew exactly what this place was. Lupellin's dungeon, the exact sinister hideout the original Javier had spent the entire early plot hunting down. But right now, Lloyd was just boiling with capitalist rage. Who dared to touch his employees? Messing with his private property wasn't just illegal, it was an unforgivable sin. Naturally, Javier took the vanguard, stepping up like the ultimate OP bodyguard he was. But the absolute second he crossed the threshold, his foot triggered a glowing magic circle, almost blowing him to bits. The only reason he didn't become a blood spatter on the wall, Lloyd yanked him backward by his collar at the very last microsecond. A classic booby trap. Lloyd stared at him in disbelief. Bro, respectfully, are you actually a knight? Maybe use your brain and watch where you step for once? Inwardly, Lloyd smirked. He remembered that, in the original novel, Javier face-tanked this exact trap and had to clear the whole dungeon, looking like absolute garbage. But catching Javier in the exact same trap twice? Zero chance. Homeboy is on high alert now. Lloyd hits him with a quick question, didn't he? Just say the mana flow around here felt totally normal? He tells the swordsman to activate that signature radar of his. Instantly, Javier tunes into the atmosphere, feeling raw mana drifting through the air like glowing dust motes. Bingo. With this literal wall hack, he pinpoints the exact coordinates of every single magical tripwire waiting in the dark. A flawless safe zone opens up. Leading the charge, Javier's mind starts racing. The old Lloyd was a notorious liar, stubborn and toxic, But this guy? He hits completely different now. What in the world actually happened to him? Lloyd Frontera. It is honestly creeping Javier out how the dude predicts the future like he is reading off a script. Plus, there is zero special aura coming off him. Whatever, no need to jump to crazy conclusions just yet. He decides to just keep studying Lloyd on the down low. Besides, they have a squad of kidnapped soldiers to rescue right now. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon lab, the dark mage gets pinged. Someone just tripped his magical alarm system. He smirks, wondering if a rescue party actually pulled up for the pawns he snatched off the streets. Definitely. But joke is on them. His twisted little experiment is already primed and ready to go. These soldiers are nothing but lab rats to him. He violently yanks the first victim forward, tossing him straight into a glowing, blood-soaked rune, a literal pentagram. Gripping a massive scythe, the psycho mage brags that this demonic circle is a direct hotline to the underworld. And to make it work, his Grim Reaper blade needs a fresh coat of young human blood for exactly 101 consecutive days. Absolute perfection. But right at the buzzer, just milliseconds before he slices the poor guy open, Lloyd crashes the party, yelling at the creep to back off. The mage is absolutely gagged. How did these guys speedrun his dungeon? What about the hundreds of lethal traps? Panicking, his immediate reflex is slamming down a magic circle, dropping a massive steel barricade from the ceiling. Walls crash down in front and behind our boys, locking Lloyd in a tight metal death box. But in a split-second clutch, Lloyd sucks in a massive lungful of air, holding onto it for dear life. Why? Because the room is suddenly flooding with knockout gas. But Lloyd isn't sweating it. He pops his cheat skill Energizer. For the next 10 minutes, his stamina is basically infinite. And honestly, he won't even need the full 10. He drops down and starts tunneling through the earth faster than a crazed badger. Meanwhile, Javier is barely even blinking at the toxic fumes. Fun fact about our swordsman: his chronic insomnia is so brutal that literal magical sleep gas just feels like cheap vape smoke to him. Watching his boss dig, Javier deadpan thinks the dude looks exactly like an overgrown mole. He makes a mental note to absolutely roast him for this later. But for now, he slides right into the escape tunnel, trailing right behind the Lord. Whipping his blade into the ground, Javier violently detonates the entire barricade. Hoopland is left standing there, absolutely shell-shocked as his own lab gets trashed. Stepping through the smoke, Lloyd flashes a wicked grin. First time visiting your crib, man. Pretty sick setup. Is this how you treat all your VIP guests? Spooked out of his mind, the dark mage instantly slams the panic button and summons his ultimate meat shield. It is a grotesque, hulking undead abomination stitched together from dozens of corpses. The mage smugly thinks to himself, this Frankenstein nightmare is easily his greatest masterpiece yet. There is no way a regular sword is slicing through that tanky armor. Even Lloyd sweats for a second, warning Javier that this might be a tough boss fight. He calls out the legs as the obvious weak point, except Javier is already airborne. Infusing an explosive shockwave straight into his blade, he effortlessly cleaves the massive titan clean in half like a hot knife through butter. Both the villain and Lloyd are left with their jaws on the floor. Lloyd's brain short-circuits since when could his bodyguard weaponize a focused blast as a high-speed jet thruster for his slashes? That absolutely broken move wasn't even written in the original light novel. Reality hits the dark mage like a truck. It is game over, and he knows it. Lloyd slowly struts up to the shaking villain. He coldly lays out the facts. You snatched up my workforce. And way worse, you delayed my real estate project. So, how exactly are we settling this massive tab, huh? Broken and defeated, the dark mage drops to his knees, slamming his forehead against the dirt, confessing his massive sins. He shamelessly begs for a second chance, but Lloyd cuts him off instantly. He does not give a single rip about apologies, buddy. He is here to collect cash and damages. Shaking, the wizard stammers out that his stash is packed with wildly expensive, top-tier magical artifacts, and he is offering up the entire vault. Lloyd's eyes literally light up with dollar signs. Wait, seriously? Every last piece? Off to the side, Javier is already unchaining the kidnapped crew. He calls out that the guys are drained but definitely going to survive. Lloyd shoots back that they would have been absolute goners in just a few more days. He glares down at the wizard, demanding to know what the sick endgame was here. Cornered, Bellon finally cracks, revealing his forbidden research on necromancy and reviving the dead. Lloyd tilts his head, actually curious now. Is that even scientifically possible in this world? What was the actual goal? The broken man quietly confesses that he is desperately trying to resurrect his late wife and little boy. He used to be just a regular, happy resident mage over at the Lord's estate, living a perfectly peaceful family life before everything went totally dark. Everything was picture perfect until his scumbag lord decided to steal his wife. He packed up his family to make a run for it, but the lord totally blocked their escape. Bro, this isn't some tragic fairy tale. Lloyd stared him down, dropping a brutal reality check. Did this guy seriously think reviving his wife and kid would fix everything? Would they pop out of the grave and say, "Oh wow, thanks for slaughtering hundreds of innocent people just to bring us back? Best dad ever"? What about the undead army he unleashed? The countless lives he snuffed out? He ruined entire bloodlines and shattered their happiness without a second thought. Lloyd's empathy meter? Flatlining at 0. This sob story wasn't buying him any pity. You can cry all you want, but a tragic backstory doesn't erase a mass murder. He ripped apart families just like his own. The Dark Mage had 0 comebacks, just pathetic, trembling tears streaming down his face. Lloyd casually stood up. Cool story, bro. He promised to swing by later to collect some sweet magical loot as compensation. Play nice from now on, and all is forgiven. Lupelin dropped to the dirt, bowing and crying oceans of gratitude. But here is the massive plot twist. Lloyd knew exactly how the original novel played out. The hero, Javier, was supposed to spare this guy and just exile him. The result? That exiled loser ends up massacring hundreds more, mutating into this absolute nightmare of a demonic villain. Knowing that disastrous future, Lloyd purposefully turned his back, leaving himself totally wide open. Why the reckless move? Because he was baiting the trap. The second the Dark Mage lunged for a dirty sneak attack, Lloyd just smirked. Didn't I just say I would let you live? You absolute clown. Javier was already completely dialed in. Faster than you could even blink, the Knight's blade flashed, and the Dark Mage's head went flying. Watching that flawless execution triggered a core memory for Suho. Back in his old life, he had this absolute menace of a manager. The guy was a waking nightmare, flexing his tiny authority 24/7, demanding to be treated like some modern-day emperor. Suho used to just swallow his pride, taking deep breaths and chanting that toxic positivity mantra. Kill them with kindness. Take the high road. Show respect. And eventually, they will respect you back. Sounds super mature, right? Well, guess what his endless patience actually earned him? Straight up relentless bullying. The manager smelled blood in the water and tagged him as the ultimate punching bag, trashing him daily, calling him a useless punk who had 0 respect for his superiors. Even then, Suho bit his tongue. He kept telling himself to endure it, praying the suffering would magically expire. But then the manager crossed the ultimate line. He dragged Suho's parents into it, calling them total failures for raising such garbage. That was the breaking point. Something inside, Suho snapped. He closed the distance and launched a right hook that absolutely shattered the manager's ego and his nose. And he did not stop at one. He served up a brutal, all-out combo. Mid-beatdown, with adrenaline surging, only one thought crossed his mind. I am totally ruined. Goodbye, paycheck. But plot twist. Not only did HR keep him on the payroll, but that toxic manager suddenly became his biggest fan. Actually, scratch that. The guy was terrified of him. Peace and quiet, finally achieved. That was the day Suho learned a cold, hard truth. Sometimes, you gotta match freak with freak and crush hostility with sheer force. Back in Korea, absolute monsters would do unspeakable things and just get a cozy jail cell. They would serve a few measly years and walk free. What an absolute joke. In his rulebook, true villains need to face consequences that hit exactly as hard as their crimes. That is why the Dark Mage had to catch a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Fast forward, on the grueling trek back, Lloyd spotted the rescue squad. These soldiers were running on fumes, practically collapsing under the weight of their own gear. Lloyd stepped right up. Hand over the bag before you kiss the dirt, kid, the soldier stammered, trying to play tough, insisting he was perfectly fine. Lloyd was not having it. Look, if you pass out here, I am stuck dragging your unconscious body plus your heavy junk. So, fork it over, right now. Without waiting for permission, he snatched up every single heavy pack, strapped them to his own massive gear, and hauled the whole mountain of loot himself. His excuse? If any of them face-planted on duty, he would completely dock their paychecks. Javier just watched in silence, totally conflicted. Was this really about saving some coins, or was he secretly shielding his men? The Knight still could not crack the puzzle that was Lloyd Frontera. Honestly though, the troops did not care about his weird excuses. They were holding back tears, fully convinced they had finally found a legendary commander worth dying for. Bersate, they were straight up fanboying over him. Right on cue, the system popped up with a glowing notification. The surviving squad is overwhelmingly deeply touched by your heroic sacrifice. Eventually, tales of your epic kindness will echo across the lands. Does your heart not feel full? Lloyd just rolled his eyes. Keep the fame. Just show me the cash. And with that, the squad finally marched back into the orc territory. Boom. The massive stone freezer is finally built. Hirosh takes one look and raises an eyebrow. Is this seriously the highly anticipated storage unit? Sure, it beats the scorching heat outside, but the orc chief points out the obvious. Toss raw meat in here, and it's still gonna rot instantly. Lloyd just smirks, dropping the reality check. They're just missing the ice. The project isn't exactly fully baked yet. Hirosh scoffs, letting the architect know he's not an idiot. He knows how a freezer works. but he doesn't see a single frost cube in sight, hence the insanely stuffy air. But Lloyd doesn't even sweat it. No ice? No problem. He casually mentions they'll just craft massive blocks of it themselves. Let's be real though. Hirosh is giving this scrawny human the ultimate side eye. The trust levels? Absolute zero. Deep down, the orc boss is starting to sweat. Terrified, he just invited a smooth-talking con artist right into his tribe's home base. Right on cue, the system chimes in, warning Lloyd that this massive warrior is way sharper than he looks. Lloyd claps right back at the prompt, mentally yelling that he never actually underestimated the guy, blaming the interface for the shade. But Hirosh is still fighting his own inner demons. He forces himself to remember that Lloyd literally saved their lives. He has to trust this guy's intentions. With a heavy sigh, the giant slowly backs away, tossing over his shoulder that his squad is on standby if things go south. The absolute second the heavy door shuts, Javier glares at Lloyd, demanding the actual game plan for this magical ice. Lloyd slowly turns around, his face completely blank, and admits he's dying to figure that out himself. Javier completely blue screens. Are you kidding me right now? He stares deep into the builder's soulless eyes, the ultimate gaze of a man running purely on vibes and zero strategy. The knight snaps, asking if this madman seriously signed a binding contract completely blind. Is he actively trying to scam an entire warrior tribe? Instead of panicking, Lloyd totally flips the script. He leans in and asks his bodyguard a dead serious question. What exactly links every single massive failure out there? They whine. They complain, saying stuff like, "Oh, I can't pull this off because of X," or "I definitely can't do this over here because of Y." Losers will literally dig up dozens of pathetic excuses, doing absolutely anything to avoid stepping up to the plate and trying. But true legends, the real winners, they dive in headfirst, launch the project, and scramble to fix the glitches along the way. That's pure, raw innovation, baby. The ultimate entrepreneur's mindset. But big words don't change the fact that they are currently standing in an oven shaped like a freezer. Javier just rubs his temples, realizing this motivational speech is utterly useless. Fast forward, and our unhinged protagonist is pulling a massive all-nighter, racking his brain for a loophole. Step number 1 on the crazy list: construct an absolute unit of an ice mold. He rallies his hefty summons, Podong and Bell, ordering them to haul massive amounts of lake water straight into the wooden frame. Now, this fantasy realm definitely has frost magic, but our guy is pretty clueless on the actual mechanics. Wizards usually burn through raw mana to cast it. But wait, isn't it all just about altering the core structure of the energy? A massive light bulb goes off in Lloyd's head. He's definitely felt this exact sensation before. He flashes back to those brutal mana absorption spars with Javier. The environment is literally overflowing with different flavors of natural energy, each type packing its own unique elemental punch. If he just tweaks the formula, could he actually pull off the impossible? He locks in. The guy can't freely sling spells like a pro mage, but he can absolutely hijack the mechanics, waiting until his giant pets dump the final gallons of water into the colossal mold. Firing up his signature move, the Asrahan core technique activates, violently ripping the thermal mana straight out of the liquid, leaving nothing behind but pure, bone-chilling frost. Veins pop on his forehead. Ripping heat from water is insanely draining, but as he grinds his teeth and pushes past his absolute limits, Javier watches in absolute awe. The knight realizes this crazy architect is actually risking it all to deliver. He originally wrote him off as a reckless idiot, a totally irresponsible clout chaser. But looking at the sheer grit on display now, the truth hits hard. Lloyd is literally bleeding sweat just to manifest a miracle and solve this crisis. The swordsman just shakes his head, accepting he will never fully understand this absolute wildcard. Right at the breaking point, our boy pushes entirely past his physical boundaries, causing his double Asrahan core technique to straight up evolve, hitting level 2. Cut to a few days later, and that stone room is an absolute Arctic zone. We're talking breath-fogging, freezing. The massive orc warriors are literally hugging themselves, shivering violently as they process the madness, completely stunned that this scrawny human actually just invented winter. Lloyd smirks, turning to the frozen crowd, casually announcing that once they seal this massive glacier up with insulation, they are officially in business. Akush is totally blown away, staring at the mammoth block. Spoiled meals are officially a thing of the past. Hirosh chimes in, his eyes gleaming with hype. This means they can finally stop grinding daily hunts just to survive. The chief declares this a historical victory, immediately calling for a massive tribal feast to celebrate. Lloyd slowly turns his head toward his knight. He flashes a cocky grin. Told you, bro, that's the grind set. Javier just throws his hands up in defeat, silently admitting the mad genius actually pulled it off. During the epic after-party, a deeply emotional Akush pulls our boy aside. He swears that the mighty Sand and Steel tribe will forever owe him a massive life debt. Lloyd plays it super cool, acting totally humble and claiming he was just fulfilling a basic business contract, when ping, a system alert pops up out of nowhere. Lloyd Frontera has successfully bagged 120 elite orc laborers. But Akush isn't done. He aggressively points out that his people aren't like greedy humans. They don't just brush off miracles because of some ink on paper. The respect is real, and it runs deep. Stepping up, the hulking warlord makes a legendary declaration. Right here, right now, he binds his very soul in a sacred oath to the human builder. He officially crowns the Frontera estate and his warrior tribe as absolute blood brothers for life. And obviously, he seals the deal while aggressively flexing his massive biceps for maximum dramatic effect. The entire orc squad flexed hard. Akul officially declared the Frontera family as their ride-or-die homies. Any ops stepping up to Frontera would have to deal with them too. Whenever trouble hits, the orcs would pull up without hesitation. A system prompt popped up. The tribe's gates swung wide open, locking him in as a certified ally. His PR points immediately skyrocketed. Bro bagged an extra 100 PR just for unlocking their loyalty. Lloyd hyped them up, shouting out a massive salute to the Sand and Steel tribe. Fast forward through a grueling trek back to the city limits, the locals obviously started tweaking out. I mean, imagine a massive squad of 120 absolute units storming your hometown. Lloyd realized he needed to drop a public statement as soon as possible before mass panic completely took over. Let's be real, orcs usually brought straight-up nightmare fuel to the chat. His parents were absolutely shook, even though his old man knew Lloyd was out there grinding for this exact contract. Seeing these walking mountains in person left him totally paralyzed. Lloyd was practically drowning in unexpected bonus rewards too. Word on the street about him clapping the Dark Mage and saving that soldier spread like absolute wildfire across the whole territory. That clout farmed him over 300 PR, pushing his total to a crazy 911. Time to lock in on business. The Baron dipped out to hunt down some loaded merchants, willing to drop cash on the orcs' wild workout gear. Now, the only loose end was figuring out what to do with the Dark Mage's looted stash. While he was cooking up a plan for the loot, Javier chimed in, asking if any of this junk could actually print money. Lloyd admitted he was clueless, but while skimming through a dusty tome, something caught his eye that left his jaw on the floor. He instantly dashed toward the mines, telling Javier to hold down the fort and sort the rest of the gear out. He sprinted straight into the tunnels, hunting down Tordes, the guy who got trapped as his personal laborer. Tordes nervously asked if the boss needed him, and Lloyd hit him with a massive grin. He dropped some incredible news, bringing up that insane contract where Tordes swore to grind for 520 years. Obviously, the clause sounded like a total troll move, but Tordes wouldn't need to stress over his mortal lifespan anymore. Lloyd flexed a brand new spell that could literally convert a physical body into a spectral ghost, totally under his control. Tordes was staring at him in sheer disbelief, but Lloyd cheerfully broke it down. Bro was going to work for the entire 520 years. Absolute peak efficiency, right? Tordes just froze, completely dead inside. For a solid minute, Lloyd nudged him, asking why he was the only one hyping this up. He demanded a smile. Oh, Tordes smiled all right. He broke down laughing so hard that tears started streaming down his face. What an absolute nightmare. Lloyd just clapped him on the back. Keep that energy up. You got this, buddy. The system randomly pinged. Turns out, the actual King of Hell was vibing so hard with Lloyd's unhinged toxicity that he was genuinely planning to headhunt him for a job down the line. Striding back through the castle halls, Lloyd figured he just needed to iron out some details with the Baron, but Arcos's office was completely empty. A maid tipped him off that his dad was stuck down in the lobby, dealing with some random guests, Mr. Shalou and Mr. Middaloo. Instantly, Lloyd smirked like a total villain, sensing the perfect setup. Downstairs, Middaloo was pressing Arcos hard, running his mouth about their strict policy, demanding full repayment right on the spot. But they were offering a shady little deal. Arcos could slide by paying just 10% of the debt, but only if he signed over the entire deed to the iron mine. Naturally, Arcos was sweating bullets, totally cornered. Bam! Lloyd casually kicked the door open and stepped in. Long time no see, boys. Hope business is booming. Middaloo panicked instantly, desperately flashing a legal warrant, while screaming that Lloyd couldn't just boot them out this time. Lloyd played it super chill, agreeing that their paperwork was legit. He even praised them for bringing such a top-tier deal to the table. But then, with a dark grin, he asked if they were ready to hear his counteroffer. Middaloo snapped back, rejecting his garbage ideas on the spot. Unbothered, Lloyd calmly laid out his terms. Moving forward, the family would pay off the debt in small chunks, pushing the interest way down the line. Furious, Middaloo barked at the kid for disrespecting him. Lloyd tilted his head. So they could spit out demands, but he couldn't drop a suggestion? That kind of double standard was starting to tick him off. Right on cue, Arosh's massive shadow eclipsed the room, demanding to know who dared to piss off his brother. The loan shark's souls practically left their bodies when they spotted a heavily jacked orc looming over them. Arash rumbled, "Any fool who steps to the frontera gets crushed by the tribe." Lloyd waved him off, telling his giant bro to chill for a second. They did annoy him a bit, but he was good now. Unless, of course, they decided to try his patience a second time. Lloyd flips the script. He practically dares those blood-sucking loan sharks to reject his little proposal now, because if they say no, oh boy, Lloyd's gonna snap, and Javier will absolutely obliterate them. One wrong move against the Frontera family, and those clowns will be sprinting out of the castle for their lives. Honestly, Lloyd tells his dad he'd rather just make the debt magically vanish, but since that's highly illegal, this backup plan will have to do. The construction phase is totally popping off right now. Once that coal starts flowing, they'll clear that massive debt in 0 time. He slides the contract over to his dad, but drops a major bombshell. They've hit a massive roadblock. If they don't fix this as soon as possible, they are doomed. The catch? These orcs inhale food like black holes, literally eating 10 times more than a regular human. The grocery bill for this massive crew? Utterly terrifying. But on the flip side, just like our boy predicted, these massive beasts are absolute gods in the mines. Get this, Lloyd actually had to drag these guys out of the tunnels himself because they were grinding for 24 hours straight. Guards literally had to pry the pickaxes out of their hands. One orc straight up refused to chill, screaming he needed to dig until his muscles literally snapped. Lloyd knew they were built different, but their work ethic was a solid 10 times higher than his wildest projections. Their brute strength and stamina are completely out of this world. Plus, they blatantly rejected gold. Meat is their only currency. Sounds like a sweet deal, right? Well, feeding that army is easier said than done, so Lloyd pulls his dad aside for a reality check. They gotta bump up the taxes, stat. Otherwise, they can't afford the mountain of steaks these monsters need. Looking at the insane coal output, they definitely won't be taking an L on this investment. But Arcos shuts it down. The family's rep with the locals is already pretty toxic. The peasants are barely surviving. Hiking up their taxes would cause an instant riot. Lloyd completely agrees. Squeezing a broke village dry is just straight-up villain behavior. So Arcos challenges him to find a better way. His counteroffer? Dangerously simple. They're going to make the villagers rich using that cursed, abandoned wasteland up north. They'll completely terraform that nasty swamp into prime farmland, hand it over to the locals for free, and let them grow whatever their hearts desire. Boom. The villagers secure the bag, and the estate can rightfully skim a cut from their massive profits. Everyone wins. Cut to later. Lloyd and his overpowered bodyguard, Javier, are trekking through the absolute sludge of that northern marsh. Javier looks around in disgust. This place has been a dead zone for centuries. Trying to grow crops here sounds like pure delusion. Smirking, Lloyd flexes that his big brain already hatched a master plan. Though internally, he's low-key sweating. This is going to be brutally tough. The sheer scale of this swamp is a logistical nightmare. He's got a million variables racing through his head. They desperately need a massive drainage system. Staring intensely at a muddy puddle, it hits him. They're going full old-school engineering on this. He drops to his knees, literally playing in the dirt, aggressively shaping and reshaping miniature mud dams. Hours bleed into days as he obsessively simulates the water flow by hand. Standing on a ridge overlooking the swamp, Arcos nervously asks how long his son has been kneeling in the muck. Javier delivers the shocking truth. 21 straight days. The dude has barely slept and is running on 0 calories. Just as Javier suggests pulling him out, Arcos holds up a hand. In a rare moment of vulnerability, the dad confesses he used to legitimately despise his own son. He watched the kid act like total trash for years, completely convinced he'd grow up to be a worthless deadbeat. Yet here he is, destroying himself in the mud, fighting for a literal miracle just to feed their starving people. Arcos refuses to break his focus. If he can't help, he sure as hell won't drag him down. Javier nods, deeply respecting the call. Seeing Lloyd grind like a maniac, proving he's a man of his word, flips a switch in the stoic knight's brain. Ding, the system chimes. Javier's loyalty meter just spiked by 20 points. Finally, the breakthrough hits. The miniature mud model holds up, charting a perfect path to drain every single drop of stagnant water. Lloyd cracks a manic grin. He actually cracked the code. Soon, those sweet, sweet tax revenues will be rushing in exactly like the water escaping his tiny dam. But before he can even celebrate, his vision goes black and he faceplants directly into the dirt, utterly wiped out. Still, he brushes off the pain. To him, this level of exhaustion is child's play compared to his past life. Back in Korea, surviving nightmare overtime shifts was just a regular Tuesday. Suddenly, a blue screen pops up. His intense grinding just leveled up his surveying skills. He just unlocked a completely broken ability, the simulation mode. Triggering his designer's eye, the distant mountains suddenly light up like a massive AR grid. He pinches the air, drags a peak like a smartphone hologram, and watches the rocks crumble with hyper-realistic physics. Lloyd's jaw drops, followed by pure, unadulterated rage. He screams at the sky, demanding to know why this overpowered tool wasn't handed to him before he spent an entire month eating dirt. The system casually claps back, reminding him he literally just bragged about handling the pain. Lloyd is practically foaming at the mouth. Do you have any idea the hell I just went through? Unbothered, the AI chimes that these god-tier upgrades were manifested purely by his own hardcore ambition. Lloyd freezes mid-rant. Hold up. Did you just say, when he got dragged into this dimension, the voice claimed it was answering his deepest desires? Like, seriously? What does getting isekai'd have to do with his actual vibe? Bro literally just wanted to survive college, grab that degree, land a decent corporate gig, and never stress over his bank account again. That was the whole dream. But the system hit him with a reality check. Those weren't desires, just a basic to-do list. True desires burn way deeper. They shatter the boundaries of time and space itself. Lloyd figured he must have spawned in this hellscape, because, deep down, he just wanted to escape his brutal reality. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, he dusted off his clothes, because the grind never stops. He hollered at Podong and Bale, hyping them up to meet a brand new squad member. Fast forward to daybreak. The crew stood at the edge of the bubbling swamp. It was showtime for Phase 1 of the ultimate wetland reclamation project. He locked eyes with his familiars, dropping the bomb. They needed to vaporize every single drop of water in that wasteland. Panic instantly set in, but Lloyd waved it off, knowing they couldn't solo this. Chill out. That's exactly why he was pulling for a new carry. He planned to blow his entire stash of points to max out his summons. The next gacha pull was locked at 100 points, climbing by a brutal 1.5 multiplier every single time. He had enough currency to trigger 4 drops. The air cracked as he fired up that glowing magic circle again, roaring to life, and screeching like a trashed engine struggling to turn over. Lloyd winced, thinking, why is this glowing ring always so obnoxiously loud? Total garbage. Suddenly, something blasted out of the light, slamming straight into Lloyd's face and busting his nose. Wiping the blood, he stared down at a literal micro-hippo. He named it Hippo. At first glance, absolute perfection. Right on cue, his other pets locked eyes with the tiny beast and instantly threw a welcome party, cheering about how cute it was. Lloyd ruined the vibe, demanding to see its actual stat sheet. Just like the veterans, Hippo coughed up its instruction manual. Reading it, Lloyd realized this thing wouldn't level up its size, even if he pumped it full of premium sunflower seeds. Total dud pull. He glared at the pocket-sized creature for a second before ripping open the interface, ready to re-roll. Access denied. The system flashed a hard lock, strictly 1 summon per day. Hearing this, little Hippo looked completely crushed. Bale immediately stepped up, calling Lloyd out for being an absolute monster. Well, in his own squeaky language. Anyway, Lloyd snapped back, arguing they needed an absolute titan for this raid. The pocket hippo was way too small to make a dent, but the familiars weren't having it, forming a literal union to protest for the new guy's rights. They practically went on strike. Getting weirded out by his own pets, Lloyd finally caved and asked Hippo for its core skill. If it was just some basic dehumidifier passive, it could go live in his closet, but Hippo hit him with a massive flex. 1 gulp. Lloyd raised an eyebrow. So, what? You can chug a decent puddle in 1 breath? What's your max capacity? The tiny hippo patted its belly, hinting that this little stomach was the absolute limit. Lloyd's brain worked overtime. The skill itself was top tier for clearing this zone, but the vessel was tiny. It couldn't possibly hold a lake. Taking that personally, Hippo stepped up to prove him wrong. All right, bet. Show me. The little guy marched up to the shoreline and took a sip. Then, the rhythm violently accelerated, and its physical form began to balloon. Lloyd blinked hard, wondering if he was tripping or if this thing was actually mutating into a giant. It just kept chugging, and chugging, and chugging. Before Lloyd could even process it, Hippo had transformed into an absolute kaiju. Inhaling, the entire swamp, mud cracked open, fish flopped helplessly in the dry dirt. Lloyd stood there, completely stunned. Okay, it didn't swallow the whole ecosystem in one go, but holy crap, it drank an insane volume. At this rate, the wasteland would be bone dry in a matter of days. Podong and Bael shot him that smug, "Look who's the boss now" glare. Still shook, Lloyd pulled up the interface, questioning if these gacha drops were actually random. How did he keep rolling the exact counter to his problems? The system coldly explained that when a protagonist crosses dimensions, they usually get heavily buffed with overpowered cheat skills. But Lloyd, he spawned in with 0 stats, garbage luck, and a mountain of debuffs. So, maybe the universe was triggering a pity mechanic for his summons? Yeah, sure, maybe. Lloyd scoffed at the cryptic lore drop, but whatever. He'd take the win. turning back as the giant beast demanded. Another round? Lloyd grinned. Knock yourself out, buddy. Chug until you drop. Tomorrow is the big day. The Matrix construction kicks off, which means his massive vertical drainage masterclass begins at the crack of dawn. Now, picture the soldiers' faces when they first laid eyes on Hippo. Pure terror. I mean, you would be shaking in your boots too if a colossal beast just casually rolled up, but our boy Lloyd had a genius blueprint ready to go. Step 1. Hippo acts like a massive vacuum, sucking up every drop of swamp water and blasting it straight into the river. Then, the big guy shrinks down to pocket size, resets, and goes again. Meanwhile, the infantry and the rest of the crew are on weed duty, ripping out deeply entrenched roots. They are stripping the earth entirely bare. Enter Javier. Our overpowered knight is literally nuking the ground with explosive mana blasts to drill deep craters, paving the way for giant bamboo pipes. Next, they dump mountains of sand into the holes, giving Padong the perfect surface to body slam and compact the earth, squeezing out the hidden groundwater like a wet sponge. And the kicker? Hippo is using those massive bamboo trunks as giant boba straws, chugging the subterranean water bone dry. Once drained, Lloyd activates his newly upgraded simulation skill to engineer a flawless dike. Boom. Sector 1 of the swamp is officially conquered. Javier is just standing there, having a whole existential crisis. Since when did he become a top-tier construction foreman without even trying? Like, wasn't he supposed to be a badass swordsman? But before he can even process it, Lloyd slides in smoothly and slaps another chore onto his plate. The mission? Planting seeds and watering the dirt. Javier instantly protests, reminding his boss that he is a highly trained knight, not a gardener. But Lloyd hits him with that big brain logic. It is pest control to eliminate bugs. So, protect the estate, Mr. Knight. Got him. Javier caves instantly. Cut to him aggressively watering the soil, internally screaming at himself for getting played yet again. He vows to slam the door on the next request. Suddenly, Arcos struts over to our grumpy knight, completely awestruck that the toxic swamp is transforming into a lush rice paddy. Literally everyone is on the same wavelength. It is straight up magic. Sure, the soldiers are absolutely dead on their feet from the intense grind, but they are bursting with pride over their masterpiece and insanely loyal to their boss. This collective hype earns Lloyd a sweet bonus of 450 PR. Fast forward a bit, and those tiny seeds are already erupting into vibrant, green life. And guess who is beaming like a proud plant dad? Javier. The same guy throwing a tantrum over watering duty is now absolutely obsessed with his little sprouts. Lloyd takes a well-deserved breather, declaring that they are down to the final boss stage of this operation. They desperately need a massive water wheel to manage the rainfall. Otherwise, one nasty storm will turn their fresh farmland straight back into a swampy nightmare. He mentions his engineering squad should be touching down any second. Except, the crew pulling up is definitely not part of the payroll. A ridiculously flashy entourage rolls onto the scene. Javier quickly identifies the smug guy leading the pack as Viscount Racona, the neighbor controlling the northern borders. One of the visiting knights aggressively steps up, demanding to know who authorized this massive construction project. Javier immediately steps in front, ready to throw hands. But Lloyd waves his knight off, playing it cool. He confidently claims ownership of the project and asks how he can be of service. The arrogant knight scoffs, asking if Lloyd is completely clueless that this territory belongs to Viscount Racona, before barking at them to pack up and evacuate instantly. Here is the lore drop. The Mare's Swamp has been a completely abandoned wasteland for centuries. It sits smack in the middle of two territories. Racona manages the north, and the Frontera family claims the south. But let us be real here. This greedy noble is totally pulling a claim out of thin air. He is plotting to snatch up all this freshly terraformed, fertile real estate without lifting a single finger. Right from the jump, the enemy lord figured he could just bully Lloyd into surrendering the transformed land. Especially since the northern chunk of the swamp is technically mapped as his domain on paper. Lloyd stares him down, asking point blank if the guy is accusing them of trespassing on private property without a permit. The hostile knight smirks, confirming that is exactly the case, boldly name-dropping the king's absolute authority to back up his threat. But Lloyd goes completely savage. He glares at the lackey and asks if he is blind to the fact that two nobles are speaking. "You piece of trash, why don't you zip your mouth shut?" Huh. The knight is absolutely fuming, but he instantly shuts up. The tension is so thick that even the busy soldiers drop their shovels. Everyone is just locked onto this spicy drama. Lloyd casually strolls up to the Viscount, dropping a fake apology for the delayed introductions. He announces himself loud and clear as the eldest son of the Frontera bloodline, Lloyd Frontera. The Viscount looks him up and down, sneering at his title. He calls Lloyd an uncultured brat with zero manners, declaring he refuses to negotiate with someone so completely trashy. The snob demands they fetch his father instead. Javier is standing there, low-key shocked by the absolute disrespect. The Viscount raises his voice, demanding they summon Baron Frontera this exact second, but Lloyd just hits him with a condescending chuckle. Nah, hard pass. He taps his ear, mocking the guy by saying his hearing has been totally shot lately. In fact, all he can pick up right now is the annoying buzzing of a little dung fly, just zooming around his head. The ultimate disrespect? The Viscount actually physically swats the air, looking for the bug. His right-hand knight has to painfully whisper that the insult was aimed directly at him. Sir, without skipping a beat, Lloyd activates his ultimate trap card, aggressively quoting the kingdom's property laws. Kingdom Law Number 321. The special act regarding wasteland cultivation. The Viscount opens his mouth to interrupt the monologue, but Lloyd brutally steamrolls right over his words, cranking up the volume to announce, Article 1, the core objective. Cultivating heavily abandoned wastelands instantly grants the reclaimer absolute, undisputed ownership of the territory. Boom. Checkmate. Let's hit them with Article 2, the legal breakdown for claiming a wasteland abandoned for a solid 100 years. We are talking 0 houses, 0 crops, absolute ghost town status. Then drops Article 3, ownership rights. If the turf checks the following boxes, it legally belongs to the developer who flipped it. Rule number 1, the land gotta show active development, fueled by cold hard cash and actual elbow grease. Rule number 2, it needs to support actual housing. Number 3, long-term farming must be totally viable. And the 4th, the absolute kicker. Lloyd casually strolls over and yanks an entire onion straight out of the dirt. He smirks, declaring the soil must yield at least 1 legally recognized harvest. The Viscount's jaw absolutely hits the floor, and even Javier is totally shook. Flashback to when they originally planted those bad boys. Lloyd swore it was just a makeshift bug repellent, just a quick fix for the local pest problem, right? Nope. Lloyd hits him with the ultimate flex. Congrats, Viscount. You are looking at the very first harvest in swamp history. No cash accepted here, folks. He tosses him the onion on the house, completely for free, then casually asks if they wouldn't mind getting the heck off his property. The Viscount is fuming, practically vibrating with rage, but retreats without another word. Javier side-eyes him, asking if Lloyd had some kind of crazy psychic vision predicting this exact ambush. Nope, Lloyd just chuckles. It ain't his first rodeo dealing with these types of leeches. Absolute trash trying to piggyback off someone else's blood, sweat, and tears. The guards start totally hyping him up, cheering, "All hail the young master, he saved our turf." Lloyd instantly shuts that down. He shoots them a glare and snaps, "Am I paying you guys to be my personal cheerleaders? Get back to the grind, you slackers." Later that day, the sky splits open, and a brutal downpour starts hammering the land, but our guy refuses to move. This massive end of summer storm is raging, and the new water wheel is grinding perfectly. He had run the mental simulations dozens of times, but trust issues are real. He would camp out there till dawn, just to make absolutely sure the rig held up, and this cursed swamp was actually viable real estate. Good guy Javier shadows him the entire night, huddled under a tiny umbrella just to keep him somewhat dry. Then, boom, system notification pops off. It confirms he just carved a massive civil engineering milestone into the continent of Laurasia, flooding him with insane skill XP. And obviously, a sweet boost to his public image. Racking up those reputation points, he realizes the stage is completely set for Phase 2. Cut over to Viscount Lacona's turf. This snake is grilling his lackeys about the newly reclaimed land's migration perks. His minion breaks it down. Yes, sir, they are literally giving away plots for free, backed by a solid 3-year protection plan. The catch? You gotta lock in and live there for 5 whole years, which is bottlenecking the whole moving process. The Viscount realizes the villagers will basically spend the final 2 years grinding their lives away on those crops just to secure the deed. The Marez swamp is a literal goldmine waiting to pop off, and this greedy noble is absolutely sick to his stomach, watching it slip away. In his twisted mind, he simply cannot let it go. Half of that profit should belong to him, so he snaps his fingers at his executive, demanding they drag the head of the dying workshop in as soon as possible. Fast forward a few days, Lloyd wakes up with a brain-splitting migraine. At first, he assumes the non-stop grind, finally caught up to his body. But sleeping in is not an option. Man's gotta work. But the moment he wakes up Javier, the knight complains about a blinding headache too. And instantly, alarm bells start ringing in Lloyd's head. He checks in with Miss Emily, the Baron's staffer, and she is battling the exact same symptom. Then a local farmer flags the identical issue, and the farm boy mentions the cattle completely refuse to touch their troughs. Lloyd's brain goes into overdrive. The entire camp is dropping from migraines, and the livestock is dodging hydration. He connects the dots instantly. The water supply is spiked. Somebody poisoned the well. Right now, his absolute biggest cheat code is his meta-knowledge of the original novel's plot. But ever since the giant wild ant fiasco, He knows the storyline is officially glitching out with unwritten events. He totally expected Lacona to pull a revenge stunt for the swamp, so he already ran a deep background check on the guy. Lacona's cash cow is his top-secret fabric dyeing tech, which heavily relies on toxic belladonna berries. Oh, it is on. Lloyd vows those absolute clowns from Lacona are about to pay a heavy price. Arcos Frontera sat deadlocked with Viscount Racona's knight, and the dude kept his demands brutally simple. Hand over half the swamp. Do that, and they might just stop dumping toxic paint sludge into their drinking water. Arcos glared, asking if this guy was seriously poisoning his people and extorting him. The knight just smirked and basically said, "Yep, pure blackmail." Arcos snapped, asking if he feared the law, threatening to drag his boss straight to the royal court. The knight just shrugged. Sure, Arcos could sue, and he'd probably win. But that legal battle? It would drag on for at least 2 agonizing years. Waiting for a final verdict meant drowning in legal fees, all while bleeding cash just to buy clean water. Good luck surviving that. With a cocky grin, the knight stood up, claiming he would wait for the Baron's wise decision. But Arcos wasn't backing down. He fired back that his son and his people had poured literal blood and sweat into this territory. He absolutely refused to surrender a single inch to bottom-feeding pests like them. Right as the knight turned to leave, bam, Lloyd kicked the door wide open, totally flattening the guy. He casually strolled in, announcing he had an idea. He mentioned their parasite neighbors were trashing the river, so it was time to brainstorm a brutal counterattack. Peeling himself off the floor, the knight barked, asking how Lloyd dared insult him to his face. Lloyd just blinked, claiming he had no clue the guy was even in the room. Plus, he sarcastically added that he never knew parasitic bugs could actually speak human. Truly a rare breed. That completely set the knight off. He ripped out his sword, raging that Lloyd had trashed his knightly honor twice in one breath. And in the name of Corneau, he officially challenged him to a duel. Cut to 5 minutes later, and this dude suffered the exact same fate as Neumann. He got absolutely clapped by Lloyd's signature shovel. He instantly surrendered, begging for mercy. After letting him suffer a bit, Lloyd finally declared he was satisfied. Total lie, though. He smacked him a few more times, just to teach him some respect for his dad. Arcos watched the whole thing with a massive, beaming smile, softly asking what his boy was doing. "Oh my god, the duel is already over, kiddo." Javier watched from the sidelines, realizing he had never seen the Baron look this unhinged. Fast forward to sunset, the busted knight finally limped back to Racona. The Viscount stared in disbelief, asking how he sent the guy to extort a backwater noble, and he returned looking like a human punching bag. The knight sputtered out an apology. But plot twist, the Viscount actually started laughing, praising him for doing a phenomenal job. He figured the Baron's only play was a lawsuit, and now, they could countersue the Fronteras for brutal assault. That would easily drag the legal nightmare out for 4 entire years. Scene shifts back to Lloyd, who perfectly predicted the Viscount's exact thought process. But the Frontera family? They were never going to waste time on some pointless courtroom drama. They were going to exterminate those pests their own way. Lloyd rallied the villagers, swearing they would forge this land through pure grit. Through blood, sweat, and tears, they would lock down their territory against pure corporate greed. The crowd went absolutely wild. With the hype fully built, Lloyd plotted his first move to fix the drinking water crisis. Step 1. Build a temporary reservoir. Podong, the hamster-hippo hybrid, was put on active duty, hauling fresh water straight from the upper river. It completely bypassed the toxic zone. Javier admitted this was a genius tactical move by his master. However, this meant neither the knight nor the chubby hippo would get a single second of sleep. Lloyd just grinned, reminding him this was only a quick fix. The ultimate master plan? Constructing a massive, hardcore water supply system. He was about to lay down some serious infrastructure. They would pipe in crystal-clear water directly from the eastern mountain peaks. Javier panicked, pointing out that was miles away. Lloyd just nodded. He knew the grind would be insane, but he was heavily banking on one crucial detail, an astronomical construction fee that would multiply their profits by 100. Flash forward a few months. Viscount Racona was literally sweating bullets, completely losing his mind over how his master plan got totally dismantled. Suddenly, his terrified assistant rushed in, announcing that the Frontera family's eldest son was waiting outside for a meeting. The Viscount instantly barked at him to reject it, claiming he was way too busy. But the assistant hesitated. He stammered out that the kid offered to fix some major issues the Viscount was currently facing. Left with zero options, he faced Lloyd. Lloyd leaned back, smugly complimenting the Viscount's rough appearance. Snapping back, the Viscount demanded to know what this brat wanted. Lloyd acted totally innocent, reminding him he just came to be a good neighbor and solve his current crisis. The Viscount furiously denied struggling with anything, but Lloyd just flashed a devilish grin. He told the old man to drop the act, especially regarding a very specific catastrophe currently destroying his paint factory. The Viscount's blood ran cold, as he realized this teenager was the one who sabotaged his entire operation. Lloyd just chuckled, admitting he had been juggling quite a few side quests lately. Oh, and big shout out to the dude for dumping straight up garbage into their water supply. Because of that little stunt, the crew was forced to haul fresh water all the way from the flip side of the eastern peaks. Obviously, at first, they were totally clueless about who was spiking their wells with toxic sludge. But thanks to a super chatty knight spilling the tea, they figured it out. Anyway, they literally carved a massive trench from the lake straight to their turf. We are talking laying down industrial pipes, burying the whole system, and sweating through absolute hell to get it operational. The Viscount is fuming. He does not care about the plumbing lore. He demands to know what happened to his workshop. Lloyd just smirks, telling him to hold his horses. They are getting to the good part. So the builders hit a massive wall. Boom! A giant gaping valley right in the middle of their route. Talk about a major plot hole. So what is the master plan? Go full ancient builder mode and construct a gigantic Roman-style aqueduct. They absolutely broke their backs mining solid limestone just to pull off this architectural flex. But oops, a little happy accident happened. A bunch of that raw limestone totally coated the riverbed. They ended up blasting through that entire rocky foundation. The Viscount interrupts, eyes twitching, screaming about what rocks have to do with his ruined business. Lloyd delivers the ultimate mic drop. That chalky, limestone-saturated water flowed directly into the valley, turning all their premium workshop fabrics into absolute trash. The noble is seeing red. He threatens to drag Lloyd straight to the royal court, screaming about the law and massive lawsuits. Lloyd does not even blink. He literally begs the guy to go ahead and try, because any royal lawsuit is going to drag out for at least 2 whole years before a judge even looks at it. And by then, their brand will be completely dead and forgotten. The Viscount realizes right then that he is dealing with an absolute menace. Brushing the dirt off his shoulders, Lloyd stands up. Mystery solved, time to bounce. The Viscount barks that he just crossed the wrong VIP. He flexes his royal connections, promising to squeeze every last penny out of Lloyd for the damages. Lloyd just throws up a lazy peace sign, walking away without even looking back. But his knight, Javier, is scratching his head, totally lost. Why purposefully trigger a rich guy? The Viscount is definitely taking them to court now. The dude has massive pull. A legal war would completely drain their bank accounts and ruin them. Lloyd hits him with that villainous grin. He knows exactly how this plays out. They just need to wait and see who actually has more to lose. Fast forward 1 month later, the high and mighty Viscount is literally kissing the dirt at Lloyd's feet. He is ugly crying, begging him to save his ruined workshop. Lloyd leans in, asking mockingly if his so-called elite connections finally told him that his lawsuit was totally doomed. The noble breaks down, admitting he took a massive loss and is drowning in regret. Talk is cheap, and Lloyd is not buying it. The Viscount pleads, gesturing to his pathetic state, throwing all his aristocratic pride in the garbage, absolutely groveling. Lloyd ice-cold shoots back that his noble pride is not even worth a fraction of a single gold coin. He does not want a sorry, he wants a signature. He slides over a highly questionable water supply contract, locking the Frontera territory with the Ricona estate. One stroke of a pen, and fresh water starts flowing back into his business, in under 7 days. But the second the Viscount reads the fine print, he chokes. The markup is absolutely insane. And wait, who charges money for literal tap water? Lloyd leans back, hitting him with the ultimate reverse Uno card. Did not the Viscount himself teach him that water was not free? Checkmate. The broken man has zero choice but to sign his life away. Cut to later. Lloyd's dad, Arcos, is looking over the paperwork, eyes wide open, asking if this crazy passive income is really going to drop into their bank account every single month. Lloyd just nods like a boss. Signed in blood by the Viscount himself. Arcos realizes this massive bag will easily wipe out all their crippling debt interest, with plenty of cash left to burn. Lloyd jokes about how insanely generous their new business partner turned out to be. From the sidelines, Javier is having an existential crisis. Sure, the noble started this turf war, and the outcome is a massive win for the town and their crew. But looking at Lloyd's twisted, psychotic grin, the guy looks straight up demonic. That shady contract? 0 expiration date. He just legally enslaved the noble, his kids, and his kids' kids until the end of time. No way Lloyd was letting him off with just a warning. If human organs could be legally swapped for pure cash, Lloyd would have harvested the guy on the spot. Changing the subject, Arcos suddenly drops some hype news, but then he pauses, asking why his son is making that absolute nightmare of a facial expression. Lloyd quickly recovers, apologizing. He claims he is just too hyped about their new monopoly. Man literally shapeshifted his face from pure greed. Anyway, Arcos pivots back to the legendary loot they scored from the orc tribe. Turns out, Count Cremo is sliding in with express letters, offering top-tier cash for the artifacts. But Lloyd narrows his eyes, sensing a trap. because a dude with his kind of cash could easily just buy brand new parts. Arcos totally agreed. He didn't have all the details, but supposedly, the guy was hyper-fixated on building a literal statue. Meanwhile, cut to the merchant hub, the bustling city of Cremo. Count Cremo was staring down a living nightmare. A colossal, monstrous beast was breaching the waters right outside his territory. We're talking about a straight-up Tangent-class Leviathan. Flash forward to the very next day, Ravier briefed the Baron on their departure set for 1 week. With the Racona waterworks officially wrapped up, he wanted to keep Lloyd's budget intact. So, he requested a squad of just 10 men for the escort. Arcos gave him the green light without missing a beat, casually going back to pruning his garden. But Ravier leaned in, reassuring his lord. Don't sweat it, he'd be keeping a hawk's eye on the young master. The Baron got real for a second. He admitted that back when Viscount Racona's knight pulled up to blackmail them, his past self would have folded out of sheer terror. But watching Lloyd grind so insanely hard, that sparked something in him. It gave him guts. He called himself out for being a wishy-washy, bottom-tier ruler. Ravier immediately shut that down. Absolutely not, sir. He reminded the Baron that his pure kindness and massive heart completely outshined everyone else. I mean, the man literally scooped Ravier off the brutal streets. The Baron appreciated the hype, but still felt he didn't make the cut as a true leader. Why? Because a boss needs unshakable core values. They need to hustle exactly like Lloyd does. Ravier just deadpanned internally. Bro, that kid's only core value is stacking cold, hard cash. But there was zero chance he was going to shatter the Baron's illusion. Besides, chasing the bag isn't the worst flaw to have, right? Then, Arcos dropped a bombshell. He officially canceled Ravier's surveillance mission. The new directive? Become Lloyd's ultimate shield. He was the undisputed heir to this entire domain now. Ravier bowed. Your will is my command. Deep down, he knew Lloyd Frontera had pulled off an absolute miracle by saving the estate from bankruptcy. But vibe-wise, he still couldn't stand the guy. It triggered a core memory from when he was just a kid. Right after scraping him out of the gutters, Arcos had asked about his dreams. He promised to back him all the way, doing whatever it took to make it happen. Little Ravier's answer? He wanted to forge himself into a knight, solely to protect his savior. Arcos was super moved. He told the boy that surviving such a hellish upbringing, totally on his own, guaranteed one thing: he was destined to become the most overpowered knight on the entire planet. To seal the deal, the Baron handed him a custom, hand-carved wooden sword. But guess who ruined it? A snot-nosed Lloyd snatched that blade, snapped it in half, and relentlessly bullied him. Still, Ravier hoarded those shattered pieces in his room like a sacred relic. Forgiving that brat was basically impossible. Cut back to reality, he was currently chilling in Lloyd's room. The young master claimed he absolutely needed him around. Then, Lloyd started rambling through his next massive master plan, step by agonizing step. Ravier's brain kept screaming that he should loathe this guy. But as his eyelids started getting insanely heavy, he realized he was falling right into Lloyd's trap. This was the exact reason he crashed in Lloyd's room every single night, to get knocked out by the ultimate lullaby. He thought about all the chaotic adventures they'd survived together, and realized this dude had basically respawned as a totally different person. Right as Lloyd finished his massive lore drop, Ravier passed out completely. But the peace didn't last. An assassin slid through the window like a shadow. Blaming Lloyd Frontera for completely ruining his life, he lunged forward, aiming a fatal strike straight at the young master's heart. Boom! Ravier snapped awake, instantly shattered the attacker's blade, and body slammed him onto the floor, flawlessly canceling the assassination attempt. Fast forward to the very next morning, and shocker, Lloyd was already back on his grind, micromanaging the water supply pipeline project. Ravier rolled up later to deliver the debrief. He dragged the intruder straight back to the Viscount. Turns out, the hit was ordered because Racona was bleeding money paying for their water supply. Lloyd just nodded. He figured that deadbeat knight got fired over it and decided to strike back. Honestly, Lloyd completely understood the hustle. The guy was banking fat paychecks just to catch daily beatdowns, so targeting him for revenge was peak small brain energy. Ravier stared at him, asking if he'd actually predicted this whole attack. Lloyd shrugged. Not totally, but the logic tracked perfectly. Ravier immediately lectured him for being way too relaxed and having zero defense measures in place. But secretly, he was absolutely mind-blown. He genuinely believed the young master was playing 4D chess with backup plans for everything. Meanwhile, Lloyd just tilted his head, completely clueless about what Ravier was yapping about. With this powerhouse guarding his back, Lloyd didn't need to watch his step. Having Javier riding shotgun meant absolute freedom. The guy was an absolute unit, and Lloyd trusted him completely. He threw down a brutal reality check for his knight, asking a simple question. Could anyone actually believe that a 5-year-old kid, whose entire village got wiped out by a monster raid, could somehow survive a brutal winter entirely alone? Absolutely zero chance. But somehow, Javier pulled off the impossible. Was there literally anyone else more dependable? The silver-haired knight just froze, totally speechless. Lloyd instantly called him out. The dude literally never stopped grumbling, so why the sudden radio silence? Right on cue, Javier snapped back to his usual salty self. Deep down, Javier hated admitting it, but his useless lord was actually acting like a decent human being for once. Suddenly, a glowing system notification popped up. Javier Azrahan had officially dropped his deep-rooted grudge. His approval rating just ticked up to +6. Finally out of the red zone. And just like that, Lloyd bagged a sweet 320 PR points. Our favorite architect announced the pipeline project would wrap up by tomorrow. Next stop, Cremo, the ultimate merchant hub where they were about to secure a massive bag. But instead of chilling inside the luxury carriage, Lloyd insisted on riding right behind Javier on horseback. Big mistake. He passed out hard, literally drooling all over his knight's armor. Javier wasn't having it. He delivered a brutal backward shove, jolting his lord awake. Lloyd immediately barked, asking if he just caught a stray elbow. With a straight face, Javier denied everything. But Lloyd wasn't stupid. He knew a targeted hit when he felt one. Javier's internal monologue went off. He totally shoved him, annoyed that this supposedly high-ranking noble couldn't even ride a damn horse, and had the audacity to use his back as a mattress. Caught off guard by the accusation, Javier sarcastically wondered if his lord had suddenly unlocked mind-reading powers. He mockingly praised the young master's newfound psychic abilities. Not letting it slide, Lloyd demanded to know if the physical assault was real. Javier kept playing dumb, denying the whole thing. Frustrated, Lloyd screamed for the entire caravan to halt and aggressively dismounted. He ordered his overpowered sidekick to teach him equestrian skills right then and there. Javier coldly rejected the demand, reminding his lord that he wielded a sword for a living, not a chalkboard. But the system decided to step in and play translator. It hilariously filtered Javier's toxic attitude, claiming the knight secretly loved his master's thirst for knowledge. Ignoring the system, Lloyd screamed that it was a direct order, calling him a straight-up moron. The AI went rogue again, sugarcoating Lloyd's insult into a promise to study super hard. It even threw in a sickeningly sweet title for the knight. Disgusted, Javier called his lord absolute trash. Naturally, the system spun that too. It claimed Javier was hyped to do his absolute best. Completely losing his cool, Lloyd threatened the guy, dropping some heavy profanity. The AI cheerfully interpreted the threat as a heartfelt thank you. Fully done with this forced wholesome filter, Javier demanded his lord shut off that annoying garbage feature immediately. But right in the middle of their chaotic banter, the system actually dropped a massive bomb of good news. Word of mouth moves faster than a speeding bullet. The streets were already buzzing about him, engineering the continent's very first water grid. His hype was spreading like absolute wildfire. His clout as a master architect was skyrocketing, practically cementing his legacy. He was about to go down in the kingdom's history books as a legendary pioneer. This massive flex netted him a whopping 600 PR points. Lloyd's brain instantly went to work. If this basic project gave him that much juice, building an even crazier megastructure would break the system's point scale. In his mind, clout equaled cold hard cash, and massive wealth meant he could finally live his dream as a lazy aristocrat who literally never lifted a finger again. Catching him giggling like a complete psychopath, Javier casually suggested his lord was finally losing his mind. Anyway, the road trip to Cremo dragged on forever. They literally rode through entire season changes, with Lloyd grinding out his horseback riding lessons the whole way down. By the time they actually breached the city gates, it was the dead of winter. The local boss, Count Cremo, rolled out the red carpet, thanking them for surviving the grueling trek. Lloyd stepped up to drop his official title as the Frontera family's heir. The Count blinked, admitting the reality did not match his mental picture at all. He had been expecting some rugged, seasoned veteran based on the insane architectural rumors. Finding out the mastermind was, this young blew his mind. Except, there was a massive plot twist. The Count had completely walked past Lloyd and was directly addressing Javier, fully convinced the handsome knight was the lord. The nobleman even started glazing Javier's majestic vibe, claiming he radiated pure royal energy. Annoyed, Lloyd instantly snapped his fingers to get the guy's attention. He aggressively called out the Count. Completely offended by the interruption, the older man totally lost his temper. He furiously dragged Lloyd for being an insolent peasant, daring to interrupt his betters. To make matters infinitely worse, the system literally started mocking Lloyd's tragic reality. Fast forward a bit, and the Count finally realized he had totally clowned himself. He frantically tried to backtrack his massive blunder. He showered the actual young lord with desperate apologies, swearing he meant zero disrespect. But honestly, you couldn't even blame the guy, because Lloyd genuinely possessed the ultimate bottom-tier peasant face. Getting totally roasted by life itself, Lloyd mentally cursed the Count out. Then it clicked. He recognized this boomer from the original novel's plotline, The guy was actually a major key player in the main storyline. In the original lore, Javier was branded a wanted fugitive after literally slicing the heads off those scumbag loan sharks, Shylock and Mitchlove. He had gone completely off the grid, only to be tracked down and confronted by this exact same Count right here in Cremo. Just a few words exchanged, and the Count was instantly sold on Javier's rock-solid vibe, throwing his full support behind our boy. Turns out, the royal dude actually wanted to cop those shiny gems to bling out a massive statue right out in the open ocean. Why? Because Cremo's economy was taking a massive nosedive. A couple of years back, this absolute unit of a monster, a gigantitan, started lurking right off the coastline. It hadn't thrown hands yet, but just its terrifying shadow was enough to paralyze the merchant fleets and ghost the city's trade routes. A light bulb went off in Lloyd's head. He totally remembered reading this exact plot hole, knowing the humans lacked any serious firepower to fight underwater. The Navy was basically useless against this Leviathan. Cremo was destined to bleed cash, dragging the Count straight into financial ruin. In the original story, he assumed Javier would clutch up and slay the beast, but after hyping it up forever, the author just dropped the mic. The novel literally flatlined. No Season 2 announcement, no epic showdown, just leaving this massive cliffhanger dangling in the wind. When our guy first got pulled into this universe, he thought he possessed the ultimate cheat sheet. He assumed he had the entire lore memorized. But clearly, reality was patching up the author's sloppy, unfinished drafts in real time. The Count admitted he had been grinding hardcore research, desperately hunting for a way to spook that monster back to the abyss. And he struck gold with one wild discovery: sirens. These aquatic queens weren't just pretty faces, they were apex predators. They absolutely ruled the deep blues. Apparently, even a beast like the Gigantitan would completely lose its mind in fear if it crossed paths with them. Banking on that trauma, the Count's master plan was to construct a colossal siren monument right in the ocean to bluff the Titan away. But he had completely scrapped the idea. Stacking up the ocean floor to create a foundation would cause a massive logistical nightmare. It would literally destroy the water depth, making the port completely impassable for trade ships. So, he told our protagonist to just drop the subject entirely. He had tossed the blueprints but still swore to secure the jewels. But honestly, Lloyd wasn't about to let an opportunity like this just slide. Taking an L was not in his vocabulary. He was definitely offloading that loot, but he planned to squeeze out a seriously fat profit margin. Because our resident engineer was actually hyped to build that monument for the guy while keeping the shipping lanes totally clear. Obviously, the blueprint was already downloading in his brain. A friction pile hooked up with a pneumatic case on. Mash those two bad boys together, and magic happens. Flexing his civil engineer brain, Lloyd paddled out in a tiny dinghy with Javier riding shotgun, dunking his face straight into the salty waves. He was firing up his mental three-dimensional mapping skills. And luck was actually on his side this time. The seabed was dead flat. We are talking a perfect sedimentary blanket layered right over a solid bedrock foundation. Scanning the abyss, he hunted for a slightly deeper drop-off. When he finally gasped for air, his face was practically turning into a popsicle. He snapped a glare at his bodyguard, demanding to know why Javier was grinning like an absolute troll. The knight mockingly apologized, admitting that watching his boss freeze half to death was giving him unprecedented levels of joy. "I am catching hypothermia out here, you psycho." Then Javier flipped the switch, questioning if our guy was seriously confident about pulling off this insane contract. Stacking bricks from the literal bottom of the ocean all the way to the surface? The knight could not even process the math. He assumed it demanded some high-tier sorcery, and Lloyd hit him with a wicked smirk, confirming he was exactly right. He was about to unleash the ultimate spell, the magic of modern concrete. The only catch was figuring out how to synthesize that stuff in a fantasy realm. But if he dialed it back to old-school Roman-era engineering, he could absolutely cook it up from scratch. Right as they hit the docks, though, this super cute girl completely ambushed them, clutching a delicate envelope. Our boy's cheeks instantly flushed red, while the girl introduced herself as Christine, the literal heiress to the Cremo estate. Begging him to take her heartfelt message, she reached out and handed it straight to the ridiculously handsome Javier. Lloyd internally screamed, knowing his ugly mug never stood a chance. But whatever, right? It is what it is. Just the classic tragedy of being a side character in his own life. Plot armor wins again. The knight just casually pocketed the envelope, sending the girl skipping away on cloud 9 because her crush accepted her confession. Without missing a beat, Javier coolly told his young master it was time to move. But Lloyd snapped, instantly demanding the handsome jerk to freeze. The sheer audacity of this guy. He was completely unfazed, acting like he did not just casually steal a royal heart. He glanced at the romantic confession and stashed it like a piece of junk mail. Was the knight's brain literally malfunctioning? Fixing him with a deadpan stare, Javier innocently asked if his boss had genuinely never received a love letter before. Lloyd growled, telling him to shut his mouth. Pity flashing in his eyes, Javier mumbled that he was at a total loss for words, offering his deepest condolences and wishing him strength. And the wildest part? The system chimed in. The floating blue text confirmed Javier's sympathy was 100% authentic. That pure, unfiltered pity felt like a critical hit right to Lloyd's fragile ego. That massive emotional damage actually fueled his engineering grind later on. The dude was working out of pure, unadulterated spite. He violently denied being jealous. Obviously, he did not care about a stupid letter, right? Copium at its finest. So when Count Cremo suddenly rolled up to chat, Lloyd practically barked, demanding to know what his problem was, before instantly freezing and awkwardly begging for the noble's forgiveness. Dude was completely dialed into his grind. The Count literally got chills just looking at him, saying Lloyd had the dead, hyper-focused stare of a straight-up hitman. The Count flexed that he snagged almost all the building materials on Lloyd's wish list without breaking a sweat. The only hitch? Volcanic ash was practically impossible to track down. But in Lloyd's mind, that specific ash was the absolute MVP ingredient for crafting authentic Roman concrete. The cheat code behind this stuff is insane. Roman structures are literally still tanking the elements after 2,000 years. That god-tier durability was leagues ahead of the current era, making the ash non-negotiable. Count Cremo hit him with a reality check. Snagging it wasn't impossible, but they'd have to trek all the way to an active volcano. Best case scenario? A massive 6-month detour. Even the Count knew they couldn't afford to burn that much clock on a single side quest. But Lloyd just waved him off. He knew there had to be a loophole somewhere. It was officially time to trigger Plan B. He ditched the whole Roman concrete idea and pivoted straight to Portland cement, the absolute granddaddy of all modern construction materials. He had a rough blueprint in his head, but the exact formula was completely blurry. Tapping into every ounce of his past life civil engineering brain, Lloyd went full mad scientist, grinding through endless chemical mixes and desperate experiments. Hours vanished, leaving his workspace looking like a disaster zone, absolutely littered with shattered blocks of failed concrete. Staring at the rubble, he groaned. Another massive fail. That made it sample 129 down the drain. Still, he was inching closer to the sweet spot. He just needed to lock in that golden ratio. Scribbling furiously on his blueprints, he was running on absolute fumes. The grind was so brutal that even his summons were starting to stress out over him. Podong literally waddled up and started shaking him, practically screaming for his master to snap out of it. Lloyd just brushed them off, muttering that he was slammed with work and to go play outside. But the summons weren't having it, completely dogpiling him to stop the madness. He tried to yell that he had a deadline, but they just kept violently shaking him back to reality. And suddenly, a flashback hit him like a truck. He remembered his last pet from Earth before getting Isacade, his childhood dog, who passed away from old age. The pup lived a solid life, but the sheer regret still haunted him, mainly because that dog was the absolute last family he had left. The guilt of skipping that one final brushing session or missing out on one last game of fetch was completely crushing him. Snapping out of his workaholic trance, he pulled his summons into a massive hug. Screw the research, taking a break with them was way more important right now. Braving the freezing night air, Lloyd took his squad out for a stroll, silently roasting himself for being such a toxic boss to them. Treating his loyal companions like mindless farming tools was a massive red flag. He realized he was acting like a total jerk. If this was his past life, the regret would have destroyed him. Looking at his crew, he finally dropped the act and genuinely thanked them, knowing he would be totally cooked without their hard carry. Right on cue, a system notification popped up. His magical summons had completely registered his genuine emotions. They didn't see him as just a master anymore. He was officially family. The whole toxic boss-servant dynamic vanished. He was now a legit member of the pack. Because of this massive affinity boost, the system unlocked the option to roll for brand new abilities for his crew. The catch? It cost 50 RP to trigger. Lloyd was totally caught off guard. He definitely wasn't expecting this kind of hidden milestone reward. He looked down at them, asking if they wanted a power-up. Bet. Honestly, even a garbage-tier skill would be a massive win in his book right now. Totally worth the investment. He just needed to pick his first candidate to evolve, and Bangul was up to the plate. A blinding flash of light completely nuked their vision, and right before their eyes, the little summon triggered a crazy transformation. A straight-up level up. Every single baseline stat she had instantly skyrocketed to level 3, unlocking a wildly overpowered new skill, Volcanic Burst. Lloyd's jaw hit the floor. This was unreal. It was the exact busted mechanic he needed to break his current deadlock. Cut to the next morning in Cremo, and a massive shockwave violently rattles the entire city from the mountains, sending a thick, apocalyptic smoke cloud into the sky. Right at ground zero stood Lloyd and Bangle, actively spamming that volcanic burst to literally spawn their own endless supply of pure volcanic ash. Smirking like an absolute menace, Lloyd knew this was a game-changing hack. He spun around, screaming for his knight, Yo, Javier, wait, did you literally go deaf? He quickly backpedaled. Realizing his massive fail, he completely forgot to hand out ear protection for the blasts. Ears ringing, Javier was totally lost. Huh? What did you say? Is your vision blurry? Naturally, Lloyd just yelled back that his face was ugly. Without missing a beat, Javier fired back that at least he wasn't built like Lloyd. Lloyd completely froze. Wait, you could hear me this whole time? Playing dumb, Javier just hit him with another. Huh? Are you blind? But banter aside, Bangle's new skill literally speedran their massive concrete crisis in record time. Lloyd knew the golden rule of civil engineering. Speed is king. It was finally time to launch the mega project. Phase 1 of the master plan kicked off right by the coastline, the exact drop zone for their colossal statue. The crew rigged up a massive, heavy-duty screening net, designed to completely sift out the pure ash from the rubble. Armed with 5 layers of ultrafine mesh, they just let Bangle completely unleash her volcanic burst into it, instantly hoarding an infinite stash of premium concrete powder. Count Cremo watched this whole spectacle unfold, his mind racing. Using magical summons as a literal construction crew? Yeah, this dude was definitely not your average engineer. Monster engineering? That was completely unheard of. Cremo decided right then and there that he was going to watch this entire operation like a hawk. That way, he could drop a full intelligence report straight to His Majesty the King. Meanwhile, our Lord was over there giving Belle the biggest bear hug ever. He had been acting way more affectionate with his familiars lately. Anyway, once they finally locked down every single ingredient for the cement mix, it was time to level up to Phase 2. They had to craft a massive waterproof frame, pour in the concrete, and drop that bad boy straight into the rough ocean. Enter the hippo. He deployed this absolute unit of a beast to completely vacuum every single drop of water out of the structure. Then came Phase 3. He had the beaver go full powerhouse, hammering down massive wooden stakes to permanently lock the foundation down against the crashing waves. Javier had already wrecked his pile of stakes and demanded to know when the next batch was dropping. Lloyd told him to take a chill pill. The crew was hustling to deliver them. But Lloyd just kept staring, prompting Javier to snap. "What are you gawking at, young master?" Lloyd shrugged it off. "Man, I was just admiring how totally chill you are being about all this. You are not even questioning why a high-ranking knight is out here hammering wooden stakes like a common laborer." Cue the dramatic pause. Javier literally dropped his hammer. "Right, I am a knight, so I definitely do not need to be doing this." But Lloyd immediately played the guilt trip card. "Bro, you are my bodyguard. If you do not smash those posts, my paycheck vanishes. No cash means no way to pay off our massive debts. If I pass out from the sheer stress, the Baron is going to be heartbroken. And if he gets bedridden, the Baroness will absolutely fall sick too." Javier deadpanned. "Let me get this straight. If I do not hammer these stakes right now, the entire Frontera bloodline goes extinct?" With a heavy sigh, he picked the hammer back up and started swinging. Next up, Lloyd deployed a massive crane to construct the inner framework inside their giant cofferdam. He flooded the mold with concrete, waited for it to cure, and ripped away the scaffolding. Boom. A flawless, artificial marine platform. While chilling on a fancy yacht to admire his absolute masterpiece alongside Count Cremo, Lloyd broke down the specs. The base sits exactly 50 centimeters higher than peak high tide. So, once we drop that mermaid statue on top, she is going to look like she is magically floating on the water. The Count crossed his arms. "I am not gonna lie, I am having a hard time believing that tiny base can actually hold the statue. But if it does, your construction fees are 100% secured." Lloyd practically bowed in gratitude. Once they finally hoisted the gigantic, super buff mermaid, gripping her lethal harpoon into place, a whole fleet of ships swarmed the area, throwing an absolutely epic launch party. But Lloyd was suffocating inside his stuffy formal suit. He tugged at his collar, complaining about how utterly miserable it was, asking Javier how he even survived wearing this garbage. Javier just fired back. "Have you seriously never worn high society clothes before? Or did you just wipe those fancy galas from your memory?" Lloyd stumbled. "Yeah, but it has been a hot minute." Inwardly, Lloyd was sweating. This dude is way too sharp. Suddenly, the Count clinked his glass to grab the crowd's attention. He pointed straight at the genius who brought this statue to life, and the whole deck gasped in awe. They instantly mobbed Javier. Everyone kept gushing over his insane visuals, practically begging just to shake his hand. Lloyd totally saw this coming. He knew the crowd would flock to Javier like moths to a flame. He convinced himself he was absolutely not jealous. Cold, hard cash beats empty compliments any day of the week. But Javier, throwing him that smug little side eye, was boiling his blood. The Count awkwardly intervened. "My bad, Lloyd. Your face just..." He pivoted back to the crowd. "Listen up, folks. This is our actual architect." The guests finally shifted their gaze. But right at that exact moment, deep beneath those glassy waves, a nightmare woke up to shatter the peace. An absolute unit of a Titan sea monster, locked eyes with the mermaid statue. That thing was its natural-born enemy. Realizing the statue was completely alone, the beast made a split-second decision. It was going in for the kill. It ripped through the water at breakneck speed, rocketing straight toward the clueless partygoers. Up on the deck, Javier was casually sipping wine and staring out at the horizon when his instincts flared. His hand actually trembled. He locked his vision onto the dark water. His radar was screaming. Lloyd strolled up right then, mocking him. "What are you doing posing like a literal statue over here? Wait, let me guess. You think you look like some majestic Greek god or something? Bro, humble yourself. Seriously." Javier completely iced him out. His eyes never left the waves as he muttered, "Something is coming." The smirk wiped off Lloyd's face. "What exactly is it?" Javier shook his head. "No clue, but it is moving incredibly fast, easily twice the size of this entire cruise ship. Honestly, it is even bigger than Hippo in his giant form." Lloyd cursed under his breath. Damn it. As the shadowy Leviathan closed the distance, Lloyd shoved his way through the fancy VIPs, sprinting straight for the Count. He dropped the bomb. "A massive monster is rushing our position. We need to sound the alarms and evacuate this entire boat right now." The Count glanced at his personal bodyguard, checking if he sensed any threats in the water. The guard shook his head. "Negative, sir." The Count confidently smirked. "My guy right here is a literal swordmaster. His sensory perception is off the charts. You can completely trust his judgment." But Lloyd mentally screamed, "Are you kidding me? Javier is the main character. Obviously his senses are way better." The Count patted Lloyd on the shoulder, telling him to chill. "The Titan has not breached our waters in years. It has absolutely zero reason to randomly attack us today." Lloyd swallowed hard. "Actually, there is a very big reason." Staring down that massive statue, the Count's paranoia hit a whole new level. He barked orders to hoist the anchors and get the fleet away from that thing as soon as possible. The crew scrambled into action, but Javier knew they were moving way too slow. Lloyd yelled at him to handle the anchors, so our boy literally swan-dived straight into the freezing ocean. Meanwhile, Lloyd summoned Podong, instantly transforming the little guy into his absolute massive beast form. Underneath the waves, Javier unleashed a wild mana burst, slicing right through those heavy iron chains. Up top, Podong chomped through the main ropes connecting the fleet to the statue. It was pure chaos, but they finally ripped the ships free. Then Javier felt it, a massive shadow speeding toward them. Panic set in. The fleet tried to scatter, but they were seconds too late. The sea monster breached, easily flipping an entire ship like a bath toy. Podong had to bail instantly as the Leviathan snapped that giant stone monument cleanly in half, blasting himself out of the water with pure mana. Javier snatched Lloyd midair right before he got crushed. The monster's impact was so insane it launched the broken statue straight into the city limits. Civilians were sent flying into the ocean, choking on seawater and screaming for their lives. Lloyd gritted his teeth. Damn it, we couldn't grab everyone. Quick thinking kicked in. He spawned Hippo, who literally vacuumed up the ocean water right along with the drowning victims. But the real nightmare was just starting. The Titan was bulldozing through the port. Javier looked over, confused why Lloyd was just standing around. "Bro, are you crazy? We need to dip, you idiot," Lloyd screamed, ready to bolt. He thought Javier completely lost his mind, wanting to fight Godzilla's cousin. Javier was genuinely stunned hearing that. While the summons and the cream dog worked overtime dragging people to safety, the beast kept tearing into the downtown area. Lloyd kept yelling at his knight, "Stop staring and move your feet." The loyal knight shot back, asking if they were seriously about to turn a blind eye to a full-blown massacre. "Look, we are just here to collect our bag," Lloyd fired back. "Nobody paid us to fight a raid boss. The city has its own military. They have cannons. They are fully stacked." Javier stared at him. He always believed Lloyd Frontera was a genius who thrived in absolute chaos because he simply refused to take an L. He thought this guy would never abandon innocent people getting slaughtered. But here he was, telling him to leave them behind. It felt completely cold-blooded. Javier felt like the mask finally slipped, showing Lloyd's true selfish colors. His loyalty meter tanked by 5 whole points right then and there. Drawing his blade, Javier swore he wasn't leaving those civilians to die. Lloyd warned him that his main character syndrome was going to get him killed, but the knight literally could not care less. He plunged back into the chaos, riding a wave of his own mana right into the war zone. The local garrison was lighting up the sky with cannonballs, but the heavy artillery was not even scratching the Titan's armor. Worse yet, the freak of nature fired back. It started blasting literal water lasers, slicing skyscrapers like butter and leveling the district. Turns out, the monster did not even care about conquering the town. It was just obsessed with turning that mermaid monument into absolute dust. It kept stomping forward, treating buildings like stepping stones. Down on the street, a terrified civilian tripped, landing right in the death zone. Javier swooped in clutch, parrying a massive claw swipe with a raw mana explosion. But the rescue mission came at a cost. His strongest hit barely chipped the monster's shell, and now the Titan had a brand new target. Those massive pincers snapped right at Javier's head. He tried to twist away, but getting caught mid-air is a fatal mistake. There was absolutely zero way to tank a direct hit from that water cannon. Boom! The blast sent him rocketing backward through a brick wall. Staring up at the towering Leviathan, he knew his stats were not high enough for this, but at least he stalled the boss for a few seconds. He always knew he would face an endgame threat like this, yet he firmly refused to get wiped out before securing the safety of the locals. Cut back to Lloyd, who was desperately speed-rowing his boat in the opposite direction. He was actively whining about how he is not some overpowered MC with god-tier stats. He is barely a protagonist. His entire skill tree is literally just civil engineering. Sure, he is human, and deep down, he knew this was messed up. Watching a city get wiped off the map, and people getting crushed gave him intense guilt. But honestly, what could a builder even do? Then reality hit him. If he bails now, the city burns to the ground. That realization sparked something crazy in his eyes, and he turned to Belle, yelling that they were spinning the block. There was zero chance he was letting that stingy count die before paying his invoice. Belle ignited a volcanic blast, launching their boat through the air straight back to the mainland. Lloyd cracked a psycho smile, declaring it was time for a giant lobster boil. Meanwhile, Javier was still out there playing Dark Souls, spamming dodges and trying to snipe the creature's eyeballs to land a critical hit, but that strike did absolutely nothing. Just as a fatal blow was about to crush him, Hippo suddenly spawned in, slamming straight into that giant crustacean's skull, right as Lloyd started screaming about how this monster dared to mess with his precious cash flow. Catching that split-second opening, Javier swung his blade. Yet once again, his steel just bounced off that ridiculous armor without leaving a single scratch. He desperately racked his brain, trying to figure out how to pierce that tank. There were zero weak points to exploit. At first, he actually thought he could solo this boss, but the beast's power scaling was completely off the charts. Despite the insane odds, his heart rate slowed down. Why? Because Master Lloyd was finally back on the battlefield, and that meant victory was actually on the menu. Rewind exactly 2.5 minutes. Lloyd was parkouring across the rooftops on Podong's back. He ordered his summon to keep a safe distance, only using him as an Uber to circle the danger zone. While riding, Lloyd was busy, scanning the monster's anatomy for any glaring weak spots. He already figured out that this thing's external armor was ridiculously broken. Not even Javier's massive mana bursts were dealing any damage. Lloyd narrowed his eyes, wondering what kind of crazy material could tank hits like that. He activated one of his scanning skills on the beast, and jackpot. His architect brain booted up, reading the monster like a literal construction blueprint. He realized that even organic raid bosses are built from base materials. The scan revealed that this overgrown lobster's shell was a cursed fusion of dentin and chitin, measuring 1 entire meter in pure thickness. Zooming in to the molecular level, the plating formed a dense honeycomb grid of interlocking hexagons, woven together like carbon fiber. Lloyd realized he was looking at state-of-the-art bioarmor. Slashing through that plating was mathematically impossible. But then, as Javier blasted the monster with pure mana energy, watching the intense heat ripple through the shell's layers, a light bulb went off in Lloyd's head. Every single ounce of kinetic force from Javier's attacks was being automatically funneled to one specific target on the creature's body, its massive horn. That hollow spike was acting like an exhaust pipe, bleeding out all the impact damage. Translation? That horn had to go. Digging even deeper into the scan, Lloyd spotted the exact organ pumping water into the beast's hydraulic cannons, which simultaneously managed shock absorption. Destroy the horn, crush that organ, and it is game over for the boss. Cutting back to the present, Javier glanced up at Lloyd, shouting, "What are you even doing here?" Instead of explaining, Lloyd started violently playing charades, frantically pointing at the beast's horn, signaling him to chop the thing off. Javier stared back in disbelief, literally asking if his young master had lost his actual mind. Lloyd screamed that he was miming the horn, calling his top knight an absolute idiot. Dodging another lethal swipe, Javier gritted his teeth, knowing that slicing that spike off would not even drain the boss's health bar to 0. Still, he launched himself right onto the monster's back, deciding to blindly trust Master Lloyd's crazy strategy. The guy never issued orders without some massive brain play backing it up. Sprinting forward for the strike, he heard Lloyd yell that despite being hollow, that bone was not going down without a serious fight. Javier shouted back, asking for the cheat code. Lloyd commanded him to use rapid, consecutive strikes, trading pure power for lightning-fast speed. Javier muttered under his breath about how easy that was to say from the sidelines. His first swing completely bounced off the rigid horn, but a split second later, he ignited every single mana circle in his body and started brutally sawing into the bone, turning his broadsword into a blazing, pure energy chainsaw. Watching from above, Lloyd smirked. He had literally engineered a high-frequency blade, in theory, and he knew his overpowered knight could execute it. Javier locked in, aggressively grinding down the horn for what felt like an eternity. He was exposed for so long that the Titan prepped a counterattack, but Podong clutched up, forcefully shoving the monster's giant claw away so Javier could finish his insane demolition job, finally cleanly severing the water-storing spike. Without missing a beat, Lloyd barked his next order. Target the dead center of the creature's underbelly, aiming right between the middle legs, slicing an upward angle from tail to head. Javier immediately locked onto the coordinates, exploding forward with insane speed and positioning himself at the absolute perfect strike zone. Lloyd screamed that landing this critical hit meant their paycheck was fully secured with zero delays, but the raid boss pulled a dirty trick. Realizing its target was trapped directly underneath, the beast violently body-slammed the ground, aiming to crush the knight flat, forcing Javier to drop his weapon mid-swing. Staring death in the face, Javier accepted that if he was going down, he was dragging this freak of nature to hell with him. But Podong absolutely refused to let that happen, snatching Javier out of the drop zone at the very last microsecond. The fluffy summon squeaked frantically in sheer panic, while Javier offered a weak apology, admitting he could not understand a single word of the creature's language. He figured the little guy was probably roasting him for feeding on the front line, but he swore an oath right then and there to survive this raid, and that meant placing 100% faith in Master Lloyd's masterclass strategy. Watching from afar, Lloyd realized that after his complete system scan, he needed to instantly pivot to Plan D. Pulling this off was going to be an absolute nightmare, considering the Giga Titan possessed a speed stat way higher than he calculated, but they had to roll the dice on this play. It was literally the only valid win condition they had left to wipe this colossal bug off the server. They were combining Plan A and Plan D into one crazy combo. With a sharp whistle, Lloyd called Podong back to base. Hopping onto the beast, he locked in their previous coordinates and threw Javier a grim warning. This monster was about to paint a massive target on his back. The mission now? Drag this absolute nightmare away from the civilian zone and deep into the woods. Lloyd figured this maneuver would buy them the clock they needed, heavily banking on the Count pulling through. Cut to 15 minutes earlier, the Count was absolutely shattered, watching his city get wrecked, while his head knight practically begged for forgiveness. If only they had spotted this freak of nature sooner. But the Count shook his head, taking the blame for getting way too comfortable. He honestly believed a simple piece of rock could ward off a colossal beast. What a fatal miscalculation. But Lloyd, casually riding his summon, hit them with the reality check. The statue actually did its job. This titan literally crawled onto land just to obliterate that specific monument. He was dead certain about it. So, the ultimate play was weaponizing this freak's psychotic obsession with crushing the mermaid. While the setup happened, he and Javier had to play the ultimate game of survival to burn the clock. He just needed the Count to handle one crucial task. Snapping back to the present, Javier was out there fighting for his life, perfectly executing his role. Breathing heavy and drenched in sweat, he desperately danced around the mutant lobster's lethal strikes. He baited the monstrosity away from the crumbling buildings, pushing his burning lungs to the absolute limit as he kept sprinting. His sole objective was to kite this behemoth across the urban sprawl. And it worked. The creature locked onto Javier, treating him like public enemy number one. The silver-haired knight tore through the streets. Just as the beast was about to snap him in half, Lloyd hijacked the scene, demanding a massive round of applause for their one and only decoy. Enter the infamous bronze mermaid. Our guy rolled up with the hastily glued-together monument strapped to a carriage, completely powered by Podong. Lloyd screamed out, challenging the oversized crustacean, and proudly parading the actual target right in front of its ugly face. Predictably, the monster instantly dropped its aggro on Javier, its pure rage zeroing right back onto the metal mermaid. Everything was falling perfectly into place. The Count's squad totally clutched up, using the manual to piece the entire monument back together. He knew leaving it to the old man was a safe bet. Now, Lloyd signaled his knight, setting up the ultimate opening for a counterattack. Coughing up dust, Javier snapped that maybe next time, his boss should drop the full tutorial before sending him to die. Lloyd just drifted past him in the cart, silently praying there wouldn't even be a next time. Ripping a sick drift with the carriage, Lloyd shoved the bait dangerously close to the monster's claws, flooring the gas to keep the aggro alive. Recognizing the golden window, Javier unleashed a devastating thrust packed with a raw mana burst. It looked like a clean shot straight through the core, except, plot twist, that insane attack barely cracked the Titan's outer armor. The vital organ inside, completely untouched. Watching his ultimate moves do absolutely zero damage, a crushing wave of inferiority hit Javier hard. He fully believed he was too weak, completely unworthy of being a protector. But Lloyd instantly shut down that pity party. He praised his knight for cracking the defense, loudly declaring he'd take it from here. Launching off Podong, our guy soared into the air, gripping his legendary trusty shovel. Javier had burned every last drop of his energy on that strike, his vision instantly fading to black. Yet, hearing his master spit those words with such absolute zero hesitation brought him total peace. Hippo swiftly caught the falling knight before his skull could smash against the concrete. Shouting like a true shonen protagonist, Lloyd swore he would defend the city with his life. Okay, that sounded insanely heroic on paper, but reality check? This dude was strictly fighting to protect his bank account. Plus, he had literally zero clue if he could even scratch this boss. The backup plan was just dragging it back to the ocean, but who knew if that would even stick? This mutated freak was packing some serious brainpower. It wasn't some mindless mob you could easily outplay. Even Podong was running on fumes, practically blacking out, but it used its final shred of stamina to catapult its master straight at the beast. Mid-air, winding up his shovel for the strike, a massive wave of doubt hit him. Cut back to earlier that day. When he originally cooked up this crazy scheme to save his real estate investments, he started theory crafting ways to actually damage the boss. He quickly realized his only win condition was triggering his own mana burst. But here was the major roadblock. Unleashing that kind of firepower required a triple heart circle minimum, and he was completely hard stuck at double. No time to grind. He instantly ripped open the system interface, demanding his Asura core skill tree. Hitting the next tier level 4 of his current rank was going to cost him 190 PR points. He smashed that upgrade button anyway, tanking the 220 point cost for the stage after that, spamming upgrades like a madman. He rushed all the way to double rank level 10, but then he hit a brutal paywall. The final jump demanded 370 PR, and his wallet was sitting at a pathetic 311. For a split second back then, he genuinely thought he'd have to ride the bench for this boss fight. But that hesitation was history, because right now, he was literally clinging to the apex predator's armor for dear life. Down below, Javier groggily blinked his eyes open, seeing his greedy boss, risking absolutely everything, in a suicidal aerial assault, instantly spiked the knight's approval rating. A crisp +4 popped up, injecting Lloyd with the exact relationship points needed to shatter his limits and trigger the final level up. That double heart of his, it just leveled up, unlocking a whole third heart circle. His mana output skyrocketed by 500%. Lloyd smirked, declaring this overgrown lobster was about to get cooked into literal stew. But right as he tried to juggle 2 circles for pure offense and 1 for defense, the beast clapped back. A massive rock slammed right into his skull. His grip slipped from the shell, and Lloyd instantly knew he was totally screwed. Plummeting through the air, his mana circles violently collided. This was his absolute last shot. Channeling a massive mana burst straight into his shovel, he absolutely obliterated the creature. He blew it to pieces from the inside out, triggering a massive, fiery shockwave that shattered its entire armor. The beast choked, spewing a geyser of blood and flames instead of water. The whole city watched the sky light up as the monster finally dropped dead. It was finally over. Meanwhile, down below, the pets frantically woke Javier up. Groggy, he immediately checked if everyone was safe. Thank God, they were. Staring up at the colossal carcass, he couldn't believe Lloyd actually pulled off the impossible. But Podong was totally panicking, nudging Javier to follow. The entire pet squad dragged the knight straight toward Lloyd. Blood leaked from a nasty head wound, and his body was totally lifeless. Javier pressed a hand to his chest, realizing the horrific truth. His heart had stopped beating. Fast forward to the Frontera territory. A carrier pigeon sliced through the freezing, snow-white sky. It crash-landed at Arcos Frontera's window, carrying an ultra-urgent letter about his boy. One look at those words, and the Baron was sprinting for his horse. His mind raced, wondering why his son kept throwing himself into literal death traps. The letter stated that the Baron's beloved eldest son, Lloyd Frontera, had flawlessly wrapped up the massive construction project, the exact defenses that the city of Cremo desperately needed. Just then, his wife, the Baroness, pulled up. Flanked by their loyal knight Bayern, she demanded to know why he was charging out into the cold without packing a single thing. Arcos argued it was a massive journey, and they couldn't afford to waste a single second, even for rest stops. He insisted only he and Bayern should ride out, but Marbella absolutely wasn't having it, snapping back at his ridiculous logic. Let's be real, she was way better in the saddle than him anyway. The letter had spilled the dark truth about what went down right after the celebration. Cremo had been hit with an apocalyptic crisis. In that terrifying moment, Lloyd and his knight stepped up like absolute legends. They put their lives on the line to save countless civilians. And the cost? The young Frontera heir was now locked in a deep, unnatural coma. Now, Arcos was charging headfirst into a brutal, raging blizzard. He couldn't stop thinking. Lloyd used to be the biggest loser in the territory, the town joke. But now he was a true son, a hardworking, relentless leader. But a dark thought crept in. Lloyd never actually called him dad. He always kept it formal, always Baron. The cold distance made Arcos question everything. Was this genius architect even his real flesh and blood? Suddenly, as they tore through the frozen woods, a monstrous, lone wolf jumped them. Byron instantly vaulted off his horse, screaming for the Baron to keep riding and not look back. He squared up against the massive beast alone. But on his very first strike, his steel blade snapped right in half. The monster lunged, sinking its fangs deep into his left shoulder. But Byron was a hardened veteran. He didn't even flinch. Whipping out a hidden dagger, he jammed it straight into the wolf's mouth. Yet, the beast just kept crushing his armor. The Baron had to dive in, burying his sword into the creature's gut, while the Baroness ruthlessly stabbed it right in the eye. The monster finally collapsed, lifeless in the snow. Arcos rushed over to pull Byron up. His loyal knight was bleeding out, gasping that he was a proud vassal and would never, ever abandon his lord. A true lord protects his own. But before they could catch their breath, Marbella yelled out a chilling warning. A whole pack of monsters was closing in. Even with a mangled shoulder, Byron forced himself up, gripping his broken blade, ready to take them all on. Arcos and Marbella braced for the end. Then, out of nowhere, Javier phased from the tree line. In one blurry motion, he decapitated the entire wolf pack. He smoothly sheathed his blood-soaked sword, casually announcing he was sent to be their VIP escort. Scanning the bloodbath, he calmly asked if the lord or lady had taken any hits. Watching Javier wipe out an entire horde in a split second left Byron completely speechless. He always knew the kid was a prodigy, but this was god-tier strength. Javier was nowhere near this overpowered back when they first left for Cremo. Byron's mind was reeling over what insane training Javier went through. But Marbella didn't care about swordsmanship. She desperately asked about her boy. Was Lloyd okay? Javier looked down, his voice heavy. I honestly don't know, ma'am. Honestly, bro looked straight up lifeless. Flashing back to the exact second Javier stumbled upon Lloyd's battered body, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. If he just walked away and left his liege completely wrecked like this, he'd literally have nowhere to call home. But as he carefully brushed his fingers against the guy's jawline, a faint rhythm hit his skin. A heartbeat. It was insanely sluggish, though. Every single breath barely even registered. Javier was completely baffled. How was this dude even surviving? That's when he sensed it, a massive, three-circle mana core. These magical rings were spinning at absolute breakneck speed, literally hijacking his cardiovascular system to pump blood through his veins. The crazy, intense magnetic field radiating from that mana made it practically impossible to figure out the actual damage to his chest. It clicked in Javier's head. Did this absolute madman nuke that monster with a raw mana explosion? He realized right then and there, Lloyd was just built different. Fast forward to their arrival in Cremo, and the city was an absolute wasteland. Still, the locals were already grinding hard, piecing the rubble back together. Javier immediately tracked down the Baron and Baroness, dropping the heavy news that their son was locked down at the Count's estate. Medics were throwing everything they had at him, but his vitals were completely flatlining. The Count was absolutely devastated. The sheer fact that Javier and Lloyd stood their ground against that colossal nightmare blew his mind. But Javier instantly shut that down. He claimed he was nothing more than a weapon, resting in Master Lloyd's hands. It was the young lord's raw power that ultimately crushed the beast. Right in the middle of this intense moment, a massive crowd started swarming them. They desperately asked to speak with Baron Frontera. One guy stepped up, swearing on his life that he would have turned into a literal ice cube if Lloyd hadn't intervened. Even while charging headfirst at the Gigateton, the dude literally lost track of the insane number of citizens the young master bailed out during the chaos. Another villager chimed in, tearing up about how he was destined to be crushed under collapsing ruins, until Lloyd swooped in. He rolled up with his epic squad of summons and pets, pulling off a clutch rescue. Then a woman pushed through, explaining how a massive fire, triggered by the exploding statue fragments, was about to wipe out their homes. But Lloyd straight up unleashed his water spirit and completely extinguished the raging inferno. Before anyone knew it, an absolute sea of people, literally the entire population of the city, was marching straight to the Count's manor, desperate for any updates on their hero. The anxiety was through the roof for the guy who single-handedly saved Cremo. But of course, there's always that one toxic hater in the comments section. Some random dude started screaming that this entire disaster was actually Lloyd's fault. He started yapping about how the statue triggered the whole mess, claiming none of this tragedy would have popped off if he hadn't built it. Yeah, that did not sit well with the furious mob. Long story short, the guy found out the hard way. The crowd absolutely jumped him. Fast forward a bit, and a glowing system prompt finally pulls Lloyd out of his coma. The screen flashed, hyping up his insane bravery and ultimate sacrifice, stating that he deeply moved the citizens of Cremo, unlocking a massive reward. His eyes snapped open. Groggily sitting up, he pieced together the fragments of his memory, nuking the boss monster before completely blacking out. He immediately questioned the interface. Shouldn't his heart have literally burst into pieces from that attack? The system just dropped a mysterious teaser, telling him he'd find out soon enough. Plus, didn't he have way bigger fish to fry right now? Right on cue, the door creaked open. Javier stood there, stunned to see his master awake. Lloyd grinned like a maniac, welcoming his loyal knight with the most out-of-pocket question, demanding to know the exact payout they secured for the construction project. Javier was utterly flabbergasted. Shaking his head at this absolute clown behavior, Javier just smirked, glad to see his lord back to his greedy old self. Suddenly, his parents burst into the room, crushing him in a bear hug. With so much force, they nearly sent him back to the intensive care unit. But you could feel the pure, unfiltered relief radiating from them. Their boy made it. Watching this wholesome scene, Javier knew the guy was going to pull through. Deep down, he still questioned if this dude was truly the original Lloyd, but honestly, he couldn't care less anymore. Cut to the Grand Royal capital of Magenta. High Command just secured a top-secret report from Count Cremo, spilling all the tea on the absolute chaos that just went down. The woman in charge was deeply fascinated. Finding a wild card like this hiding inside her kingdom, too good to ignore. She instantly ordered an official summons sent straight to Baron Frontera. The royal decree demanded that both the young master and his overpowered bodyguard be brought to the capital immediately. She needed to verify if the insane hype in that report was actually legit. She's dragging this guy into her court to completely analyze him face to face. And who is this powerful figure? None other than Her Royal Highness herself, Empress Alicia Termina Magenta. Real quick, pause the video. Did you actually smash that like button and hit subscribe yet? Nothing yet? All good. We'll let it slide for now. Let's get back to the absolute cinema. But seriously, don't forget to lock that in later. Meanwhile, our boy Lloyd was still heavily obsessing over his bag. He honestly couldn't care less about the glowing system notifications, even as the screen proudly announced that his epic saga of legendary bravery, big brain tactics, and ultimate sacrifice was officially going viral across the entire kingdom. Bro just secured a massive bag, a solid 1,500 bonus. You already know our boy was absolutely hyped. On top of that, his mana heart just got a massive buff. We are talking insane storage capacity for pure, highly concentrated mana, right in his core. Suddenly, it all clicked for Lloyd. No wonder he felt totally drained, even after catching Z's in a month-long coma. But mastering this mana heart meant one glorious thing to our resident workaholic. Excavating just became a total breeze. The system literally facepalmed, asking if dirt digging was seriously his only brain cell activity for this god-tier power. Lloyd immediately snapped back, asking if the system was throwing shade at civil engineers. The system quickly clarified. This upgraded core wasn't from hitting the gym. Nope, it was forged in the raw shockwave of a point-blank mana blast. Because of that insane origin, his core unlocked some exclusive cheat skills. Enter his newest passive, Neutralizing Shock. This dude could now eat the shockwave of a massive mana detonation with 0 armor. He could literally spam triple core explosions on command. And to Lloyd, that just equaled speedrunning the mining site. Normally, a mage's heart needs heavy shielding against that kind of violent kickback. Think of the heart like a loaded armory. Casting a massive explosion spell is basically dropping a lit match into a room crammed with gunpowder barrels. Literally, an absolute death trap without proper shielding. But here is the kicker. Back when he delivered that epic final strike to the monster, he didn't even have a mana heart yet, which ironically saved him from self-destructing. The brutal recoil rushed into his empty center, working overtime to keep his pulse beating, slowly compressing into a brand new core. Realizing this, Lloyd mentally kicked himself for slacking on his mana training. Going into a coma was the brutal tax for his negligence, but hey, it is what it is. Suddenly, Count Cremo popped into the carriage, dropping a quick apology for interrupting but announcing they were rolling out as soon as possible. Glancing out the window at the ruined but highly profitable-looking buildings, Lloyd casually asked the Count about the repair bill. The Count sighed, admitting it was hard to calculate, but estimated it would easily drain over a month's worth of the city's entire budget. Lloyd smoothly pointed out that if that gigantiton hadn't been dropped, they would be staring at a 6-month financial crater instead. The Count raised an eyebrow, asking where he was going with this. Lloyd just hit him with an innocent, "Oh, nothing," before casually noting that, compared to a 6-month deficit, his own construction fee was just a tiny drop in the bucket. Right? Just thinking out loud, haha. I mean, who could have predicted this entire chaotic disaster would be sparked by a random statue that was supposed to keep the Titan away? But hey, whatever the original plan was, you cannot point fingers at anyone, right? Just an act of Mother Nature, totally unavoidable. Either way, some brave souls had to put their lives on the line. But hey, team effort. Everyone clutched up in the end. Then, shifting gears, Lloyd smoothly mentioned a little rumor he caught from the grapevine, that his lordship was handing out fat hazard pay to anyone grinding for the city's public safety. Was that true? Our boy was incredibly curious to see what kind of bonus a public hero might rake in. The Count threw out a number, a 1.5 multiplier. Would that be enough? Lloyd hit him with the fake humility, apologizing for creating a misunderstanding. He swore he wasn't begging for cash even though he was absolutely finessing the system. Because to him, the lives of the citizens were clearly worth just a 1.5 multiplier, right? As the carriage picked up speed, the Count instantly folded. Double. Lloyd didn't even blink. Sweating, the Count countered. Triple. And boom, Lloyd was fully enjoying this extortion. Smiling like a shark, he shook the deer Count's hand, praising his absolutely mind-blowing generosity, and gladly accepted the special compensation. Sitting there, the Count felt incredibly conflicted. He just got completely robbed blind by Lloyd. Yet, he couldn't even be mad at the absolute legend. As their ride finally rolled into the city square, the crowd was absolutely going wild for Lloyd. Chants of all, "Hail Master Lloyd," echoed everywhere. Honestly, it tripped him out. He was literally just an NPC back in Korea. The spotlight pressure was intense. The Count then revealed he had set up a whole stage, complete with a magical amplification orb. The citizens were dying for a speech. Lloyd brainstormed some generic, boring PR lines like, "Oh, you guys are the real MVPs." That vanilla script might actually work. Fast forward, our guy is standing center stage, gripping that magic mic orb like a rock star. Surveying the massive crowd, Lloyd's inner businessman woke up. Calculating the profit per head, he launched into what looked like an epic speech. He hit the citizens of Cremo with a serious question. Had they heard of Ondol floor heating? Scanning the confused faces, it was a solid no. Because instead of a hero's monologue, this shameless genius was deadass, starting an infomercial pitch right then and there. Picture this. You are an old dude with joints freezing up in the dead of winter. And you, ma'am, stressing 24/7 about the kids catching a cold. How much time do you waste battling that garbage fireplace? An hour or two? Over 50 years, that is 15 solid years wasted, just staring at logs. If that sounds like a massive scam, then lock your eyes on the Ondol floor system. This is not just a tiny upgrade. It is a massive lifestyle overhaul, not just some quick fix. A total game changer. For the full specs, please, drop by the Frontera Barony estate, period. Watching him walk off, the Count finally figured out why he just could not hate this guy. Lloyd literally squeezes every single penny out of a deal. He is relentless, sure, but completely logical. He simply gets the job done. Far from hating him, the Count actually wanted this capitalist mastermind on his own squad. He gave off major business partner energy. Back at the border, Lloyd shifted his focus to Bayern. Now, Bayern was a straight-up good dude, incredibly loyal and totally sincere, but his actual combat skills were completely mid, maybe even bottom tier. Lloyd honestly thought the guy was kind of a tragic case. That is, until Bayern rolled up, even with a busted arm, and slammed a massive stack of paperwork onto Lloyd's desk. He had every single migration plan locked down, complete with rosters and land distribution blueprints, plus a full strategy for the understaffed rural farms. He even deployed a squad of orcs to fill the gaps. On top of that, he beefed up the mining crew. Then he casually mentioned they just secured massive Ondol contracts. With the neighboring state, they threw in a 30% discount, leaving the raw profit margin at a tight 10%. But if you factor in the long-term coal sales, boom, 50% net profit. He then immediately pivoted to water pipe repairs. Lloyd threw his hands up. Hold up, pause. Did you literally pull all this off in one single month? Bayern just shrugged, saying he was handed a task, so he simply executed the orders. Right on cue, a runner popped in announcing the interior Ondol project was fully wrapped and waiting for Bayern's inspection. Bayern marched right down, did a flawless quality check, and gave it the ultimate green light, absolutely zero defects. The engineering crew was incredibly hyped. Bayern admitted he had been relentlessly hyping them up lately, making them feel like the absolute heavyweights of the construction squad. Lloyd just stared at him in awe, realizing this guy was an absolute weapon, completely overpowered in the corporate world, just born in the wrong era. If this guy existed in modern-day Korea, he would be a top-tier executive at a massive conglomerate, minimum. This man desperately needed a raise. Suddenly, the system pinged. It announced that a brand new page in the continent's history had been written, with the Ondol officially branded as the Frontera heating system. He instantly bagged 400 RP for that milestone. Turns out, that massive regional contract was entirely negotiated by the god, Baron and Baroness. They clearly had a hidden, god-tier talent for this business grind. Honestly, the moment you spawn in, the luck checks begin. Where you start on the map completely dictates whether you spend your life crying or flexing. Meanwhile, Lloyd was already grinding away on his next massive project. Javier strolled up, asking if this giant structure was just another coal warehouse. Lloyd smirked. replying that obviously it was, since the coal just kept flooding in. He did the math and realized he had already crushed more than half his massive debt using the construction cash. Plus, they were raking in absolute bank from the water supply fees charged to their clueless neighbors. He was so close. That lazy, luxury retirement dream was practically in his hands. Watching him geek out, Javier just sighed, thinking he literally could not understand his boss sometimes. Whenever Lloyd made that specific, greed-fueled face, Javier had to fight a sudden, overwhelming urge to just deck him right in the jaw. Suddenly, a loud trumpet blast echoed through the courtyard, and Javier instantly recognized it, warning that a royal messenger was approaching. Lloyd was totally confused, wondering why the heck the royal court was pulling up to their turf. A literal red carpet was rolled out. The messenger vaulted off his horse doing full-blown acrobatics and snatched his scroll out of thin air with insane flair, while his little fanboy apprentices clapped it up. And there stood the Baron, Lloyd, and the Baroness, forced to bow politely while this guy performed his entire ridiculous circus routine. Lloyd internally begged the guy to drop the theatrical nonsense. Just cut to the chase, man. A massive wave of dread washed over him. The royal messenger launched into this super dramatic speech about time immemorial and how she, alongside the legendary rulers who sat on the throne before her, practically broke their backs, grinding for the peace and prosperity of literally every noble and commoner. Lloyd instantly panicked. Was this about the massive mess in Cremo? Her Highness supposedly sent word that she was totally relieved the citizens were safe. It was her royal duty, after all. Yada yada yada. Lloyd completely zoned out the royal yapping. Bottom line? The messenger announced she wanted a personal meet and greet with the two absolute legends who clapped that giant, just to shower them with praise. Boom. Lloyd instantly scored 9 bonus approval points from his dad, hitting a solid 90 relationship points. The Baron was practically glowing, telling the messenger it was a massive honor and flexing his son's epic achievement. Lloyd cringed internally. Like, thanks for the free points, Pops, but this is an absolute nightmare. He learned the golden rule of survival back in the military. Just do the bare minimum. Never, ever overachieve. He broke that rule exactly once. His commanding officer casually asked if Corporal Kim Soo-ho had a civil engineering degree. The guy literally ordered him to slap together a sauna right there on base. Soo-ho tried to explain that civil engineers don't just magically spawn saunas. The officer shot him a lethal glare. Was he refusing a direct order? Soo-ho instantly folded, saluting and barking that he'd start immediately. Absolute fatal mistake. He grinded like an absolute maniac and built a totally flawless sauna. The aftermath? They dumped every single project on him, working him to the bone like a complete slave. The second the absolute ruler of the continent gets involved, you can kiss your peaceful, lazy life goodbye. Because nobody says no to the Empress. The messenger dropped the ultimate bombshell. Lloyd Frontera and his personal guard were officially ordered to drag themselves to the royal capital. Lloyd was mentally kicking himself for building that stupid offshore platform. Screw that gigant. Screw that massive, overgrown lobster. Now he was permanently stuck on the Empress's radar, and she was going to exploit him for the rest of his miserable life. Could he just play dumb? Nope, way too risky. She'd definitely take it as a massive insult, and then he'd literally lose his head. Cut to the carriage ride. Lloyd looked completely dead inside. Javier casually pointed out that he had the face of a guy marching straight to the guillotine. Lloyd grumbled that he had sharp eyes, but Javier smirked, saying it was actually super out of character. The Lloyd he knew would be foaming at the mouth to meet royalty, already calculating how much cash he could siphon from Her Highness. That sparked something in Lloyd. Wait a second. He knew the lore. He knew the Magentano Empress's exact personality, her entire future character arc, and the current political state of the capital. If he played his cards perfectly, he could totally finesse this. Javier was spot on. It was time to leverage this royal visit and secure the absolute biggest bag possible. Flash forward, and our chaotic duo finally rolled into the royal capital. The Empress commanded them to raise their heads. The second Lloyd locked eyes with her, his soul practically left his body. Her boss energy was literally suffocating. Swallowing his panic, he formally introduced himself as Lloyd Frontera, paying his deepest respects to Her Majesty, the undisputed, rightful ruler of the empire. The Empress raised an eyebrow. Was this really the guy? Because based on raw aura, the stoic dude standing next to him radiated pure, noble energy. She locked onto Javier Asrahan. She could feel this insane, terrifying current of mana rolling off him, something completely unheard of. She was already mentally sizing him up as a top-tier sparring partner, but Javier smoothly deflected, apologizing to Her Majesty and claiming he was just some random, nameless knight. Lloyd started sweating. She clocked Javier's hidden power level instantly. This woman was literally one of the most elite master swordswomen alive. Cheap flattery wasn't going to work on her. She cut to the chase. confirming she read the Count of Cremo's glowing report. She dropped some heavy praise for his insane bravery and totally selfless heroics during the crisis. But then the room got cold. She explicitly stated she never judges a man's worth based on mere rumors. She only trusts cold, hard facts, which meant Lloyd Frontera was officially stepping into a brutal test of skill. Lloyd's inner businessman suddenly woke up. Wait, this wasn't a threat. This was his golden ticket to score a massive royal contract. This was his moment. She leaned forward and asked, considering the current economic and political climate, what specific infrastructure project he considered the absolute highest priority in Magentano, the royal capital. A wicked grin crossed Lloyd's face. Oh, so it's a pop quiz on civil engineering? Challenge accepted. Oh, he definitely knows what's up. The Empress figured that if this guy was actually the real deal, he would have sensed the vibe the second he stepped foot inside the royal palace. If he's clueless, he's totally useless to her. Great minds think alike, right? They both knew the most critical project was fixing up this busted palace. But Lloyd threw a total curveball. He flat out declared he'd build a bridge over the Magenta River, slicing right through the capital. Her Highness? Yeah, she was not vibing with that answer at all. And Lloyd fully knew he was stepping out of line. But considering her whole, fierce personality, this little test was far from over. We're talking about the ultimate boss lady holding all the cards, wielding absolute, unquestioned power. Yet, she's known for being open-minded, incredibly fair, and willing to hear out literal peasants. So, naturally, she demanded to know why he'd suggest something so insane. Lloyd calmly explained that any basic architect would point at the crumbling palace and call it priority number 1. Boom. That actually caught her off guard. Lloyd revealed he already knew the lore. Some totally unhinged dragon had literally ripped the palace tower to shreds on 2 separate occasions. To dodge round 3, the entire building got pancaked and spread out into the fortress we see today. Turns out, Castle Magentano was built insanely heavy, just so the dragon couldn't pick it up and toss it like a toy. Because of that massive weight, he theorized the massive load was sinking straight into the dirt, causing the core pillars to slowly snap and crumble under pressure. But honestly, that repair job could wait. That's exactly why he bumped the royal palace right off his urgent to-do list. The Empress silently judged him for being ridiculously reckless. The dude literally knew what she wanted to hear, but still, decided to be a rebel. Lloyd smirked mentally. He knew that she knew that he was dodging the expected answer, and she realized that he realized she was onto him. Even though he read her mind like an open book, Lloyd just kept playing 4D chess, thinking, I know that she knows that I know that she knows I'm pulling her leg. They were basically trapped in an infinite loop of mind games until the system literally popped up, begging them to stop. Her Highness could smell the manipulation, but Lloyd didn't miss a beat, pointing out that the current bridge over the Magenta River had been rebuilt 20 times already. It just kept getting wiped out because it couldn't handle the aggressive flash floods, rolling in every single spring. And obviously, whenever that structure snaps, it absolutely wrecks the locals' lives and burns through an insane amount of cash. Everyone just accepts rebuilding the thing as some unavoidable natural disaster, but if she handed him the blueprints, he'd forge a masterpiece that would never, ever collapse. His secret weapon? A modern-day suspension bridge system. She narrowed her eyes. Did this punk just criticize her royal choices? The absolute audacity. But honestly, the more he ran his mouth, the more she low-key respected his guts. Intrigued, she demanded the specs for this so-called immortal bridge. Lloyd flashed $1 million smile, thanking her for the stage. Your Majesty, I had a feeling you'd bite. Now, she usually kept her guard up around smooth talkers, tossing out big promises. But Lloyd just dove right into his master plan. He hyped up this heavy-duty suspension setup that would literally change the game. He started dropping engineering facts about dual-point pressure across the main pylons, towering high into the sky, and locked in with massive steel cables anchored right into the bedrock. Before he could geek out more, she cut him off. She was already bored of the nerd talk. But Lloyd knew exactly who he was dealing with. This was the Queen of Magentano. According to the original plotline, she was destined to be betrayed by her absolute favorite person, lose an entire arm, and go full-blown psychotic blood tyrant. But that dark timeline was still 3 years away. Right now, she was just a fair ruler. Leaning in, she hit him with the $1 million question. And if it collapses? Without blinking, Lloyd offered up his own neck. He literally bet his life on it. But in return, as long as that bridge stood tall, his family's noble status had to be guaranteed forever. That crazy gamble actually made the ice-cold Empress crack a smile. She greenlit the project on the spot, telling him to go wild. She locked in a solid payout and swore to protect his family's title. Lloyd hit her with an incredibly deep bow, only to slide up holding a literal, physical contract. He shamelessly slid it across the table and asked for her royal signature. Blinking in shock, she demanded to know, if he seriously dared to question the word of a monarch. Sweating slightly, he immediately backed up, insisting it wasn't about her at all. The contract was actually just proof that he'd face the music if he dared to cut corners on the build. The guy could literally get strung up, skewered, and ripped into tiny pieces. He spun it as the ultimate loyalty test for a lowly peasant like himself. But the crazy part? Your Majesty, the Empress actually signed the paper. Even she felt thrown off, totally mind-blown that she got played that smoothly. Our boy dropped some massive thank yous, but Her Highness had one burning question. Why on earth was his backside sticking straight up into the air? Lloyd deadpan explained that his head absolutely could not sit higher than her royal signature. So, he popped his hips up to keep his face pinned to the floor. She sighed, admitting she caught his drift. But seriously, get that rear end back on the ground. Moments later, strutting out of the throne room, Lloyd busted out a ridiculously goofy victory jig. He flashed some chaotic hand signs at Javier, basically speaking his own alien language to flex. Like, bro, are you seeing this haul? He just finessed a rock-solid contract right under the Queen's nose. Javier immediately hit him with a reality check, warning that his neck was on the line. If she caught even a whiff of actual disrespect, not even Javier could block a royal execution strike. He begged his lunatic master to just chill for once. Meanwhile, back inside, the royal knight Ko admitted the dude was freakishly smart. The Empress just smirked, totally agreeing. She clocked his sneaky little brain immediately, realizing he was way sharper than she originally gave him credit for. Kaio asked if she was even slightly ticked off by the absolute audacity. She shrugged it off. The guy honestly thought he could outsmart her from day one. It was so completely pathetic, it wrapped all the way back around to being cute. Fast forward a few days, and our favorite scammer was packed and ready to hit the road. Javier questioned if rolling out solo was a bright idea. Lloyd brushed him off, claiming he didn't need a personal bodyguard inside the capital walls. The royal security was already cracked anyway. Plus, let's be real, walking next to Javier was an absolute nightmare. Back when they were running their city investigation, Lloyd could barely focus on the mission. Why? Because swarms of thirsty fangirls kept throwing themselves at his knight. Javier just sighed and told him to pass his regards to Julian. Lloyd waved him off, muttering a quick whatever. All right, lore drop. Julian Frontera is Lloyd's little bro, currently locked in studying at the super prestigious Royal Academy. Right before he bounced from the estate, the Baroness had loaded him up with a massive pile of winter gear and heavy blankets. Staring at the bundle, Lloyd racked his brain, trying to remember what exactly happened to Julian in the original novel. Oh right, it was right around the timeline where the Baron went totally bankrupt and couldn't afford the crazy tuition fees. The poor kid got booted from the dorms and literally froze to death in the streets. But Lloyd smirked. No way in hell was he letting that tragedy play out on his watch. After all, he practically majored in dodging death flags. But honestly, he hadn't even seen what his quote-unquote brother looked like yet. He finally pulled up to the elite Magentano Royal Academy, and the second he spotted Julian Frontera, he was completely baffled. Hold up, if this kid was supposedly the exact same age as Javier, why was he built like a literal garden gnome? But the tiny guy was glaring at Lloyd like he had just spawned from the underworld. It hit him the trash tier original. Lloyd must have bullied the absolute life out of this poor kid. He figured if he kept up the toxic older brother act, the kid wouldn't get too suspicious. So, he chucked the massive sack of blankets straight at Julian's face. He barked out that their mom sent the care package, telling him to just take it. Catching the bag, Julian braced himself, fully expecting a barrage of insults. Wait, did this monster really drag himself all the way here just because mom asked? A blue screen popped up. The system notified Lloyd that Julian's suspicion meter was skyrocketing due to his weirdly wholesome behavior. Lloyd mentally panicked. Wholesome? How? He instantly pivoted, spitting out a fake, "All right, catch you later, you little punk." Julian's jaw dropped. Did his psycho brother really just walk away without throwing a single punch? Has he finally lost his mind? Ding! The system cheerfully announced that the kid's paranoia just leveled up again. Lloyd was screaming internally. I literally called him a punk, for crying out loud. What else do you want from me, you stupid system? But before he could storm off, he remembered his mom's ultimate side quest, taking his brother out for a decent meal, since the kid was probably rotting away from loneliness on campus. Whipping around, Lloyd grumbled. Hey, scrub, listen up. He aggressively demanded to know if there were any high-end food spots nearby. Blinking in confusion, Julian stuttered out a yes, but nervously asked why. Because I'm buying you lunch, you idiot, Lloyd snapped, loudly complaining that their mom forced his hand. Every alarm bell in Julian's head was ringing, but he cautiously followed his brother anyway. Sweating bullets over the fancy menu, Julian quietly mumbled that he would just take the cheap basic menu A. Lloyd instantly vetoed that, barking at him to get some actual expensive grub in his system. The broke kid obviously never got to eat at spots like this. Julian practically shrank into his chair, refusing to upgrade. until Lloyd slammed his fist down and ordered the kid to eat up. Julian was officially spooked. This monster was acting so completely out of character, he was even forgetting to properly abuse him. Terrified of triggering an outburst, Julian squeaked out that he wanted the special menu D. Without missing a beat, Lloyd flagged down the server and slammed an order for 2 of those premium-grade platters. He offered him a bottle of wine, but dude straight up declined, said he actually quit drinking. Dino's brain practically short-circuited. Wait, Lloyd? Sober? This was the exact same guy who used to get totally trashed and wreck everything in sight on a daily basis. Then Dino remembered a rumor from a few days back. Some official from the Royal Palace dropped the news that the Cremo trade port got completely devastated by a massive giant. And the absolute legend who took down the monster? None other than Lloyd Frontera. Dino couldn't wrap his head around it. The Lloyd he knew had 0 combat skills and negative brain cells. Staring him down, Dino figured this total fraud probably just stole all the credit from Javier. At least, that was his working theory. But, looking at him now, Lloyd was giving off a completely different vibe, almost like his soul got swapped. Suddenly, out of nowhere, some random academy student rolled up and violently smacked the back of Julian's head. He barked at him, asking what a nobody was doing in their spot. Julian stuttered out that he just had a really rough day. The bully sneered, asking, "Like what?" before delivering another brutal whack to his skull. Then he started pressing him, demanding to know if he seriously thought he could just break the rules whenever he felt like it. He practically spit on him, saying a pathetic Baron's kid should be eating out of a dumpster where nobody has to look at him. Meanwhile, the whole room was openly laughing at Julian's misery. Even the staff just stood there, way too terrified to ever cross the nobles. Lloyd read the room instantly. They called this place an academy, but it was really just a toxic playground, where family money ruled absolutely everything. What really ticked them off was the fact that this broke country baron's kid was actually smoking them in the class rankings. Lloyd weighed his options. If he jumped in to save Julian right now, it would blow his cover and raise way too many red flags. Maybe he should just sit back and chill. But then, the blonde snob started bragging about his family's precious status, flaunting his title as the Viscount of Lacona and claiming you needed to be at least that rich to even breathe the air in this dining hall. Lloyd froze. Wait a minute. So this clown was a Lacona descendant? The plot had officially thickened. Lloyd casually strolled right up to the blonde brat and asked, "What exactly is it that you do?" The kid proudly declared his father was the wise and merciful Viscount of Lacona. "What is it to you?" he snapped, ordering Lloyd to get out of his face before he contaminated their elite space. Without missing a beat, Lloyd delivered a godly backhand straight to the noble's face, instantly knocking out 2 of his teeth. The dude went flying, collapsing onto the floor like a glitching ragdoll, completely wrecked. And that right there, that was the legendary anti-idiot monoslap. The system popped up saying it was not even a real skill, but Lloyd could not care less. He loved it. Another stuck-up noble instantly lost his mind, screaming, "How dare you touch a member of the elite?" Guess what? He caught a devastating slap to the mouth too, spitting out his own teeth. Some absolute unit stepped up, flexing as the toughest fighter in the second year. Boom, slapped right into next week, dropping, like dead weight. Then these weird twins pulled up trying to jump him. Oh boy. The twin horns of the Black Dragon, or whatever edgy name they had, got absolutely clapped with matching slaps. Even some random, non-playable character, who was just minding his own business, caught a stray hand to the face, and those 2 cowards who were laughing at Julian from the back table, they got blessed with a synchronized double slap that sent them straight to the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, that first, spoiled kid managed to scramble up and threw a desperate heavy punch right into Lloyd's jaw, yelling, "How did you like that?" Yeah. He was supposed to be some mana prodigy, the absolute clown, but in that exact second, Diego Lacona realized he had messed up royally. Lloyd just stared back, slowly curving his lips into the most unhinged, psychopathic grin. Diego's life flashed before his eyes. He shouldn't have thrown that punch, because Lloyd hadn't even flinched. Lloyd immediately retaliated with a brutal headbutt, and then he just kept going, smashing his forehead into Diego over and over again, cackling like an absolute supervillain. Watching from the sidelines, Julian was paralyzed with shock. What the heck happened to Lloyd? The dude had gone completely feral. Julian realized he was an idiot for ever thinking this guy could be remotely normal. He also noticed the hall supervisor had already conveniently vanished. Lloyd proceeded to slam Diego's head directly into the brick wall, hissing at him, asking if his tiny little brain was finally processing the situation. "You absolute piece of garbage. Do you understand why you're getting utterly destroyed right now? Wise and merciful Lacona? What a load of trash. Like father, like son," he mocked. Desperate and bleeding, Diego choked out that he crossed a massive line by bringing his dad into this. But Lloyd literally mopped the floor with his face, demanding to know what gave him the audacity to bully a classmate like that. He slammed his skull into the wall again, asking if he needed a textbook explanation on why he was such a colossal jerk. Then, Lloyd stopped to admire the fresh, bloody imprint of Diego's face left on the wall. Well, look what we have here, he grinned. Looks just like you, doesn't it, you absolute dirtbag. And with that, he drove his head right back into the wall. Calling it a one-way ticket to hell, Julian clung to his brother, begging him to let the guy go before he committed straight-up murder. In Julian's mind, this massive stunt was just going to make his life at the academy 10 times worse. Sensing his brother's panic, Lloyd just flashed a psychotic little smirk. Worried about the fallout? Don't sweat it. Once this punk is dead, he can't ever bother you again. Julian was completely stunned. How could someone drop a death threat while grinning like a total maniac? Before Julian could process it, Lloyd delivered another brutal strike to Diego, a sickening crunch straight to the solar plexus. In Lloyd's playbook, there was only one cure for absolute trash like this: raw, unfiltered fear of the Grim Reaper. But just as things were getting good, a squad of heavily armed guards crashed the party. An entire entourage rolled up. The head honcho barked, demanding to know what kind of chaos was erupting in their sacred halls. An elite institution backed by His Highness himself, no less. Yet Lloyd, completely unbothered, kept his grip firmly twisted in Diego's hair. He slowly turned around. Julian's heart practically stopped. Terrified, his lunatic brother was about to start throwing hands with the dean, and the armed guards too. But plot twist. Lloyd smoothly shifted gears, dropping into a perfectly flawless formal introduction. He announced himself as the firstborn of Baron Frontera, proudly standing beside his academic brother, Julian. The name was Lloyd Frontera. Julian watched in pure disbelief. How was he keeping his cool like he had planned this entire showdown from the start? Lloyd smoothly apologized for the messy scene, spinning the narrative that he was simply stepping up to defend something way more important: the absolute honor of His Majesty. The dean scoffed, calling it pure nonsense. Who in their right mind would dare drag the king's name through the mud? Never missing a beat, Lloyd pointed straight at the Lacona family heir, bleeding on the ground, exposing him for relentlessly bullying and humiliating Julian. He then shot a piercing glare at a staff member in the back. You watched the whole thing go down, right? Since you didn't lift a finger to stop it, maybe you're legally blind. Or are we just playing pretend today? To Lloyd, the corrupt system was crystal clear. Every single staff member walking these halls got their jobs through noble connections. They were way too terrified to risk upsetting the spoiled kids of high-ranking aristocrats. These rich kids formed toxic little cliques that practically run the school, creating an endless loop of unchecked power and bullying. There was absolutely zero chance the faculty was clueless about the daily hell Julian was going through. They just turned a blind eye because he was the son of a broke baron. The dean, sweating now, argued that even if that were true, what did any of this high school drama have to do with the king? Lloyd's response was ice cold. Disrespecting his brother meant disrespecting him. That is when he pulled the ultimate flex. He whipped out a custom pocket watch, proving he was a VIP royal guest personally invited by the crown. The moment that dragon crest caught the light, every single person in the room hit their knees to honor the king. Lloyd smirked, knowing he had them checkmated. Looks like we are all on the same page now, yeah? With that, he turned to leave. But the dean was secretly plotting, knowing VIP status had an expiration date. He figured he could easily make Julian pay once his big brother was out of the picture. But before he could even finish the thought, Lloyd locked eyes with him. It was a predator's gaze, promising absolute carnage. The dean instantly looked away, totally terrified. Breaking the tension, Lloyd turned to his brother. What are you standing around for? Let's move. Right after totally owning the faculty, they strutted straight toward the administration office. Lloyd was demanding an official leave of absence, but Julian slammed the brakes, visibly frustrated, asking how much more of his life. His crazy brother was going to ruin before he was satisfied. The target on his back was massive now, and to top it off, his academic career was paused. Lloyd just shook his head, dropping a massive hint that this academy was about to become the worst possible place to hit the books. Instead, they were going to use this break to get incredibly shredded. Julian tilted his head, completely lost. Lloyd laughed, asking if the kid had ever heard the ultimate truth about getting jacked. Nothing beats hardcore construction muscles. You know those bricklayers surviving on cheap energy drinks and fast food? Those dudes are literally walking around looking better than Mr. Olympia. Cut to later that night at the Magentano Palace, kicking back in the insanely luxurious VIP royal suites. Javier was having a serious heart-to-heart with Julian, hyping up Master Lloyd's master plan. But Julian looked at the knight like he was crazy. Wait, are we talking about the same Lloyd? That absolute train wreck? Javier raised an eyebrow, genuinely shocked the kid was doubting him. He dropped the facts. That epic strategy to take down the Cremo monster? All Lloyd. He was even the one who delivered the brutal finishing blow. Not just that he literally engineered highways, built massive aqueducts, and single-handedly modernized the local quarries, along with the mining operations. The guy even formed a diplomatic alliance with orcs and wiped out over 50% of their father's crushing debt. Javier practically begged the kid to just have a little faith. Master Lloyd was the sole reason their entire estate wasn't reduced to ashes. Standing right outside the door, Lloyd was eavesdropping, his ego inflating by the second. But then Julian ruined the moment, scoffing at the whole story. Come on, he is nothing but a washed-up, heavy-drinking loser. Without missing a beat, Javier deadpanned, calling Julian a totally uncultured idiot. Johann called the guy straight-up human garbage. Javier completely agreed, dragging him as a helpless, absolute scumbag past the point of no return. Hiding outside, Lloyd instantly regretted eavesdropping on them. But then Johann threw out a heavy question, asking Javier if a person could really flip their entire personality overnight. Javier shut it down flat, saying that was literally impossible. The knight was absolutely convinced that this guy was a total imposter, just wearing young Master Lloyd's face. Julian chimed in, demanding answers. Was he implying some random ghost hijacked Lloyd's body? Like, hardcore dark magic? Javier admitted it crossed his mind, basically pulling a crazy theory straight out of a textbook. But taking over someone else's meat suit, that would require an insanely massive wave of mana. So, he secretly investigated Lloyd's vitals. Sweating bullets, Lloyd panicked, wondering when the heck that even happened. Julian pressed on, asking if they caught another soul lurking in there during the heat of the moment. Javier shook his head no. He didn't sense any weird magical spikes at all. The soul was perfectly superglued to the body like it always belonged there. Brushing it off, he told them to forget the whole thing, calling it a wild overreaction. But Julian countered, pointing out that Lloyd's massive glow-up was definitely sus as hell, right? Meanwhile, Lloyd stood frozen outside, terrified the overpowered knight would sense his presence through the door. Was Javier intentionally leaking this info to clear the air? Plot twist. Shifting gears, Julian confessed that earlier, he found out about the family's massive debt for the very first time. He genuinely thought he was the only one struggling with his stressful academy life, while Lloyd was out here carrying the whole estate on his back. Looking at the big picture, Julian realized he had it on easy mode. He finally gave his older brother his flowers for literally saving their home. Ding. Julian's approval rating ticked up by 2 whole points. The grand total was now sitting at negative 59. Still terrible, but Lloyd's brain started working overtime. He pegged his little brother as a majorly important character, marking him down as his brand new relationship point farm. Kicking the door open, Lloyd crashed the party, loudly announcing that everything was prepped. Time to build some muscle, kid. Step number 1. Crafting hardcore suspension cables for a modern bridge. He slapped down some oil-based clay, kneading it into a massive, thick pizza crust, 90 centimeters wide. Step 2 involved stuffing this giant crust with a very specific mix of dirt, chunky rocks. Step 3, Podong devoured the whole crunchy mess and forcefully blasted out, scorching, melted steel. Once the glowing metal cooled down, the fluffy beast braided it into 120 insanely durable strands. Boom. Cable materials acquired. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lloyd stared at Julian, telling the kid his easy tutorial mode was officially over. This nightmare gig was the foundational rock of their entire construction project. If they mess this up, the whole thing crashes and burns. It wasn't just the crippling estate debt hanging by a thread anymore, but his entire future at the academy. Gulping nervously, Julian realized the stakes and asked if he could seriously be trusted with something this huge. Looking him dead in the eye, Lloyd manipulated him perfectly. He claimed you only hand crucial jobs to brilliant, responsible guys just like him. What are you waiting for, you little bottle cap shorty? Get moving. Stunned, Julian internally screamed. The dude forgot to call him a piece of trash again. Fast forward, and Lloyd was racking his brain. Building a massive modern suspension bridge sounded like a major flex, especially using his advanced structural engineering background. But keeping it real, even if he worked himself to the bone, pulling it off solo was physically impossible. He absolutely needed to borrow a totally different kind of overpowered tech, so he crashed the workshop of the ultimate master artisan, the royal dwarf Corgadus. The guy instantly hit him with a flat-out no. He hadn't even whipped out the blueprints yet. The grumpy dwarf barked that he literally didn't care and told him to kick rocks. Swallowing his pride, Lloyd stayed chill, fully expecting this stubborn boomer energy, perfectly matching his description in the original novel. Rumor had it this guy wouldn't lift a hammer unless a project completely blew his mind, ignoring even the Queen's direct orders. Knowing that, Lloyd brought out the big guns. He dramatically slammed down a massive blueprint, declaring this was the game-changing bridge destined to cross the Magena River. Unfazed, Corgadus sneered, claiming human architecture was nothing but useless trash. But the second his eyes locked onto the actual complex structural math, everything changed. Playing him like a fiddle, Lloyd suddenly snatched it back. He apologized, casually mentioning he'd just hire a different blacksmith. Catch you later. But Corgadus panicked. He warned that with a design this insane, missing the perfect structural rigidity by even a fraction would be an absolute disaster. Smirking, Lloyd nodded. Oh yeah, the bridge would instantly snap like a twig. It would totally collapse, dropping everybody into a watery grave, and he'd take all the blame for the absolute massacre. So, you just gonna keep screaming from the scaffolding up there? Man, if only the legendary Corgadus handled these trusses. Corgadus glares down. Is that a threat, kid? Lloyd waves his hands frantically. A threat? No way. Though, internally, he totally gets it. His default, resting villain face screams pure menace. Corgadus sighs, his curiosity getting the better of him. Whatever. Hand over the blueprints. Let me get a real look at this. His eyes scan the parchment, widening with realization. I'll tell you one thing for free. I am literally the only guy in this entire kingdom who can pull this off. Any other scrub would completely botch it. Exactly why I was respectfully requesting your expertise, sir. Lloyd beams. Corgadus flinches, barking at him to wipe that creepy thug smirk off his face. He taps the complex schematics. Listen, if you've got the brains to draft something this insane, you totally engineered this just to bait me, didn't you? Lloyd drops a fake innocent gasp. Never. I'm purely banking on your golden heart, boss. Seriously, stop doing that with your face, Corgadus grumbles, rubbing his temples. Fine. You win. I'm in. Lloyd drops a deep, theatrical bow. A million thanks, sir. Meanwhile, in the background, Julian just keeps grinding away at the cable wiring. Flash forward. The royal workshop is absolutely buzzing, hammering out the massive bridge trusses. Time for the heavy lifting. Javier and Lloyd gear up to tackle the suspension towers, unleashing massive, earth-shattering monoblasts straight into the dirt. But suddenly, an uninvited squad crashes the site, shutting down production. How dare you scam Her Highness and leech off the royal treasury, they scream. Lloyd just blinks. Bro, what are you even talking about? Cut to the royal court, where these guys are literally begging the Empress for a full-blown trial. Their beef? They claim the original bridge over the Magenta River is perfectly fine, having stood strong for 30 straight years. One of the suits points directly at Lloyd. This fraud is inventing ghost projects just to pocket the crown's money. He formally demands Lloyd gets the book thrown at him. Fast forward to the throne room. It is a full-on legal showdown, with the Empress herself sitting as the ultimate judge. The head official lays down the ground rules. Both sides drop their arguments, kicking things off with the Builders Guild. Victor, the head honcho of the Magenta Construction Guild, steps up to the mic. He argues that the Great Magenta Tower, engineered by his legendary predecessor, has locked down that exact spot for 3 solid decades. The support columns are literally wedge-shaped to throttle the river's vicious currents. Waltzing in here and claiming this masterpiece is going to collapse is a massive slap in the face to our entire guild. But inside his head, Lloyd is just doing the math, because he knows it is absolutely going to crumble. Back in the original novel, The Night of Blood and Iron, there is a massive clash between the royal army and the rebels right on that river. During that specific battle, a brutal superstorm hits, wiping the bridge right off the map, and it never gets rebuilt. Problem is, he cannot exactly drop future spoilers in court. The Empress locks eyes with him, ordering him to state his defense. Lloyd steps up, smirking. I just have one quick question for that official sitting right next to the guild leader. Off the record, how massive was your payout, buddy? The official panics, sweating bullets. How dare you spit such wild, baseless accusations in front of Her Royal Highness? Lloyd just chuckles internally. That defensive meltdown? Dead giveaway. The dude practically has I take bribes tattooed across his forehead. Look, any Korean knows exactly how the game is played when a shady politician links up with a corporate suit. It is a tale as old as time. Either the politician extorts cash out of the businessman, or the businessman aggressively bribes the politician to pull strings. We are currently watching Scenario 2 play out, where they block all competition to completely hog the royal budget. The Empress glares down at Lloyd, her voice ice cold. I actually thought you had some brains, but you just crossed a massive line. Naturally, facing the absolute wrath of the Queen, Lloyd's heart starts doing backflips. She commands the guards to prep his execution block right then and there. Smash cut. Lloyd is literally tied up, kneeling on the block, with a masked executioner hovering over him with a massive axe. The Empress declares that his filthy lies have deeply disrespected her and her loyal vassal, and blood is the only way to clear their names. Tension spikes. Javier's grip tightens on his sword hilt, ready to throw down. The summoned pets are absolutely losing their minds in pure panic. The Empress demands his final words. Without missing a beat, Lloyd coldly requests that she wipes out the entire bloodline of the actual traitors. Javier is stressing hard right now. The Empress scans the room, asking if the court agrees with that harsh penalty. Everyone nods. Perfect. Javier finally draws his blade, but the Empress suddenly pivots. She announces that, to finalize this, She must completely verify her vassal's innocence first. The corrupt duo freeze. Wait, what? Out of nowhere, an elite squad of royal mages surrounds the sweaty politician. Lloyd's terrified act vanishes. He had been banking on this exact plot twist the entire time. You absolute clown. The Empress coldly orders a high-level confession spell. The politician violently thrashes around, screaming, "Wait, Your Majesty, please!" And Lloyd? He throws his head back, unleashing the most unhinged, supervillain cackle he has ever dropped in his entire life. Jump cut to the aftermath. The two disgraced officials are strapped to wooden posts, absolutely battered from a brutal whipping and hanging by a thread. Lloyd walks up, looking down at them. He turns to the Empress, calmly stating that their families are innocent in this mess, and smoothly requests to end the punishment right here. Wow, what a totally wholesome dude, right? Yeah, until Javier suddenly got flashbacks to that absolute demon laugh of his. Scratch that, this guy is pure chaos. Naturally, our boy Lloyd was seriously losing his mind. Why? Because a bunch of totally useless scrubs were holding up his massive bridge project. So, the Queen just casually deployed literally every single laborer in the entire kingdom to get this monstrosity built. You had actual archmages flexing their gravity spells just to make those colossal stone blocks feel as light as feathers. Boom. Just like that, the insanely complex suspension tower was fully constructed before anyone could even blink. Lloyd hit Belle with the launch signal. Without hesitating, she basically hurled herself through the air, dragging a massive steel cable right along with her. Podong caught her midair, snatched that heavy-duty cable, and locked the connection perfectly into place. And they didn't stop there. Cable number 2 was already flying. The entire crowd was just standing there with their jaws on the floor. Even his own brother, Julian, was completely starstruck. Julian couldn't stop hyping him up, but Javier stepped in, giving Julian his own props, reminding the kid that he absolutely crushed his first real hard labor grind. Javier threw it back to when a tiny Julian begged for sword lessons. Back then, the kid practically almost sliced himself open, because the blade was just way too heavy. But looking at him now? Yeah, that weak era is totally over. Bro had seriously bulked up. Down below, Hippo was literally chilling in the water, locking another massive chunk of the bridge into its final spot. The archmages blasted the joints with magic fire to seal everything tight. Lloyd gave the final nod. The project was officially a wrap. A system alert suddenly popped up. Construction of the Magenta City Suspension Bridge was 100% complete. He scored a massive 1,050 bonus PR from that alone, bringing his totally stacked balance up to 3,019 points. After penny pinching for what felt like forever, he was practically swimming in rewards. Cut to the grand opening ceremony, where the Empress drops a bombshell and names the bridge after him. And she didn't stop there. Using her absolute royal authority, she officially crowned Lloyd Frontera as the kingdom's Grand Master Builder. Meanwhile, the Count was out here squinting, asking, "Wait, this scrawny dude actually engineered that entire megastructure?" Spoiler alert, he absolutely did. Lloyd is literally the only mastermind in existence who could cook up a blueprint that insane. Lloyd was already doing the math in his head. Once that fat stack of construction cash hit his account, his family's massive debt would be instantly wiped to zero. But there was still one massive, royal roadblock standing in his way: the Queen. She was already scheming, thinking, how many different ways can I exploit this guy's genius? Lloyd could totally sense her plotting to make him her personal workhorse, and he was mentally screaming, hard pass. But the second she actually hit him with a royal request, he immediately caved. He genuinely believed he could somehow dodge her trap by fixing that messy academy situation on the side. Classic operation, taking out two birds with one stone. But then came the plot twist. Queen Alicia of Magentano publicly declared that she was hooking Lloyd Frontera up with a straight-up noble title and a massive estate to match his god-tier skills. Obviously, the crusty old elites took that super personally. To them, it was a massive slap in the face, since Lloyd was basically just some random dirt-poor baron's kid. Yeah, the high society crowd was absolutely fuming right now. With her ego totally bruised, the Queen knew holding back the peanut gallery's whining was going to be an absolute nightmare. But then, Lloyd stepped up, buttering her up with heavy praise for her so-called boundless generosity. Then he dropped the bomb. If Her Highness didn't mind him stepping out of line, he wanted something way bigger. Annoyed, she snapped at him to just spit it out already. He pitched his deal. If she thinks his request actually makes sense, she can completely scrap the whole title and estate reward. She crossed her arms, saying she would hear him out first, then she would make her call. Honestly, she figured this guy was just fishing for a royal seat or a fatter paycheck. But Lloyd completely flipped the script. He demanded a brutal, top-to-bottom cleanse of the Royal Academy. Right now, Magenta Academy is an absolute dumpster fire of corruption, gross inequality, and pure toxicity. These snobby students care way more about their little cliques than hitting the books, straight up torturing the lower-ranking kids both mentally and physically. The professors totally know what is going down, but they play blind because they are too busy lining their own pockets with filthy wealth. These rich kids are getting drunk on power trips when they should be taking notes. They are busy building invisible walls, instead of chasing actual dreams in this world. The whole place is practically spitting on the true purpose of an academy. The Empress sat there, soaking in every single word. Sweat literally started dripping down the nobles' faces. Catching the vibe, Lloyd gave Javier the signal. His loyal knight marched right up and handed the queen a fat stack of papers, containing the hardcore proof of a 4-month undercover investigation. They tracked down furious alumni, random janitors, and even the few decent professors who rage quit because they were sick of the endless dirt, perfectly recording every single witness and fact-checking all their wild claims. Panicking, one of the elite snobs screamed that this low-born trash was just spinning lies. Another dude frantically backed him up, but the queen just gave them a death glare, declaring they just dug their own graves. She instantly ordered a truth spell to be slapped on them. Cut to a few hours later, and those exact dudes were tied to the whipping post. Then, the academy got hit with the ultimate purge. Royal guards stormed the halls, dragging out every single corrupt noble and shady professor. The queen went full savage, ordering the arrest of every single name on that blacklist, with 0 exceptions. She sentenced them to get whipped based on how messed up their crimes were. We are talking losing their jobs, getting their lands snatched, and being lined up for the chopping block. And through all this chaos, Lloyd was just watching from the sidelines, grinning like a proud mastermind. Javier shot him a look, noting how wildly satisfied his boss looked about this whole bloodbath. Lloyd smirked, clarifying it wasn't just about the cleanup. He was hyped, because the queen completely forgot he even existed. Now, he could just pull a ninja vanish and head home. Except, absolutely not, because Kyle materialized out of thin air right next to him, bringing a direct message from Her Royal Highness. Sure, Lloyd could leave whenever he wanted, as long as he dragged himself to the royal banquet first. Oh, and plot twist, the queen totally praised his slick little stunt to dodge the spotlight using the academy drama. She respected his desperate need for a lazy, soft life. Lloyd's jaw dropped. As he realized he had been playing checkers while the queen was playing 4-dimensional chess, he was in her palm the whole time. Kyle just shrugged, said his piece, and vanished. Clutching his chest, Lloyd gasped that he almost had a heart attack, asking if Javier even sensed the guy creeping up. His knight bluntly admitted he felt nothing. Kyle is the literal swordmaster of this entire kingdom, so masking his aura from someone at Javier's current level was basically child's play. A bit later, Julian cornered Lloyd, asking if he intentionally beat down Diego, knowing this massive domino effect would happen. Lloyd just shrugged it off, saying that was pretty much the vibe. His whole master plan was to speedrun the construction project, ordered by the queen without breaking a sweat. Then, if she tried tossing him a bonus, he would just deflect and drop the academy bombshell to get out of the spotlight. Typical trash behavior, right? But Julian locked eyes with him, telling Lloyd to drop the whole garbage act. He looked right at his older brother, swearing his total trust and saying he was prouder of him than literally anyone else. That raw honesty actually caught Lloyd completely off guard. Suddenly, a blue screen popped up. The system announced that Julian Frontera now sees him as the awakened hero who stepped up to crush their family crisis. All that toxic resentment totally vanished. Julian fully claimed him as blood and handed over massive respect. His approval rating skyrocketed by 65 points, and he instantly bagged 910 reputation points. But breaking the emotional tension, Lloyd cringed hard, telling his bro that was way too cheesy. Julian immediately got defensive, asking what his problem was, instantly regretting opening his heart. Fast forward to the royal banquet, where a massive orchestra was absolutely popping off, surrounding gigantic tables stacked with 5-star gourmet food and elites rocking ridiculously expensive drip. The party was incredibly loud and vibrant, but then the queen called Lloyd out to step forward, catching him, trying to blend into the shadows. She smirked, asking if he seriously thought she wouldn't keep tabs on her favorite little pawn. He might try to hide like an underground mole, but he still shines way too bright in a crowd. Javier actually had to hand it to the fake highness. Her intuition was absolutely off the charts. Honestly, total mole cricket vibes, the queen confirmed without missing a single beat. Javier literally felt a massive boulder lift right off his shoulders. Talk about a major relief. Man, he was dying to roast Lloyd into oblivion, but the queen suddenly cut the tension, demanding to know if he somehow missed her order to step up. He immediately bowed and apologized, but as he stepped forward, Her Highness just waved him in. Closer, just a tiny bit closer. Lloyd completely froze, blurting out that if she closed the gap anymore, he was moonwalking right out of there. Instead, she commanded him to lean down, whispering right against his ear. If he ever flipped his script, He knew exactly where to find her. She promised to have the VIP treatment completely ready to go. Then she gracefully dipped, tossing over her shoulder that tonight's massive feast was entirely his, so he better live it up. Lloyd was mentally doing backflips. Talk about hitting the absolute jackpot. Obviously, the ultimate dream was just chilling and doing absolutely nothing forever. But wait, reality check. What if some random natural disaster wiped out his territory completely? Boom, back to the brutal daily grind. Nope, scratch the party. He desperately needed to get back to his home turf right this second. High off that insanely massive paycheck, he actually grabbed a plate to start feasting. But then a sudden, terrifying realization slammed into his brain. Wait a minute, he completely forgot the original novel's plotline. The queen was still destined to go full villain mode. The second she snaps, all his sweaty grinding and his precious land would instantly turn to dust. Suddenly, a super sketchy figure brushed right past his shoulder. The guy muttered that the party would rage on until the absolute break of dawn. Lloyd froze completely. He knew that exact phrase. It was the ultimate trigger word. The secret assassin code signaling the exact moment the queen gets lethally poisoned and brutally loses her arm. But hold up, that brutal plot twist was not supposed to drop for another 3 years. Why the massive timeline glitch? And why did that dude give off seriously twisted Kyle energy? Cut to later that night. The queen was already swaying, brushing the dizziness off as just one too many royal cocktails. Plus, she had been heavily burning the midnight oil at the academy, stress prepping for massive floods and furiously tracking the shady moves of Aslan, their massive rival state. That absolute snake of a ruler was currently hoarding a massive army out in the western wastelands. But her elite shadow spies reported this was not just some basic military drill. The guy was straight up gearing for a full-blown invasion. While she was desperately trying to piece his dark puzzle together, a blinding migraine struck her skull like lightning. This made absolutely zero sense. Her insanely high mana levels should have easily burned right through the alcohol like it was nothing. Now, she could not even keep her own racing heartbeat in check. Out of nowhere, a vicious, piercing stab of agony ripped right through her chest. Poison. But how? Her royal guard had literally screened every single crumb on her plate. Gasping for pure air, she stumbled wildly toward the massive doors. They suddenly pushed open to reveal Kyle. Desperate, she begged him to save her. Thanking the universe he showed up right on time. Kyle just flashed a totally sinister grin and nodded. "You are absolutely right, Your Majesty," he purred, his voice dripping with pure malice. "Thank the heavens I am here. I will gladly help you. Rest in peace." He smoothly drew his blade, the heavy steel already dripping with fresh crimson. Meanwhile, across the palace, Lloyd aggressively grabbed Javier. "We have a massive situation." They practically sprinted down the dimly lit hallways. Lloyd glanced over, totally baffled. "Wait, you are not even going to ask what kind of mess we are sprinting into?" Javier did not even blink. "I entirely trust my young master. Plus, the rogue mana spiking around us is completely insane." Lloyd swallowed hard. "Your main mission is basically taking down an actual living sword master." Javier deadpanned. "I know you are being dead serious right now, but please use a tiny bit of common sense." Lloyd ignored the sarcasm. "How much time can you realistically buy me?" Javier quickly calculated the odds. 60 seconds. Tops. "I need at least 2 entire minutes," Lloyd demanded. Javier instantly bolted forward. Since he completely lacked his sword, he brutally ripped a heavy candelabra straight off the wall. "You get 3. They crashed the scene to find an absolute massacre. Lifeless nobles painted the hallways, and Kyle was ruthlessly raining heavy steel down on the cornered queen. "You are genuinely terrifying." Kyle laughed like a maniac. "You tanked a fatal dose of shadow poison, yet you are still standing and somehow parried 3 of my strikes." She gasped, demanding to know why he betrayed them. His only answer was a brutal, bone-crushing kick straight to her gut, dropping her flat for the final execution swing. But Javier launched in, deflecting the lethal blow just in time. Kyle effortlessly swatted the surprise attack away, only for Javier to fiercely parry the counter with his heavy metal candelabra. Kyle visibly flinched in pure shock. Javier instantly channeled his raw energy, sparking a super intense, high-frequency mana-circle collision right inside the grand hall. He brilliantly coated that random piece of furniture in pure glowing aura, clashing viciously against Kyle's legendary blade and unleashing an absolutely insane flurry of lightning-fast strikes. While the heavyweights clashed, Lloyd wildly slid across the marble, straight to the dying queen. He instantly clamped a hand over her mouth. Save the dramatic monologues for later. He forcefully pressed his glowing palm flat against her poisoned stomach, immediately jump-starting the legendary Azrahan core technique. He started violently ripping the toxic mana straight out of her fading veins and siphoning it into himself, all while Javier aggressively traded lethal blows with Kyle in the background. The traitorous swordmaster finally stopped playing games and fully ignited his massive sword aura. Javier internally groaned. Yeah, this was about to get incredibly sketchy. In a total galaxy brain flex, he literally yeeted his glowing candelabra straight at the psycho to completely shatter the terrifying aura summon before it even started. He gripped his makeshift weapon tight and unleashed a massive burst of raw mana. Even Kyle had to respect the kid's raw talent, but the veteran still landed a devastating blow that sent Javier hacking up blood. Javier's lack of actual battle experience was showing. Kyle's next strike slammed dead center into his chest, leaving him bleeding out heavily. Meanwhile, Lloyd was dialed in completely, banking everything on his knight holding the line. He was literally siphoning the lethal poison into his own bloodstream, knowing damn well that if he failed, everyone in this room was dead meat. Kyle looked at the damage he just dealt, thinking it was a clean opening to finish the job. But instead of throwing up a defense, Javier practically threw himself forward, ducking under the attack and screaming for Podong, who tossed him his actual blade. With his real sword in hand, Javier fired off a hyper-focused mana blast that caught Kyle right in the gut, launching him out into the hallway. The Swordmaster was forced to sprint across the entire hall, desperately dodging a barrage of explosive magical strikes. Kyle couldn't believe it. This kid was an absolute monster. Back in the room, Lloyd was pulling the last drops of toxin, his body already shaking from the hardcore side effects. The Queen stared in shock, wondering if he was somehow absorbing her mana. She asked where he picked up such a crazy technique, but he just snapped back. "Shut your mouth. I'm trying to focus here." She froze, completely dumbfounded that some random guy just told the Queen to shut her trap. Realizing his slip-up, he quickly backpedaled. "No, Your Majesty. The poison must be messing with your hearing." He lied smoothly, begging her to just stay still. Suddenly, a massive amount of blood erupted from his mouth. The Queen watched in horror, realizing this guy was literally trading his life for hers. Right at that moment, Kyle took another fiery blast to the face, blasting him straight into the main hall, right where the banquet was supposed to happen. Javier stood his ground. There was no way he was letting this dude past him. Kyle realized the kid was just trying to run down the clock, but decided playtime was over. He turned to the royal guards and commanded them to attack Javier, framing him as a traitor trying to assassinate the Queen. Obviously, the guards listened to the kingdom's top swordmaster, but throwing themselves at Javier was a massive mistake. They were getting swatted away one by one, like flies by Javier's insanely heavy strikes. Kyle watched in disbelief. These were top-tier elite soldiers, and Javier was wiping the floor with all of them. A feat like this was practically unheard of in recorded history. Kyle broke into a cold sweat. If this kid actually reached the Swordmaster rank, he could single-handedly wipe a whole nation off the map. But Kyle wasn't about to let that happen. He decided to end it right here. The veteran finally unleashed his ultimate move, summoning his blade's raw aura. Javier instantly knew he was in deep trouble. Just standing in front of that blinding light and insane pressure, he was completely paralyzed. The sheer force crushed him like a bug, sending him flying through the air, until he crashed into the hallway, his chest wound ripped wide open and bleeding worse than ever. At that exact second, Lloyd finally finished the extraction. He had sucked out every last drop of the toxin, violently throwing up as his body rejected it. The Queen panicked, warning him that if he didn't act fast, he was a goner. She ordered him to focus all his remaining mana into one arm. She offered to rip it off for him, fully ready to chop off his limb, just like what happened in the original novel. But Lloyd flat out refused. Losing an arm would make digging way too hard. Instead, he grabbed a random knife off the floor and channeled a mana burst through it, firing off a highly compressed, venomous shockwave. The impact was so insane, it literally shook the entire building. Kyle felt the tremors and freaked out. It felt like a massive bomb went off, and he instantly suspected Lloyd was behind it. But before he could check, Javier dragged his battered body back onto his feet. Kyle was completely stunned. The kid took a direct hit from a sword aura and was somehow still standing. Javier had made a rock-solid promise, and he wasn't about to break it. His mind flashed back to a night at the camp with Lloyd, where he confessed how hopeless he felt. He admitted he messed up his job as a bodyguard by rushing headfirst at that giant, and felt crushed when Lloyd didn't back his play. He had been taking Lloyd's chill attitude and physical weakness for granted this whole time. Because he totally dropped the ball, he asked if he was even fit to be a knight anymore. Lloyd finally got where he was coming from. He told Javier to stop sweating it, but added he was still docking his pay for 6 months. Javier just stared at him and deadpanned. 3. Lloyd scoffed, asking if he actually thought he was in a position to bargain. Obviously he wasn't, but Javier looked him dead in the eye and swore an oath. As his lord's personal blade and shield, he vowed to never abandon his post again. He also knew damn well that Lloyd had already broken through to the third circle. If he actually wanted to call himself Lloyd's guard, he had to level up fast. He set an insane goal, becoming a swordmaster in just 1 year. Lloyd smirked, calling it some big talk. He joked that it sounded just like someone saying, "I'm totally going to lose 5 kilos this year, right?" He roasted him, pointing out that just saying it out loud doesn't magically make it happen. Then Lloyd got serious and told him to listen up. Look, humans have a hard cap on how far they can push themselves with their mana hearts, right? Theoretically, even if they grinded for centuries, they'd never break past that absolute limit. So, how do the top tiers actually pull it off? Bro realizes that a massive mana pool isn't something you just grind out with basic training. He was breaking it down, literally drawing in the dirt with a random twig, but Javier just swiped away the sketch. He made it crystal clear this time. He wanted to level up with zero backup. Man, he knew he couldn't keep riding Lloyd's coattails forever. He was dead set on awakening as a swordmaster on his own terms. The second he clashed with Kyle, disaster struck. The enemy's blade impaled his chest straight through, blasting his body with a vicious shockwave of aura. Kyle smirked, admitting the kid was full of surprises. A normal guy would have been blown to absolute pieces, but Javier instantly clustered all his mana, right at the impact zone, just to cheat death. The villain mocked him, saying he'd love to watch more of these pathetic magic tricks, but it was game over. Twisting the blade still buried in Javier's flesh, Kyle ruthlessly ignited his aura to burn him alive. An agonizing scream tore from his throat, yet his bloody hands locked right onto the glowing steel. Through the blinding pain, Javier realized the energy of that scorching aura blade was surging directly through his veins, pumping straight from Kyle's own core. It was a direct link to the guy's mana heart. Before he could act, Kyle violently yanked the blade out and slammed him into the stone wall. The dude looked utterly lifeless. No pulse, no breath, and zero trace of magic leaking out. Figuring he'd wasted way too much time on a scrub, Kyle pivoted to assassinate the queen. But against all odds, Javier staggered back to his feet. Bleeding out, he whispered that he finally grasped the secret behind a swordmaster's power. Out of nowhere, he materialized his own insane aura, replacing his shattered weapon entirely. A colossal, glowing green blade erupted into existence. Kyle froze, completely shook. He had never witnessed anything this god tier. Pushing past his limits, Javier expanded the energy blade even further. Then, he unleashed absolute hell, a blinding waterfall of raw, unadulterated power crashing down. In a desperate panic, the villain fired back with his own aura strike, but it looked like a toothpick against a nuke. It was an instant wrap. Kyle blinked, only to realize his sword arm was literally gone. The limb had been vaporized by that same monstrous blast that just carved a massive crater straight through the castle floor. As enemy troops swarmed in, Javier barked at them to back the hell up, daring anyone crazy enough to challenge a freshly awakened swordmaster. Meanwhile, the queen was desperately trying to snap out of it. Lloyd was completely out cold after tanking that explosive shockwave. She frantically asked if there was any way he could siphon energy. If he could, he needed to drain hers right now. She refused to let a generational talent like him die on her watch. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered open as a system prompt flashed. He had miraculously survived a lethal toxin. Bro just unlocked a brand new custom perk for his mana heart. He was now permanently immune to literally every poison in existence. Plus, he bagged the overload skill, a cheat code, letting him drain ambient magic from his surroundings whenever his tank hits zero. A creepy, massive grin spread across Lloyd's face as he internally hyped up his ultimate clutch, but the queen instantly smacked the back of his head. He rubbed his skull, totally confused, asking why Her Highness just assaulted him. She deadpanned that his expression was way too annoying. Brushing off the awkward vibe, she quickly checked his status, asking if he had enough juice to stand up. He groaned, admitting he was totally fried. His legs were literally turning to jelly with zero strength left to give. Still, his boy Javier desperately needed backup. With no other plays left, he triggered overload, forcing his core rings to spin at breakneck speeds, instantly jump-starting the insane extraction process. He started sucking in every ounce of ambient energy in the room. It was literally vacuuming the life force out of everything around him. Even the color was draining out of the furniture. The queen watched in pure shock, never witnessing such a terrifying suction rate. The dude was completely zoned out, basically in a trance, deaf to anything she was saying. Relieved, she thought, whatever works. At least he pulled through. Without hesitation, she channeled her own aura straight into him so he could go save her knight. After a few intense seconds of guzzling down energy, his eyes finally snapped wide open. The entire room had been drained completely gray. Right on cue, the system announced a massive skill upgrade. He just promoted to a low-tier expert swordsman and snagged the Berserk ability. This savage mode lets him lock onto a specific target for 60 seconds of absolute mayhem. We're talking a 200% buff to strength, durability, and reflexes, though it's a once-a-day ultimate. Springing up, he felt weightless. His brain immediately screamed that it was time to join the fight against Kyle. But when he glanced over at the Royal Highness, she was absolutely gasping for air. Looking around at the drained, lifeless room, he awkwardly wondered, wait, did I do that? He realized his new power was practically a hazard to everyone nearby. Brushing it off, the queen said she'd demand answers later. Right now, taking down that psycho assassin was the only thing that mattered, so she ordered him to carry her out immediately. Throwing on his jacket, Lloyd smoothly dropped into a piggyback stance, claiming it'd be an absolute honor, Your Majesty. The second she locked onto his back, he took off sprinting like a wild stallion, totally convinced they had already reached the finish line. The queen was straight up mesmerized by Javier's absolutely flawless mana control. Still, she knew deep down he stood zero chance against Kyle. She desperately needed her own mana back, fast. But the moment they drifted around that corridor, bam, there was Javier, literally glowing with a blinding sword aura, standing right over Kyle's crushed body. The queen immediately snapped an order, commanding every single soldier to drop their weapons. Right then and there, she announced that Kyle, the freaking commander of the Royal Guard, had just orchestrated a massive assassination attempt against her. And these two absolute legends? They walked straight through absolute hell just to keep her breathing. She demanded total respect for her saviors. Instantly, the guards clattered their steel to the floor. The queen was not playing around. She locked down the entire banquet, ordering a massive interrogation for every single guest. This was a full-blown royal security crisis. No exceptions, full cooperation required. Meanwhile, Lloyd casually turned to Javier, asking if he had seriously just leveled up to a full-on swordmaster. Javier just shrugged, casually nodding like it was no big deal. Lloyd's jaw dropped, demanding to know how he could sound so totally chill about it, like he had just bought a new shirt or something. But Javier stared back, genuinely confused as to why Lloyd was freaking out. He pointed out that Master Lloyd throws himself into near-death situations on the daily, so unlocking this power was his only way to actually protect him. Hearing that, Lloyd felt a sudden warmth in his chest. He was just damn glad this reckless idiot was still breathing. Suddenly, a massive system prompt popped up, flashing that he had just unlocked another insane achievement. Apparently, all of his past crazy stunts and wild milestones had perfectly aligned to trigger a super rare hidden condition. Boom, he just unlocked the praise system. From now on, every single epic win would slap a prestigious honorary title onto his profile. And the best part? Every title drops a brand new bonus skill. But wait, it gets better. Every single time a full moon hits midnight, he is guaranteed to rake in a sweet batch of praise points. Right now, his stats showed 5 active titles: Bone Crusher, The Reviver of Dead Estates, I Will Make Your Face Uglier Than an Orc, Get in the Boiling Pot You Lobster, and The Heavy-Hitting Carrier. Lloyd just facepalmed hard. Each title was literally more unhinged and embarrassing than the last. Like, seriously? What a totally cursed lineup. But hey, he reasoned, as long as these weird flexes actually grant him overpowered skills, he could not complain. He quickly pulled up the stats for his craziest title, Get in the Boiling Pot You Lobster. The active duration? A whopping 120 years. Plus, he would score 3 shiny praise points right off the bat. These insane buffs could be locked in for a full 24 hours, strictly inside the zone where he earned the praise. And the actual buff? Get this, whenever he squares up against an enemy, weighing 10 times more than his own body weight, the Iron Stance automatically activates. His attack damage gets instantly multiplied by 2, while any incoming hits get completely sliced in half. Lloyd was genuinely hyped, but one massive question remained. Where exactly does he spend these 3 praise points? The system basically glitched for a second, teasing him with a cheeky, "Oh, I was totally gonna drop the lore, but nah, kinda lost the vibe. Never mind." Lloyd practically dropped to his knees, begging the floating screen. "Come on, bro, please." The system ruthlessly demanded just a little more groveling. Finally, it caved. Fine. It revealed that he could burn those praise points to literally shatter the laws of physics, unlocking the ultimate god-tier power to summon the final spoiler. Cut to later that night, Lloyd was violently stretching his sore muscles in the luxury guest room, groaning about being completely dead on his feet. The guy had not caught a single wink of sleep. Julian leaned against the wall, shooting him a serious look before asking if he had any clue who pulled the strings on that crazy poisoning plot. Lloyd sighed, admitting he was completely clueless. Sure, they had busted those sketchy dudes passing around decrypted secret messages, and yeah, pretty soon, the mages were going to blast them with a truth spell to spill all the tea. But there was a catch. Some of these assassins were rocking heavy magical shields. Thanks to this massive manhunt, he was stuck in the capital way longer than planned. He was literally dying to just go back home. But this whole queen almost getting murdered situation? Yeah, he had zero intel on it. This wild arc completely bypassed the original novel. Maybe the author was saving this plot twist for Season 2, except Major Plot Twist Season 2 never even dropped. Worse still, this entire chaos was popping off 3 whole years ahead of schedule. The butterfly effect was going absolutely crazy right now. Lloyd realized with a sinking dread that if the timeline kept warping like this, They were absolutely doomed. His massive brain, full of future spoilers, literally his ultimate cheat code, would become completely trash. Sure, he had bagged some crazy new powers, but against an unpredictable future, who knows if they would even make a dent. Breaking his spiral, Julian suddenly cut in. "Bro, what about Javier?" he asked, pivoting from the investigation talk. Lloyd snapped back to reality, nodding. "Yeah, the Queen actually pulled him into a private VIP meeting since he just ascended to Swordmaster status and all." Julian's eyes went wide. "Wait, he did what?" Lloyd scoffed at his shock. "Bro, what did you expect? Javier is an absolute beast." Julian's jaw dropped. "Wait, does this mean what I think it means?" Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Javier Astrahan standing front and center in the throne room. The Queen had seen everything. Witnessing his insane sword aura firsthand completely blew her mind. It was a level of power she had never encountered. Right then and there, she ordered him to stay by her side as the new captain of the Royal Guard. Back with the guys, Julian started panicking, thinking Javier was ditching them, but cut back to the throne room, Javier was actually turning the Queen down flat. Lloyd just smirked at his little brother. "You seriously do not know our guy at all, do you?" True to form, Javier looked the actual Queen dead in the eye. He proudly declared his eternal loyalty as a knight of Baron Frontera. He politely begged her to understand there was zero chance he was leaving his lord's side, but the Queen was not playing games. Her voice turned icy. "I was not asking. I am giving you a direct order." She reminded him that defying the crown was straight-up treason, a fact she knew he understood perfectly. Without missing a beat, Javier calmly replied with one final, humble request. All he asked for was permission to write one last goodbye letter to the Baron. She scoffed, realizing it was just an incredibly polite way of saying he would literally rather die than serve her. Javier simply bowed, placing his fate entirely in her hands. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Finally, the Queen relented, sighing that she would respect his ultimate choice. He stood tall, offered a flawless bow, and walked right out of the palace. Catching up with them outside, he bumped into a totally stressed-out Julian. Javier just gave him a reassuring look. "Chill out," he said. "I ride with the Frontera family for life." Julian instantly lit up like a Christmas tree. Meanwhile, up in her chambers, the Queen muttered to herself about her terrible luck with anyone coming from the Frontera territory. Fast forward to that night. Bored out of his mind, Lloyd chilled under the stars, scrolling through his system to check out his wild new title perks. First up, the Bone Crusher title, a sweet reward for totally wrecking Neumann. This gem guaranteed absolute, unquestioning obedience from every single servant on the Frontera estate. Then there was the hilariously named Make Your Face Look as Ugly as an orc title, which literally let him blast out a massive orc roar. But the real MVP was the Magentano I Will Carry You title. That one granted him the Queen's blind trust, making him completely immune to her suspicions forever. Lloyd grinned, knowing how insanely overpowered that was. Looking up, he noticed the glowing full moon. Right on cue, his system points dropped, bringing his total to a solid 22. The ultimate prize was staring him in the face, a sneak peek at the grand finale of this entire story arc. The cost? A hefty 20 points. Lloyd figured unlocking this would practically guarantee him a smooth, lazy life from here on out. But the second he hit purchase, the world around him instantly dissolved into nothingness. A few seconds later, his eyes snapped open. Blistering heat hit him like a truck. He was standing right in the middle of a massive inferno. The Frontera estate was completely reduced to rubble, scorched earth, charred bodies scattered everywhere. Panic set in as Lloyd desperately sprinted through the burning ruins, screaming into the smoke. He yelled out, begging for a response, praying someone had survived. He kept running until he froze dead in his tracks. Laying right in front of him were the lifeless bodies of the Baron and Baroness. Then, the camera pans to show the future version of himself, Lloyd Frontera, broken, sobbing on his knees, begging his dead parents for forgiveness. Snapping back to reality, Lloyd furiously demanded answers from the system. "What kind of sick, twisted joke is this?" he yelled. But when he glanced back into the vision, the sky turned black. A literal dark cloud of locusts blotted out the sun. It was not just a swarm, it was an apocalyptic plague. Javier unleashed his blinding sword aura, slicing through the endless wave of monsters. But there were simply too many. It was a never-ending flood of nightmares. His attacks barely scratched the surface of the horde, before the terrifying swarm completely swallowed Javier alive. Gasping for air, Lloyd violently snapped awake from the nightmare, covered in a cold sweat. He aggressively interrogated the system, demanding to know what the hell he just witnessed and if that bloodbath was actually going to happen. The system coldly replied that he could either believe it or ignore it, but he had better think long and hard about the consequences of being wrong. His mind raced. Even though he was still completely shell-shocked, he did not waste a single second. He bolted straight toward the Queen's office. The devastating words his future self spoke in that vision kept echoing in his head, that agonizing realization that if he had only arrived sooner, he could have saved them. He furiously calculated exactly how much time he had left on the clock. He made a split-second decision to sprint back to his territory immediately. He knew exactly what triggered that apocalyptic locust swarm. Cut to the Queen's office, where she held up a hand. "Hold on a second. What do you mean the entire Cremona region is going to be wiped off the map?" Bowing with intense urgency, Lloyd looked her dead in the eye. "It is exactly as I said. Your Highness needs to mobilize the army right now and brace for a massive calamity." She argued that this sounded absolutely crazy and demanded all the details. Without hesitating, he dropped the bomb. It was a targeted attack by the enemy nation. The Aspharon forces were deliberately weaponizing the monsters, trying to trigger a massive domino effect to crush their defenses. They were actively destroying the creatures' natural habitats. Now, those displaced nightmares were stampeding straight toward their borders, crashing down on them like falling dominoes. This whole eastern region was about to turn into an absolute war zone. Luckily, Lloyd had read the novel. He knew exactly what was coming. Well, almost. This apocalyptic event was supposed to drop 3.5 years later, way further north of the Frontera estate. The timeline was completely wrecked, and the details were scrambled. But honestly, that did not matter right now. The Queen's eyes narrowed. She had actually been tracking some sketchy Asfahan movements out in the eastern jungle. His warning checked out. But then she dropped the million-dollar question. How exactly did a low-ranking noble know about classified Asfahan troop movements? Lloyd's brain practically short-circuited. Crap, crap, crap. Improvise. Make something up right now. She leaned in, straight up, calling him out on his massive pile of secrets. To her, this guy was giving off more red flags than the actual enemy. Sweating bullets, Lloyd finally pulled an excuse out of thin air, claiming he had underground connections. A literal blood pact, to be exact, forged with the hardcore orcs out in the wastelands. He spun a wild tale about the Sand and Steel tribe sending him a carrier pigeon with the intel. And what about his freakish knowledge of the assassination attempt on Kyle? Lloyd claimed he caught Kyle and the squad leader acting totally suspicious. He swore he saw them sharing a weird look, got a bad gut feeling about where they were headed, and decided to shadow them. That is how he supposedly witnessed the guy sucking up all the mana and blowing the place to pieces. As for surviving the blast, he casually flexed that his childhood bestie, Javier, is a literal prodigy, and Javier had apparently taught him a super-secret, self-defense magic. The Queen just stared at him. He was really trying to patch up every plot hole in one breath. Absolutely 0% of his story made logical sense. She could literally see the gears turning in his head as he pulled lies out of his back pocket. Lloyd internally panicked, realizing she saw right through his absolute garbage story. The silence in the room was deafeningly awkward. So, he smashed the panic button and activated his title's special effect. Boom! Instant trust injection. The Queen's demeanor flipped, and she agreed to hand over 500 of her elite troops to him. He was getting the White Cavalry, plus a squad of 50 combat mages for backup. Since he supposedly had the enemy intel, she was putting him directly in charge of the whole operation. Lloyd immediately bowed, hyping up her royal generosity. But the Queen was not playing games. She made it crystal clear that he owed her big time, and the bill for this trust was going to be steep. Lloyd flashed a confident smirk. He knew the hustle. In this world, nothing comes for free. His mission was simple but brutal. Crush the monster wave, evacuate every single civilian, and make it look like her brilliant foresight saved the day. He had to completely restore the Crown's shattered reputation after that messy assassination gig. She straight up told him he was the shadiest guy she had ever met. But honestly, she kind of respected his hustle. With the deal locked in, Lloyd and Javier hit the road instantly. They were riding at such breakneck speed that the rushing wind turned Lloyd's yelling into a garbled, chaotic mess. Javier, completely unfazed by the wind tearing at their faces, just nodded and told him to take a breath and explain everything slowly. Lloyd was mind blown. How the heck was Javier actually translating his wind tunnel gibberish? Javier just calmly admitted he was getting the general vibe. Through a series of unhinged screams, weird grunts, and waving arms, Javier managed to piece together the objective. They had to reach the Frontera estate, and they had a strict 5-day countdown. Lloyd was practically clinging for his life as the wind violently whipped him around. Their horses were tearing across the landscape like absolute rockets. Now, Javier is an absolute beast who could solo a small country's entire military forces without breaking a sweat. Normally, if an enemy army saw a guy like Javier wiping out battalions, they would instantly drop their weapons and run crying. But here's the massive problem. They were not fighting humans. This enemy did not feel fear, and they definitely did not care about morale. They were mindless, ravenous beasts, stampeding toward an all-you-can-eat human buffet. And it was not just a pack, it was an apocalyptic swarm. They were dealing with a full-blown, 360-degree meat grinder. Having two heavy hitters on the front lines just was not going to cut it. Realizing this, Lloyd turned to his summon, Podong, and ordered a split up. He locked in a specific rendezvous time and made the little guy promise not to be late. With everything riding on this, Podong dashed off. Lloyd gripped his reins, declaring he had a master plan to save his precious, money-printing Frontera estate. After days of bone-crushing, non-stop riding, they finally crossed into Frontera territory. The monster swarm was already creeping in. The horde had spread out a bit, but the nightmare fuel was still very real. Helpless farmers and terrified civilians were frozen in absolute horror as the beasts closed in. Lloyd started screaming at the top of his lungs, ordering a total lockdown. He randomly grabbed a villager and demanded their absolute biggest pot lid. Real quick, guys, if you are hyped for this epic defense, make sure to smash that subscribe button, drop a like to boost the algorithm, and hit that notification bell. Seriously, hitting the bell is crucial, so you do not miss the next drop. Turn on those notifications right now. Back in the chaos, the monstrous bugs had already breached the walls of the Baron's main castle. A terrifying insect freak lunged straight for Emily, the maid. But out of nowhere, the Baroness went total savage mode and shattered a heavy wooden chair right over the creature's exoskeleton. She grabbed the terrified girl and sprinted down the hallway, desperately hunting for a safe zone. But looking out at the endless sea of creeping horrors, a dark realization hit her. There might not be a safe zone left. Just then, Arcos came charging down the corridor, sword drawn and ready for a bloodbath. Barking orders for a full evacuation, he linked up with Sir Byron, just as the massive gates swung wide. Pure nightmare fuel poured in. Starving monsters flooded the streets while Byron sprinted through the chaos, screaming for the garrison to mobilize. The strategy? Form a defensive perimeter around the Count's estate. But reality hit hard. Defenseless villagers were getting completely overrun. These beasts were slaughtering everyone in sight. Byron felt his gut twist. He watched the townsfolk fall, but his knightly duty tied him to the Baron's side. Then, a memory hit him like a physical blow, Arcos's absolute command. The old lord had laid down the law. If catastrophe ever struck the territory, the citizens come first, period. To Arcos, a lord and his swordsmen only existed to act as human shields for their people. Loyalty reignited. Byron leaped into the fray. His blade carved through the giant insects, snatching a villager from the jaws of death and roaring at them to take cover behind his back. But the knights weren't standing alone today. Earth-shaking footsteps echoed the orcs had entered the chat. Hirosh rallied his hulking warriors with a blood-pumping speech. Today might be their final stand, but he'd be damned if he broke his blood oath to his brother's bloodline. Towering like walls of pure muscle, the green giants locked down the front line, shielding the Baron and Baroness. An absolute bloodbath erupted. They clashed with the ravenous swarm that was actively tearing through human flesh. Things looked pitch black, until, just as the tidal wave of monsters threatened to swallow them whole, an insane distraction ripped through the battlefield. The entire hive mind suddenly snapped its focus elsewhere. Like moths pulled to a flame, the bugs swiveled around. Enter Lloyd, screaming at the top of his lungs. Come get me, you absolute trash mobs. Get your ugly faces over here, you belong in a bug zapper. And there he was, our unhinged protagonist, lugging around a massive, heavy-duty steel trash can lid. Right beside him rode Javier, armed with a thick wooden club. Lloyd smirked like a total menace. Oh, you freaks love this beat, don't you? Clang, clang, music to your disgusting ears. With every deafening strike against the metal, the screeching shockwaves drew hundreds, then thousands of beasts into their wake. The swarm mutated into a grotesque, writhing tentacle of bugs, completely abandoning the Frontera estate to chase Lloyd's makeshift rock concert. Down in the courtyard, Arcos blinked, completely bewildered by the echoing shouts. Marbella just sighed. She'd bet her life that was Lloyd's chaotic energy. Cut back to the chase, and Lloyd is currently fighting for his life. Bro, there are way too many of them. This is actually terrifying. Javier, deadpan as ever while galloping at full speed, simply noted, well, your crazy strategy actually worked, Master Lloyd. No time to celebrate. Lloyd ordered him to keep the rhythm going as they drifted around the estate's perimeter, acting like the world's most dangerous vacuum cleaner, sucking up every bug in their path. But when Lloyd yelled at his knight to strike the metal harder, Javier absolutely blasted the lid. The steel violently rebounded, smacking Lloyd right in the face. Dude, chill on the power, Lloyd groaned, suddenly catching Javier's subtle smirk. Why are you grinning? Javier just smoothly replied, oops, missed a bug, young master. Yeah, the knight was 100% enjoying this friendly fire. Rubbing his bruised nose, Lloyd's brain was working in overdrive. He remembered a crucial lore drop from the novel. These mutated locusts were hypersensitive to high-frequency noise. They were getting totally played by basic science. Urging the horse into a dead sprint, Lloyd locked his sights on their next target, Lacona territory. Javier felt a sudden wave of respect. thinking his greedy master was finally stepping up to save their neighboring lords. Ding! Javier's respect leveled up by +3, instantly rewarding Lloyd with a sweet 54 RP points. But let's be real, Lloyd couldn't care less about being a hero. He was just terrified his neighbors would die before paying their massive water bills. Cut to the Laconovi County, total disaster zone. The exact same demonic swarm was tearing their walls apart, leaving the Viscount completely broken and waiting for death. Until boom, Lloyd and Javier vaulted over the fortress walls like action stars. Lloyd pointed straight at the crying noble. Don't you dare use this apocalypse to dodge your utility payments. Without missing a beat, they dropped the mixtape again. The deafening clang of wood on steel echoed out, instantly hijacking the giant locust's aggro. Analyzing the tight streets, Javier asked if the grand strategy was to funnel the beasts through the alleyways to group them up for a massive strike. Strategy? Lloyd laughed like a maniac. There is no strategy. I'm just winging it like an absolute madman. The pure chaos was incredibly effective. Javier just stared at his boss, genuinely questioning what was psychologically wrong with him. Drifting through the ruined Viscounty, Lloyd screamed like a hype man. Captain Frontera coming through. Clear the runway, losers. Javier sighed, telling him to save his breath because acting like a loudmouth wasn't adding any tactical advantage. But Lloyd tapped his temple. You really don't understand PR and marketing, do you? Screaming his own name guarantees everyone knows exactly who is bailing them out. He was going to milk this hero complex for every single penny it was worth. Javier could only shake his head. His master was a certified sociopath. Once they completely cleared the territory, the duo hauled ass toward the Deadlands, the swamps. But a nasty surprise waited in the mist, a secondary massive swarm blocking their path. Javier instantly snapped into lethal mode. Grip that trash lid for dear life, Master Lloyd. The knight didn't hold back. Blinding blue sword aura exploded from his blade, violently slicing a bloody path straight through the insect blockade. The insane display of raw power bought them just enough time to pivot and face the true, unified swarm of nightmares head-on. But there was a fatal flaw. Their poor horse was foaming at the mouth, literally, on the verge of cardiac arrest from the insane marathon. Lloyd ran the terrifying math. If their ride collapses right now, they become instant bug food. Making a split-second, unhinged decision, he yelled at Javier to brace his back. Dropping the steel lid and gripping his trusty shovel, Lloyd literally jumped onto Javier's shoulders for a piggyback ride. Congratulations, buddy. You are my new steed. Now run. So homie is sprinting for his life. Meanwhile, Javier hops off his ride, totally eating up this little role reversal. I mean, you'd be booking it too if a massive, apocalyptic swarm was breathing down your neck. Lloyd and Javier secure the waterfront drop zone, instantly summoning Belle and Hippo to the front line. Belle launches into the air, unleashing a brutal stream of molten lava that straight up incinerates a massive chunk of the hive. A massive mushroom cloud lights up the skyline. Without missing a beat, Lloyd calls out the next play. Round 2, spray down. Hippo steps up, blasting a high-pressure stream of toxic swamp water that wipes out another huge wave of those nasty bugs. Then comes the grand finale, round 3. Lloyd and Javier sync up for a devastating mana nuke that absolutely deletes the remaining plague from existence. Completely drained, Lloyd faceplants into the dirt, groaning about the insane difficulty spike. Javier points out they cleared the main horde, but stragglers are still swarming the city limits. Lloyd just smirks, telling them to chill because the cleanup crew is already clocking in. Enter Podong, rolling up with an absolute unit of 300 hulking orcs. Right on cue, the white cavalry touches down, flanked by their squad of 50 elite mages. But Lloyd knows the grind never stops. They've got a bigger headache on the horizon. This whole monster domino effect isn't something you can just wave away. The white cavalry drops in hard, screaming about the glory of Her Majesty, and pairs up with the mages to flawlessly wipe the floor with the bugs. The orcs? They're literally turning the giant locusts into shish kebabs, munching down and screaming, "Free protein!" Amidst the pure chaos, this sweet little maid shyly approaches one of the towering orcs, offering him a tiny flower, as a massive thank you for saving her life earlier. Once she runs off, this absolute beast of a warrior starts blushing like crazy. Honestly, guys, it was wholesome as hell. The vibe shifts when Lloyd's parents sprint onto the scene, panicking over their boy. Lloyd brushes it off, saying he's seen better days, but he's still standing. They pull him into a massive bear hug, with Arcos hyping him up for saving the entire domain when his own weak self couldn't. Then Marbella gets all emotional, asking why he's so obsessed with risking his life for others and checking him for injuries. In his head, Lloyd is deadass thinking, "Bro, I'm literally just doing this for the bag," but the system violently roasts him, flashing a message asking if he conveniently forgot his dramatic little speech during that final spoiler vision. The system hits him with that passive-aggressive energy, basically saying, "If your memory is that selective, fine, I'll let it slide for now." Shaking it off, Lloyd snaps back to reality. The grind isn't over. They gotta gear up for wave number 2. Boom! The system drops a brand new title in his lap. Round 1, Pest Control. He scoops up a solid 2 praise points from the achievement. The perk? If Lloyd literally just glares at a bug, it instantly gets hit with a terrifying fear debuff. Cut to later that night. Lloyd pulls one of the heavily armored knights aside for a chat. But this ain't just some random NPC, it's the commander of the White Cavalry himself, Valillard Blanc. Lloyd kicks things off by hyping up the dude's MVP-level performance during the bug extermination. Valillard immediately shuts that down. He drops the humility act, flat out stating they were basically just glorified janitors on mop duty. Lloyd pushes back, hitting him with straight facts. If his squad had to solo the cleanup, they'd be stuck grinding for weeks. The commander drops the tough guy facade and gets real. He was completely pissed when he got this assignment. Having his elite, legendary White Cavalry taking orders from some random civil engineer? Total disrespect. But the second his boots hit the ground, he saw the truth. The pinpoint drop zone, the flawless timing. Every single variable was perfectly calculated by Lloyd. He admits Lloyd is an absolute mastermind, zero cap. But acknowledging that doesn't fix his bruised ego. He demands to know why Lloyd benched the royal mages, questioning if they should just stay behind and bleed out for the queen, because to a knight, that's top-tier honor. He bluntly admits he can't stand Lloyd, but after venting that massive chip on his shoulder, he challenges our boy to drop the act. What do you actually want from us? He asks. Internally, Lloyd smirks. He remembers this guy's exact lore from the original novel. This was the same relentless commander ordered by the corrupt queen to execute an absolutely merciless blood purge. When her villain arc peaked, Valillard clashed blades with Javier in a deathmatch, while Javier desperately tried to shield the innocent civilians. Back then, Javier hadn't maxed out his swordmaster stats yet, so he barely survived the duel. But as Valillard took his final breath, he dropped a heartbreaking final request. Bound by blind loyalty, he begged Javier to be the one to finally stop the queen's madness. A tragic, ride-or-die warrior. Snapping back to the present, Lloyd sets his trap. He looks the commander dead in the eye and challenges him to a one-on-one duel. The stakes are insane. If Lloyd catches the W, the legendary White Cavalry gets permanently drafted as his personal construction crew. But if the veteran knight takes the crown, he gets to march his troops straight back to Her Majesty. The commander chuckles, thinking he's completely read Lloyd's bluff. He ain't about to entertain such a clown-level bet, arrogantly declaring that the queen's ultimate weapon absolutely refuses to cross blades with a fragile civilian without royal authorization. But Lloyd just flashes a wicked grin. He pulls out the ultimate Uno reverse card. He holds official command over the cavalry, and that means whatever he says is absolute law, even if he commands these elite knights to grab a shovel and start digging ditches in the mud. Since our boy isn't actually a knight, dodging a challenge would completely wreck his non-existent honor. The only way out? Proving his worth in a straight-up duel. Valillard demands to see his weapon, fully expecting a sword. Instead, Lloyd casually whips out his trusty shovel. The commander's eyes widen. Rumor had it this absolute madman actually beat a traitor half to death with that exact same digging tool. Feeling cocky, Valillard decides to keep his sword totally sheathed. Lloyd smirks internally. The dude took the bait flawlessly. Let's be real. In a fair fight, Lloyd's win rate was completely zero. Sure, he's packing a 3-circle mana heart, but that's literally just raw, unpolished energy. We're talking about Valillard here, a monster who nearly sent Javier to the afterlife. But per usual, our Shovel Knight has a massive wild card up his sleeve. It's his completely unhinged personality. Stepping up, Valillard declares this a mismatch between an elite knight and a regular civilian. To level the playing field, he drops a handicap. If Lloyd can dodge just one single strike, the victory is all his. Bet! Lloyd grins. Faster than a blink, this absolute menace detonates a triple mana blast right in his face. The shockwave is so insanely massive that Valillard instantly panics, throwing himself out of the way just to survive. He barely clears the blast radius before the beam literally obliterates the entire peak of a mountain behind him. Shaking with pure terror, Valillard snaps his head back toward Lloyd, who is currently crumpled on the ground, completely drained from burning all his energy on that one flex. But a terrifying, smug grin stretches across Lloyd's face. He won. Just like that, the 500 deadliest warriors in the entire kingdom, the legendary White Cavalry, are suddenly reduced to underpaid interns for the Frontera estate. Cut to the construction site, where an exhausted soldier angrily slams his shovel into the dirt. He looks at his boss and snaps, "Look, I know he outranks us, but this is straight up ridiculous, sir. We pledged our lives to bleed on the battlefield. Why the hell are we doing manual labor in the mud?" The commander shakes his head, explaining it goes way deeper than a simple command. Flashback to last night, Lloyd cornering him, promising to reveal something, completely mind-blowing. He told Valillard that wielding a shovel could actually carry way more honor than swinging a sword. That crazy claim got stuck in the commander's head. He tells his frustrated soldier to hold the line, because he desperately needs to see if Lloyd's wild philosophy actually holds up. Elsewhere, Javier gives Lloyd a skeptical side-eye, asking if this ridiculous stunt is actually going to work. Lloyd smirks, claiming he learned this exact trick from the hardcore jungle orcs. It's totally peer-reviewed and guaranteed to pop off. Just watch, he mutters. This is going to perfectly secure my sweet, sweet golden ticket to an easy life. Zoom out, and we see what they're actually building. A massive, intimidating stone monument of a beast carved right into the mountain. Fast forward a bit, and the ground suddenly violently shakes. The air goes heavy. Something massive and genuinely terrifying is charging straight at them. Pure panic grips the entire barony. Yet, underneath the crushing fear, every single person is clinging to one desperate hope, the absolute belief that Lloyd would tear the world apart to keep them safe. Cut back to the commander of the White Cavalry. He stares out at the horizon, realizing Lloyd wasn't capping at all. An entire stampede of gigantic, rage-fueled mastodons is literally barreling toward their borders. He remembers confronting Lloyd about this threat earlier, demanding hard evidence to back up his crazy claims. And Lloyd, with the straightest face imaginable, just looked at him and deadpanned, "Bro, isn't it obvious? Like, strictly speaking, the vibes are just off. It's totally obvious." Valalard mentally facepalmed, realizing the guy was a master at dodging questions. But logic didn't matter now. The scammer was actually right. Valalard locks his helmet into place, adrenaline spiking. He barks out the battle strategy: fan out, create a giant perimeter, and brutally crush their front line. The second the monster stampede loses its momentum, the knights will collapse the circle and wipe them out. He coldly calculates maybe 20 casualties on their side. He hates the idea of losing his men in this dirt, but war doesn't do guarantees. The cavalry charges forward until Bayern suddenly jumps in front of the entire battalion, waving his arms. The commander aggressively pulls back his reins, yelling at Bayern for being on an active battlefield without a shred of armor. Bayern just shrugs, saying, "Master." Lloyd specifically told him armor was useless today. Valalard is fuming, pointing out they are literally stepping into a bloodbath. Bayern sighs, admitting his lord is an absolute weirdo, but honestly, he's totally immune to the chaos at this point. He explains he's strictly here to act as a human translator. He points into the distance, asking the commander to look at Lloyd standing on top of a massive white boulder. "Watch the rock," Bayern says. He's about to drop the signal. Right on cue, Lloyd pulls out a pair of blue and white flags, violently swinging them around like a maniac. Bayern deadpans the translation. He says, "Attention, elite soldiers of the White Cavalry. Please haul yourselves toward the southeast border of the village. Like, right now." Valalard is completely baffled. First of all, how the hell did he decode that arm flailing? But more importantly, Lloyd is basically telling them to roll out the red carpet for the enemy. If they step aside, it's only a matter of seconds before the mastodons utterly flatten the town. A flank attack wouldn't even scratch them. Yet there was Lloyd, busting a move on top of a boulder, violently waving his signal flags around. He threatened to snitch straight to the king if anyone kept running their mouths. Valarard literally thought the guy was joking. He dropped that threat, while still swinging those flags like an absolute maniac. Valarard's brain short-circuited. This dude was defying every single law of common sense. Then, the ground began to quake. The mastodons charged right in, blasting past Lloyd's rock like an unstoppable freight train. It was time. Phase 1 was officially a go. Screeching to a dead halt, the massive stampede locked eyes with a towering dirt barricade. Boom. Lloyd had sculpted a massive monument of their absolute worst nightmare, the Megalania. Absolute panic broke out. The colossal beasts slammed the brakes, violently ramming into each other in pure, unfiltered terror. Cue Phase 2. Barney barked the orders, and the White Cavalry surged forward. They weren't there to fight, they were there to cause chaos. Kicking up massive dust clouds, the knights smashed their spears together, creating a deafening rhythm. The commander knew the trap was set, but the intense racket totally threw him off. What was the actual point of all that noise? Meanwhile, trapped behind the dirt wall, the stampede was completely losing its mind. Spooked out of their skulls, they fell right into Lloyd's acoustic trap. That rhythmic spear smashing, it perfectly mimicked the heavy footsteps of a second Megalania closing in for the kill. Driven by pure survival instinct, the herd bolted in the exact opposite direction, leaving the dirt wall entirely in the dust. Valarard's jaw hit the floor. The monsters were sprinting straight toward the massive excavation site where they had just dug up tons of earth. Earlier, he thought digging a crater that huge was a total waste of time. Suddenly, the sheer genius of it hit him like a truck. Welcome to Phase 3. The entire herd nose-dived into the giant pit, right as Hippo spawned in, blasting a colossal geyser of water straight down on them. The floodgates opened. A violent, raging current swept every single beast completely off the estate's territory. Tossing his flags aside, Lloyd flashed a massive victory sign. The wiped-out monsters were washed miles away, completely splintering their massive horde. Scattered and dazed, the threat was neutralized. Valerard stood there paralyzed. They had just won a brutal war without swinging a single sword. Scanning the horizon, Lloyd casually pointed out that the beasts had plenty of wild critters to hunt out there. Plus, zero chance they'd ever crawl back to a spot haunted by a fake megalania. As a bonus, the estate just scored a brand new water canal. The commander stared at him, asking if he actually calculated the canal part from the start. Lloyd just smirked. Not exactly. But mid-dig, his inner engineer realized it was the ultimate 2-for-1 special. Reality crashed down on Valerard. Normally, coming back from a raid meant bagging up at least 5 of his own guys. It meant hauling bloody armor back home and delivering that soul-crushing news to grieving wives and orphaned kids. They'd spout the same old script how the Magentano Kingdom and the cavalry regiment would enshrine their legacy forever. But words are cheap, and the suffocating grief always poisoned the barracks. Grown men would cry over fallen brothers, while the commander had to wear a stone-cold mask of fake strength. But the trauma was catching up. The tough guy act was cracking. Every single time they lost a skirmish, they shoved words like bravery and honor down everyone's throats. But it was total garbage. Deep down, they all knew a glorious death didn't feed families. It just left a living hell for the ones left behind. But today, right in this very moment, every single knight was walking away with their pulse intact. 0 casualties. One dude was literally hyping up the squad by inviting everyone to his upcoming wedding. Later, cruising back to the city with Lloyd, the commander eavesdropped on a super intense chat between his lord and Javier. Javier was stressed. Wait, what did he mean the monster waves weren't over? Lloyd brushed it off. Sure, they'd stop eventually, but they still had a few more boss fights to clear out. Javier groaned, pointing out that spamming massive brain drain tactics every single time would completely bankrupt the territory. Lloyd just grinned, hyping up his knight for finally using his brain. Leaning in, he challenged him. All right, genius. Care to guess my next move? Javier didn't miss a beat. Obviously, my lord. We need a low-budget, high-impact strategy. Something to permanently nuke this monster spawn point from the roots. Lloyd looked at him like a proud dad. Suddenly, Valerard stepped up, declaring the white cavalry was officially pledging their swords to the cause. Lloyd blinked. Weren't these guys supposed to report back to the capital? The commander shook his head, confirming he was drafting an urgent letter to the king for a massive extension. Today shattered his ego. He finally witnessed what an absolute flawless victory looked like, exposing his own trash leadership. Dropping his pride, he bowed deeply to young Master Lloyd. He begged to stick around and absorb some of that god-tier tactical genius. Following his lead, the entire squad dropped to their knees in pure respect. Internally screaming with joy, Lloyd confessed he was about 5 seconds away from aggressively begging them to stay anyway. See, this crazy scheme was dead in the water without the squad. Cut to the war room. We've got the iconic duo, Lloyd and Javier, chilling with the Baron, the Baroness, and the White Cavalry commander. Lloyd immediately puts his dad on the spot, bringing up that massive canal project. At Lake Capua, the exact same one the Baron totally vetoed back in the day. Arcos nods, defending his call, because, hello, a literal mythical titan named King Storma is taking a centuries-long nap at the bottom of that lake. Back then, Lloyd argued that some light construction wouldn't even make the beast hit snooze, pushing hard for the build. Lloyd smirks, admitting he was totally right, but drops a bombshell this time. They are intentionally going to wake the giant up. Arcos instantly hits him with a hard no. Marbella is right there with him, shutting it down, but the commander throws a wild card and votes yes. And Javier? He actually agrees. Arcos stares at Javier, completely betrayed, asking why. His own loyal knight is siding with his insane son. Javier just sighs, offering a quick apology before dropping the harsh truth. There is literally 0 chance they win an argument against Lloyd. Not today, not ever. Lloyd just beams at his knight like a proud dad, teasing him for finally catching on to how things work around here. Boom. Democracy wins, and the construction gets the green light. Arcos is internally screaming, but he drags himself along as they roll out with the white cavalry. Javier pulls Lloyd aside, genuinely curious if the plan is to actually tame and mind control this ancient leviathan. Lloyd bursts out laughing. He is an engineer, not some high-tier wizard. He spent hours digging through dusty lore and obscure folklore just to figure out exactly what makes this giant tick. The texts all agree on one thing: Storma is built like an absolute mountain. But here is the massive plot twist. 0 records show it ever hurting a single human. The absolute game changer? This beast literally dug Lake Capua itself, and the myth says Lloyd's eyes light up with pure chaos. That is exactly why he is about to violently remodel the lake. He is talking non-stop destruction, 24/7. The goal? make the Titan scream so loud it sends the invading mountain monsters running for their lives. He officially dubs this chaotic masterpiece Operation Guard Dog. Javier just stares at him, realizing this psycho is planning to endlessly harass an innocent, peacefully sleeping mythical creature. Like, Satan himself would take notes. Javier has to ask the obvious question. What happens if the lore is outdated and the giant decides to wipe them out? Lloyd does not even blink. He points right at Javier, telling his elite knight to just solo the boss. All day, all night, Operation Guard Dog is a go. Javier deadpans, realizing he is the actual dog in this scenario. Cut to Lake Capua. Lloyd pulls up his system's simulation mode to map out the destruction, but from the outside, he is just violently waving his arms in the air like a total glitch, since no one else can see the holographic interface. Watching this bizarre performance, Javier rationalizes that his boss is definitely a weirdo, but maybe not entirely insane. The commander, though, he is entirely sipping the Kool-Aid, utterly fascinated by what he thinks is Lloyd's genius tactical process. Meanwhile, deep in the pitch-black abyss of the lake, massive eyes snap open. Storma senses the humans. It let them slide once, but if these little pests push their luck again, it is absolutely game over for everyone. Sometime later, Lloyd is doing his rounds and spots Byron, having the time of his life. Fully distracted by his brand new hyper-lethal pets, a squad of incredibly tiny baby mastodons. Byron is just baby-talking these prehistoric tanks when he freezes, making awkward eye contact with a very unamused Lloyd. The silence is loud. Scrambling to his feet, Byron clears his throat and nervously asks the young master for a massive favor. He explains that these pint-sized powerhouses got separated from their herd during the massive flood attack, but they are in perfect shape. He basically begs for permission to officially adopt the entire squad. Lloyd instantly hits him with a reality check. These things literally turn into giant, unstoppable killing machines as they grow up. Is not adopting them a massive safety hazard? Byron straight up rejects logic, claiming they are totally harmless because they are just too cute. Lloyd tries again, warning him that raising magical beasts is an absolute nightmare of a commitment. Byron doubles down on the cute factor, utterly refusing to hear reason. Defeated by the sheer stubbornness, Lloyd throws his hands up. Fine. Do whatever. Byron absolutely lights up, immediately dropping the worst names in history for his new crew. Puding, Pudang, Pundong, Pungding, and Pudong. Honestly, Lloyd secretly knows the knight is going to turn these puffballs into absolute units somehow. If Byron pulls this off, they just secured a top-tier heavy assault unit, and they desperately need it, because this whole guard dog scheme is one massive gamble. Stacking up reliable firepower is the only way they survive this mess. The hype gets cut short though, because their front line just took a huge hit. Akush had to pull out, taking a squad of his fiercest orcs all the way back home to defend their own turf from the incoming monster wave. Proving he is an actual leader, Lloyd spots them a heavily armed escort of his own soldiers to ensure they safely reach the Sand and Steel tribe. He is playing chess, keeping his alliance ironclad. Then, 0 hour finally hits. The tension is crazy. Javier locks eyes with his boss, confirming the payload is rigged and ready. Master Lloyd. 0 hour finally dropped for their massive operation, and Lloyd announced they were waking up an absolute monster today. Only these absolute chads could pull off this insane stunt. He hyped them up, shouting, "Who's got the godly muscle to carve up mountains and reshape the earth?" The squad roared back, "The White Cavalry." Lloyd kept the hype train rolling. "Who can smash a vicious beast's teeth in with nothing but a shovel?" They screamed, "The White Cavalry." "And who puts their faith in the almighty shovel?" The entire platoon dropped to their knees, chanting, "We believe, sir." Off to the side, Javier just watched this totally brainwashed cult, feeling massive pity for those poor dudes. Fast forward a bit. Thanks to some crazy precise terraforming, Lloyd and his crew had literally reshaped the battlefield. They rigged the lake's edge to snap without causing a massive flash flood. Giving the green light, Lloyd nodded at Javier, who was locked and loaded. The knight unleashed a brutal monoblast, triggering a massive landslide straight into the water. Even if it didn't look like a huge deal right away, that impact was perfectly calculated to completely wipe out the dam. Instantly, everyone hit the dirt, bracing for impact. Because the beast was wide awake, it violently ripped through the entire foundation in the middle of the lake. The dust cleared, revealing the terrifying titan, which was literally just a giant beaver. Lloyd was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad stared in awe, thinking this fuzzy kaiju was absolutely adorable. But weirdly enough, Lloyd could perfectly translate its angry squeaks. The massive furball was throwing a serious tantrum. It clicked in Lloyd's brain just like Podong, Hippo, and Bell. He could decode its yabbering because this thing was totally a summoned beast. It's literally just a giant rodent, Lloyd realized. Definitely one of my summon species. And what's a beaver's ultimate mission? Fixing its damn dam. The creature kept barking out, Bebong, Bebong, before charging straight for the tree line. But Lloyd heard its real threat. The monster locked eyes with them, sniffing out the foul stench of metal from their shovels and armor. The beast swore bloody vengeance, promising to crush them and wreck their little traps. Lloyd was sweating now. Crap, this thing actually has brains, he thought, realizing he massively underestimated it. The commander crawled over, whispering, "What's the play, boss?" But Lloyd was panicking. Before they could react, the gigantic furball whipped up a massive tidal wave, blasting the entire squad away with brutal water pressure. Javier instantly stepped up to the plate. He fired off a killer mana blast, but the beast literally swatted it away like a pesky mosquito. Left with zero options, Javier ignited his sword aura. But just as he lunged for the kill, Lloyd screamed for him to stop, yelling that he had a big brain scheme. "If this chunky boy is a summon, I've got the cheat code," Lloyd declared. So, Javier started doing insane acrobatics, using pure mana bursts to blast his body out of the beaver's crushing blows. He was purely playing tank, aggroing the beast, on purpose. Meanwhile, Lloyd was going full stealth mode, creeping up right behind the giant rodent. The second the beaver twitched its head, Lloyd dove underwater. "This thing's radar is insane," he mentally cursed. "Flanking is nearly impossible." To buy time, Javier unleashed a wild combo of mana blasts and glowing sword slashes, but the oversized furball just weaved through them like it was nothing. Javier quickly realized these half-baked attacks weren't going to cut it. He needed real bait. He could easily slice this thing open if he went full throttle. But Lloyd's do not kill rule tied his hands. So, the stoic knight swallowed his pride and awkwardly yelled, "Bebong!" The whole squad cringed in silence. Underwater, Lloyd kept swimming as the beast snapped its head back to Javier, angrily squeaking that he was a guy, not his mommy. Javier died a little inside, thinking, "What the heck am I even doing?" But he had to commit. He kept deadpan chanting, "Bebong, Bebong, Bebong," sounding like a broken toy. To Javier, it was pure gibberish. But the beaver took serious offense. "What the heck?" it squawked. "Do I look like a freaking baby octopus to you? Why are you roasting me, bro?" Ignorant to the insults, Javier hit him with another flat, "Bebong, bong." The beast furiously yelled that he was actually quite handsome. But that distraction was all they needed. Lloyd was already surfing on the creature's head. The beaver panicked, clawing at him, but its little T-Rex arms were way too short. Seizing the moment, Lloyd vaulted off its skull and completely dunked a glowing blue sunflower seed straight down the monster's throat. Instantly, the massive titan deflated like a balloon, shrinking down into a totally normal-sized, regular beaver. Confused out of its mind, the tiny critter squeaked, "Whoa, why did the world get so huge?" Before it could process anything, Lloyd snatched it up by the scruff. But this little guy had fighting spirit. Lloyd tried to give it a pep talk, only to get brutally smacked directly in the face by its flat tail. The furry menace made a run for it, sparking a chaotic manhunt. Lloyd instantly summoned his own pets to jump the escapee. Podong rushed in, catching a brutal hook to the face, but the squishy summon squared up and threw hands right back. It turned into a full-blown street brawl. Hippo even dove in from the top rope, trying to squash Bebong flat. Lloyd perfectly sidestepped the attack, letting Podong crash hard. But Lloyd was already sprinting toward the beaver, right as Belle face-planted straight into the dirt. Except right at that exact second, King Storm stepped up. This absolute unit of a beast spawned into the world for literally no known reason, spending 500 years just catching Z's in the shadows. But for the very first time in his entire existence, Bro finally witnessed the light, and boom, he fell head over heels for Belle. Lloyd clocked this instantly and realized his crazy bait tactic actually worked. He smoothly asked Mr. Storm what he thought of her. Like, why not pull up a chair and have a little chat? Bebong totally folded. He sat down, slicked back his hair, trying to look all swagger, and flexed that, since Lloyd was practically begging for a conversation, he would humor him. Dude really thought he was a true gentleman. Just like that, Lloyd successfully bagged the legendary beast, King Storm. Cut to later back at the Frontera estate, Bebong demanded to know what this guy actually wanted. Lloyd kept it super casual, just one tiny favor. Once in the morning and once at night, Bro literally just needed to scream his own name, Bebong, from across the lake. That was the entire gig. Bebong scoffed, calling Lloyd out for having zero negotiation skills. Like, if you were going to make a request, you gotta drop some perks on the table, right? Lloyd deadpan admitted he honestly had zero things to offer him. But if he did this one thing, everyone in the territory would be hyped, especially Belle, right? Cue Belle flashing the most warm, radiant smile ever, and Bebong instantly caved. Lloyd internally roasted him for being an absolute simp. Belle literally had zero romantic feelings. This dude, despite being this ultimate alpha beast, King Storm, was destined to be a forever bachelor. Lloyd was literally mocking him for dying alone until reality hit. Lloyd was completely single too. Two lonely dudes in the exact same boat. Overcome with pity, Lloyd randomly hugged the giant beast. Bebong freaked out, wondering what was wrong with this weirdo. But honestly, the big guy actually started melting into the hug. Bonding over their tragic love lives, Lloyd totally trauma-dumped and asked if they were officially bros now. Bebong awkwardly mumbled that he could do whatever he wanted. The bromance was peaking until Officer Greg suddenly crashed the scene. Panicking, he reported that a massive squad of orcs was rushing straight toward the territory. Turns out, they were desperately sprinting here to beg for backup. Akush and his entire squad were getting absolutely wrecked by a horde of megalanias. And yeah, over at the battlefield, these savage beasts were totally leveling the sand and steel village. Akush was fighting like a demon, smashing into the monsters with his raw stone blades, giving it everything he had. But these megalanias were built different. Think giant, prehistoric, nightmare fuel crocodiles with insane defense stats. One of them tail-whipped Akush so hard he went flying. Bloodied but unbroken, he screamed at his warriors to hold the line. Orcs never back down. Hearing the crisis, Lloyd instantly ordered the entire white cavalry to rally at the village entrance. Greg panicked, warning him that they were practically out of time. But Lloyd just smirked and said he had a cheat code for this. He grabbed Bebong and hit the road. Mid-journey, Lloyd started hyping this up as the ultimate farming opportunity. Javier, looking so confused, asked, "An opportunity for what, exactly?" Lloyd's eyes practically glowed as he declared it was time to trigger a massive monster domino effect. He tossed a glowing red sunflower seed to Bebong, hyping the beast up. It was officially counterattack time. Moments later, Bebong was literally vaulting over the entire Frontera estate like a rocket, with Lloyd screaming at him to flex his crazy power and steal Belle's heart. Motivated by pure simp energy, Bebong bounced across the map at insane speeds, straight toward the orc war zone. They crashed the party in record time. Without even hesitating, Bebong drop-kicked one of the megalanias into oblivion. Towering over the battlefield like a kaiju, Lloyd screamed for the monsters to burn this image into their retinas. He ordered the surviving beasts to spread the rumor there was zero food waiting for them in the west. They better turn around. The megalanias were completely stun-locked before Bebong literally pimp-slapped them out of the atmosphere. Fight over, Bebong shrank back down to his cute, pocket-sized form, only to catch Belle looking super impressed by his combat flex. The legendary beast instantly turned into a blushing mess. Meanwhile, the cavalry commander rolled up, thanking Lloyd for the deployment, but admitted they were basically useless since the fight was already over. Lloyd just smirked. Nah, he would never waste their time like that. He dropped the bomb that they had a massive new mission kicking off today. A heavily battered Akush limped over, declaring that their old blood pact was officially outdated. Striking a massive pose with his shredded warriors, the orc chief roared that Lloyd had saved their lives twice now. They dropped to their knees, swearing absolute loyalty to the Frontera territory, leaving Lloyd practically crying tears of joy. With his new muscle secured, Lloyd declared the start of Project Phase 3, completely rebuilding the Sand and Steel tribe from the ground up. Meanwhile, back in time, over at Isfaran, a massive kingdom hugging the eastern edge of the brutal desert, torching the entire reed field seemed like a brilliant tactical move at first, but it instantly triggered a catastrophic stampede of monsters. A handful of the smarter, battle-hardened barbarian tribes had front-row seats to this absolute chaos unfolding. 3 apex megalania predators got swatted away like crumpled-up trash, sending the rest of the horde into a total frenzy. Word spread like wildfire through the wasteland about a mythical, world-ending beast making its move. Rumors claimed a mountain-sized titan was lurking out west, so unbelievably massive its silhouette literally scraped the clouds. They said a single flick of its tail held the pure wrath of a god, and just breathing could whip up a devastating typhoon. Staring into its pitch-black, soulless eyes was like looking straight into the abyss, right above twin fangs, designed to devour every living soul. And the mastermind controlling this apocalyptic titan? Yeah, it was literally just Bebong. Cutting back to the Isfaran palace, a terrified messenger rushed in to brief the Grand Sultan. The original scheme was set in motion to deal with the Sand and Steel tribe, whose military power had been blowing up at an insane rate. They packed up their entire settlement and pushed straight toward the Magentano forest. Smirking, the Sultan assumed mission accomplished and leaned back, dying to hear how Magentano crumbled under the pressure. But the messenger hesitated, dropping the bombshell that the tribe somehow rolled into Magentano completely unharmed. The Sultan sighed in disappointment. He really wanted to see those Magentano elites panicking, but he brushed it off as a minor setback. He was about to dismiss the guy, but the messenger choked up, admitting they had a massive crisis on their hands. That terrifying horde of monsters they purposely drove out? They pulled a complete U-turn and were currently tearing through their own border walls. The guards were unloading every single ounce of firepower they had, but it was barely making a dent. Driven absolutely feral by sheer panic, the beasts were blitzing forward without a second thought. It was obvious they were running for their lives from something way worse. Snapping into panic mode, the Sultan ordered every nearby soldier to scorch them with heavy fire. Paranoia kicked in as the Sultan realized his own trap just blew up in his face. Suspecting Magentano completely outplayed him. There was zero chance anyone could casually redirect an army of monsters that huge, unless an actual, living demon was pulling the strings. Cut to that exact demon, casually sliding a piece of paper across the desk to the loan sharks, Shilu and Midalov. Completely confused, Midalov asked what he was looking at. Lloyd deadpanned that it was exactly what it looked like, a full clearance receipt. He was wiping out the massive debt in one single check. It even covered every last dime of the ridiculous interest. The shark sat there absolutely paralyzed, prompting Lloyd to snap, asking what the holdup was. Sign the trash and get out of my sight. Shortly after tossing them out, Arcos rushed into the office, desperately asking his son for the truth. Had they actually cleared the crushing debt? Lloyd just offered a slight nod, holding up the official, stamped receipt as proof. Overcome with heavy emotion, the Baron pulled him into a tight embrace, practically breaking down over how his son fixed his catastrophic failure. He choked back tears, apologizing for putting him through actual hell and questioning if he even deserved to be his dad. Cutting through the guilt, Lloyd just looked at him and asked one simple question. Did he love him? Without a second of hesitation, Arcos fiercely confirmed that he loved him more than anything. Lloyd offered a small, genuine smile, saying that was all the qualification he needed. Right on cue, a system alert popped up, granting him a brand new title for escaping financial ruin. This permanent achievement locked in, instantly rewarding him with 2 valuable praise points. But the real prize? He now had full access to premium investment capital with the absolute best interest rates and perks imaginable. Later that afternoon, he strolled over to the training grounds to catch up with Javier. The knight gave him a quick rundown on the Sand and Steel tribe. They had officially relocated and locked down a base in the eastern mountains, with the White Cavalry wrapping up the final logistics. Oh, and the orcs were absolutely hyped about the insane mountain of food that was about to fuel their massive muscle gains. Lloyd barely reacted, just muttering a low-energy cool before telling Javier to take the rest of the day off. Instantly, Javier's instincts kicked in. Something was definitely off. Still, he gave him his space and didn't push it. Lloyd had successfully pulled off the impossible, giving the entire tribe a new sanctuary up in the peaks. If that nightmare wave of monsters ever decided to spin the block, the new setup would buy them crucial time. Plus, the estate was basically untouchable as long as he could summon Bodong. They were fully prepped to launch a brutal counterattack if needed. With the crushing debt completely wiped from existence, his stress should have vanished. Yet, a weird, hollow feeling washed over him. He always pictured himself losing his mind with hype the second he was finally financially free. Instead, there was just this heavy silence as he flopped onto his bed, replaying Arcos's tearful breakdown on loop. The warmth of that hug hit deep. But for Kim Suho, the actual soul piloting this body, it triggered a bittersweet memory of his original dad. He remembered his old man always praising how sharp and kind-hearted Suho was, while tearing himself down for being an uneducated nobody. His dad carried so much guilt, feeling like his own lack of smarts cursed his son to struggle, deeply wishing he could just give him an easy life. Staring at the ceiling, Lloyd quietly promised his dad back home that he had completely handled business in this world, finally finding a shred of peace. He completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, and apologizing for being absolutely useless, while Javier just stood silently outside the door, taking it all in. Walking away, Javier silently hoped Lloyd would just let his walls down and cry until his heart was content. Honestly, the guy deserved at least that much peace. Fast forward a few days. The second Lloyd finally stepped outside the estate gates, the entire town went absolutely wild, screaming and cheering his name. Our young master got super flustered, awkwardly mumbling, "Let us just go find some random dishes to scrub or a dirty yard to sweep." But Javier was not having it, telling him it was perfectly fine to flex a little because not a single person out there would be smiling right now if he had not stepped up to save them. Typical Lloyd, he totally brushed it off, claiming he was literally just hustling to survive and keep his bank account looking thick. But the good vibes got cut short real quick. Byron suddenly sprinted up, looking totally panicked. "We have a massive situation, sir. A huge wave of people is marching up from the south." Instantly on high alert, Lloyd asked if it was an enemy strike force. "I cannot say for sure," Byron stammered, "but according to the perimeter guards, they look like a massive group of refugees, sir." Cut to a bit later, Lloyd found himself standing face to face with this giant crowd of exhausted, displaced survivors, and the guy leading the pack nervously stepped up, asking if he was the lord of this territory. Without missing a single beat, Lloyd flat out hit him with a hard no. "Kid, what exactly are you looking for?" The guy stepped up, explaining they were subjects of Baron Certino, located way down south, and introduced himself as Nicholas. Turns out, His dad used to run one of their local villages. Well, until recently. The old man actually stayed behind as a human shield, defending their territory to his dying breath just so everyone else could make a run for it. The whole disaster went down in a flash. Lloyd immediately threw up a hand. Hold up a second. Are we talking about the monsters? Nicholas nodded grimly. Yes, sir. He went on to describe these massive, 6-foot-tall nightmare beetles. Hundreds of those freaky things just swarmed their land. Javier chimed in, realizing they were dealing with a massive monster domino effect. Sir, the impact zone is way larger than our initial estimates. Lloyd quickly learned that literally every single territory bordering the jungle had been entirely overrun. At this point, the Frontera Barony and the Lacona Viscounty were basically the only safe zones left standing untouched. But let us be real, having massive Titan summons, an elite white cavalry, and a literal swordmaster on standby is not exactly your standard defense setup. He realized these refugees were completely boxed in. Heading north meant hitting the ocean, pushing south meant crossing borders, and trekking west of Cremo. Yeah, way too far of a hike for them. The only viable drop zone left was dead center, right here. Lloyd started doing the math in his head. How many survivors are we talking about? 1,000? Maybe 10,000? Breaking his train of thought, Nicholas and his crew literally dropped to their knees, begging, please, just spare a single crust of bread for our kids. Javier stepped up, warning his boss that this was probably just the first wave of survivors heading straight for their territory. Honestly, they lacked both the physical space and the supplies to handle this. Yet, against all logic, Lloyd was standing there grinning from ear to ear. The guy was actually getting hyped up. Javier gave him a side-assed eye, asking what wild scheme he was cooking up in the middle of a literal crisis. Young master. Lloyd just smirked, telling him to use his brain for a second. If this massive wave of people settled into their territory, just imagine how much their tax revenue would absolutely skyrocket. Javier completely deadpanned, reminding him that these were literally penniless, miserable victims. Unfazed, Lloyd instantly pivoted, ordering a chunk of the engineering squad to drop their tools, hit the kitchen, and start prepping meals for the entire crowd. The refugees were tearing up, thanking him endlessly. Lloyd assured them he would brief the Baron on this whole situation personally. Meanwhile, Bayern pulled Javier aside, whispering that even though Master Lloyd could read people like an open book, no one genuinely had a clue what the guy actually wanted at the end of the day. He suggested they should probably just sit back and watch his master plan unfold before getting totally triggered. Javier clearly hated the idea, but reluctantly agreed to play along. A bit later, Arcos started stressing out over the incoming crowds, pointing out they were completely broke and could not handle the numbers. Lloyd just looked at him dead in the eye. Do you want to take them in or not? Arcos nervously stammered out that, well, they could not exactly turn their backs on people fighting for their lives, right? But he pointed out their village's current food stash would dry up in seconds. Lloyd just scoffed, asking what on earth he was stressing about. We are literally swimming in food right now. He then dramatically unveiled the towering piles of dead monster locusts. They initially hoarded those bugs for compost duty, but hey, protein is protein, right? Arcos looked absolutely sick, questioning if feeding people giant bug meat was basically crossing a line. But before he could even finish his sentence, the Baroness was already aggressively chewing on one of the roasted critters. She casually mentioned it tasted exactly like premium shrimp. Ah, this should be totally fine, especially since the orcs chow down on these too. She admitted the smell was definitely a bit funky, then turned to Lloyd to ask if she could officially take charge of the kitchen crew. Lloyd immediately gave her the green light. Fast forward a bit, and the pop-up refugee camp was fully operational. Lloyd immediately started barking out orders, demanding everyone hustle up with hauling the ingredients. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, alerting them that another wave of about 100 survivors was trekking down from the north. Lloyd blinked in surprise, muttering that this was happening way faster than his initial timeline predicted. He wasted zero time, instantly deploying his giant pets to start the heavy lifting, while throwing the engineering squad into absolute overdrive. Meanwhile, Marbella already had Belle and the entire kitchen crew perfectly locked into their stations, though one of the cooks hesitated, asking how on earth they were supposed to mask that gnarly bug stench. Marbella just smirked and whipped out her ultimate trump card, an ancient, mythical recipe book, literally penned by a dragon's personal chef. The entire kitchen crew basically had their jaws on the floor. A legendary cookbook? How did she even manage to score epic loot like that? The Baroness casually flexed that it was just part of the loot. Lloyd snagged after completely wrecking that dark sorcerer back then. Meanwhile, Lloyd was surveying the sheer chaos, finally admitting to himself that they were literally running out of real estate. Even if he aggressively expanded the housing blocks all the way to the northern mountains, it still was not going to cut it. The dude was aggressively scratching his head, completely stressing out. Right then, the sound of a little girl crying absolutely broke his focus as she sobbed about wanting to go home. Her mom pulled her in tight, heartbrokenly whispering that their home was gone forever. She told her they just had to be incredibly thankful that these kind strangers took them in at all. But the kid just wanted to go home to the exact house his dad built. And boom, the memories hit Lloyd like a truck. As Kim Soo-ho's mind drifted back, he saw himself ripping open moving boxes right alongside his parents in their old place. The moment they stepped inside, his mom and dad practically glowed. They couldn't stop grinning, hyped that they finally owned their own turf, a smile he would never witness ever again. Honestly, it was just some busted, tiny shack way out in the boondocks, but to him, absolute peak happiness. Snapping back to reality, Lloyd dropped his voice to a gentle whisper, telling the kid to chill out. A new home was dropping soon, all because the master architect was on the job. Watching this, Javier felt a rare wave of pride wash over him. Then, Lloyd dropped the bombshell. They were about to tackle the most insane mega project of their entire lives. Javier raised an eyebrow, questioning how on earth they could cram everyone into this space. Lloyd just smirked. Oh, he had a plan. More than enough room, actually. Prepare yourselves, folks, they were bringing apartment complexes to a fantasy world. We are talking about the ultimate South Korean housing meta. Given the absolute mess their territory was currently in, this concrete jungle approach was straight up top tier. Think about it. Maximum living space, premium convenience, all stacked on a ridiculously tiny sliver of land. Plus, keeping everything running smoothly becomes an absolute breeze when your whole population is locked into one central hub. Copy-pasting a standardized layout? That literally slashes the budget and the physical grind in half. And stacking units back-to-back creates a flawless insulation barrier. Booting up his mental simulation mode, he mapped out the entire skyline. Jamming the population into a dense cluster, that skyrockets their spending power. Throw in a centralized commercial district, and suddenly, tax revenues are literally blasting off to the moon. Boom. Checkmate. This would be his absolute final grind. Once the dust settles, he is clocking out forever to just vibe. He was about to achieve the ultimate human dream. The glorious, untouchable status of a filthy, rich slacker. Running the estate, hard pass. He was ready to dump that massive headache straight onto Byron's shoulders. Miles away, Byron suddenly shivered, a phantom chill crawling up his spine. Cut to the board meeting later that day. Lloyd stood up, ready to unveil his massive master plan for the Frontier estate. The grand reveal? Hive-style apartments. He slammed the blueprints on the table, ordering the crew to lock their eyes on the handouts. But Javier instantly hit the brakes. He straight up objected, pointing out that the project's sketchy name was screaming massive red flags. Lloyd barely even blinked, waving him off and declaring that totally off topic for the current briefing. "Stop killing my vibe," Lloyd snapped. Shifting gears, he zeroed in on Byron, asking why the dude looked so completely wrecked. Byron nervously admitted he had been trapped in a crazy nightmare loop recently. Back-to-back nights of pure terror. Some literal demon was forcing him to grind at a desk until he withered away from old age. Lloyd let out a fake cough, swearing nothing like that would ever happen. Take a chill pill. Seriously. Diving into the specs, Lloyd pointed at the paper, introducing a crazy concept called a tulo, an ancient, hardcore architectural flex from Fujian out in the east. Picture this. Every single family scores their own basic bedroom and a living area. Dead center? A massive open courtyard locked and loaded with shared survival gear. We are talking water wells, dining halls, and restrooms. But instead of circles, he was going totally boxy. Why? Because slamming together a massive square structure speedruns the construction phase way better than curves ever could. Plus, he had a few insane Easter eggs hidden in these blueprints that he desperately needed to flex. He purposely kept the most overpowered feature a secret. If they slap a heavy steel barricade right across the main entrance to the courtyard, the entire complex instantly transforms into an impenetrable fortress. Hearing that, the military commander absolutely lost his mind with hype. Clapping his hands together like a total boss, Lloyd smirked and threw the floor wide open for a Q&A session. Time to grill the architect. Javier instantly fired off a reality check about the budget. Like, they were already bleeding cash just trying to scrounge up canvas for basic tents. Lloyd completely flipped the script, accusing his knight of throwing human lives away over a few pennies. Javier blinked, visibly offended. That was absolutely not his angle. Lloyd did not care. He demanded a strict yes or no response. Jumping into the crossfire, Arcos nervously raised his hand, admitting he was sweating over their $0 bank balance too. Instead of getting mad, Lloyd clapped back, acting totally mind-blown by such a sharp, high IQ question. The Baron and Javier just exchanged blank stares. They were completely lost. What an absolute troll. Pivoting back to business, Lloyd broke down the math, taking into account the massive price tag of crafting temporary shelters, the daily payroll, and the endless food supply drops. He told the Baron to stop stressing. They could just safely assume his vault was already loaded. He had secured the bag for the entire operation. Sure, he was well aware that dropping a fresh startup always burned through insane amounts of cash right at launch, but it was time to lock in and roll out. Strolling back from the meeting, Javier was giving off maximum salty energy, while Lloyd kept playfully poking the bear. But dropping the act for a second, Lloyd confessed he was actually terrified behind the mask. He had zero clue if this crazy concrete gamble would actually hold up and house the massive mob. Since he was the maniac who hit start on this impossible quest, he had to completely own the fallout. There was absolutely zero room to flinch, no leaking anxiety, no showing weakness. He had to project that flawless, unbreakable boss aura at all times. But there was exactly one guy he didn't need to fake it around: Javier, his ultimate safe space. The knight, however, completely destroyed the wholesome moment, coldly stating he was not some emotional dumping ground. Young master. Lloyd flashed him the biggest, most obnoxious grin ever, only to instantly eat a brutal right hook straight to the jaw. Okay, plot twist. That was purely Javier playing out a massive daydream. Deep down, the knight was literally dying to clock his boss into the next dimension. Strutting through the halls of the Lacan estate, Diego practically slammed into Lloyd Frontera. "Man, it's great to see you," Lloyd grinned. The poor, toothless guy flinched, bracing for a beatdown. Instead, Lloyd just tilted his head. "So, you got kicked out of the academy? Huh?" Diego nodded nervously, but Lloyd just waved it off, telling him to chill out. He had absolutely nothing to sweat over. He was actually there to pull some strings and get him back into school. Though, there was a catch. It all depended on how his old man played his cards. Cut to Viscount Lacan, demanding to know if Lloyd was hiking up the water rates. Lloyd didn't even blink. Yep, was he speaking a different language? Lacan glared at him, silently cursing the arrogant punk standing in his office. This guy got his son expelled, was already bleeding him dry for water, and now he had the nerve to demand a price gouge? But the Viscount smirked, pulling out his trump card. He smugly pointed out that their contract explicitly locked in a fixed rate. Legally, a price bump was impossible. Unfazed, Lloyd whipped out a magnifying glass and leaned in, zeroing in on the microscopic fine print. The aforementioned water rate is subject to change at the sole discretion of the provider. Boom. Lacan lost his mind, screaming that Lloyd was a massive scam artist. Lloyd held up his hands, playing the peacemaker. "Hey, let's cool down. We're neighbors, right? We go way back. I wouldn't hike the price for no reason." He framed it as a win-win exchange. Then, he dropped a massive bombshell. 17 entire states had just been wiped off the map. The monster domino effect was ripping through the continent, and thousands of desperate refugees were swarming straight toward their territory. And Lacan? He had ruthlessly turned every single one of them away at the border. Lloyd casually mentioned he could sweep that little detail under the rug, meaning the Queen wouldn't have to find out and be completely disgusted. Lacan sweated bullets. How was this a benefit? This was straight-up blackmail. Shifting gears, Lloyd slapped on a fake smile. He claimed he genuinely cared about the Lacan family and offered to pen a personal letter to Her Majesty. If he did, Diego might actually score his spot back at the academy. Lacan's gears turned. He swallowed his pride and asked what the damage would be. Lloyd clutched his pearls. "Whoa, why the hostility? Do I look like a mob boss shaking you down for protection money?" He just wanted a tiny little bump in cash flow, so his feelings wouldn't get hurt. Just a modest amount to keep their precious friendship from shattering into pieces. Inside, Lacan was panicking, wondering exactly how much this absolute demon was going to bleed from him. Watching from the sidelines, Javier felt thoroughly disgusted by his own boss. Meanwhile, Lloyd urged Lacan not to stress, telling him to just toss out a percentage. Any increase was fine. He'd be endlessly grateful, whatever number the Viscount pulled out of thin air. Trembling, Lacan meekly floated a number. Maybe 20? A 20% hike? Lloyd's face twisted into an absolutely horrifying scowl. Terrified, Lacan instantly backpedaled. Wait, I misspoke. 30? 30%. The scowl morphed into something purely demonic. Lacan was hyperventilating now. In a panic, he caught Javier flashing 5 fingers in the background and shrieked, 50! A 50% increase! Lloyd aggressively ground his teeth together. Lacan was practically sobbing, totally clueless as to why the guy was still pissed. Javier deadpanned. "No, man. I meant multiply it by 5. Lacan exploded, screaming that a 5 to 100% spike was absolute daylight robbery. Lloyd calmly disagreed. 5 times is greedy. Let's make it 4. 4 times the original rate is plenty. Shocked, Lacan asked if he was actually being serious. Snapping up the deal, he furiously signed the contract. The second Lloyd walked out the door, reality hit the Viscount like a freight train he had just played himself. Later that night, Javier was battling an identity crisis. He felt like a dirty extortionist. Lloyd just laughed and told him to ditch the guilt trip, because he was officially part of the scam squad now. Javier coldly fired back. His job description started and ended at keeping Lloyd alive. He was absolutely not participating in these sketchy hustle schemes, and he definitely wasn't going to be used as a human bulldozer anymore. Smirking, Lloyd played his ultimate trap card. Fine, guess I'm done singing you to sleep, Javier scoffed. He had ascended to Swordmaster status months ago. His physical senses were completely under his absolute control. He didn't need any dumb lullaby to catch some Z's anymore. Cut to hours later, Javier was tossing, turning, and completely wide awake. Fuming with rage, he marched into Lloyd's room and demanded a bedtime song. Lloyd leaned back, claiming he wasn't in the mood, and hit him with some basic psychology. Ever heard of a sleep routine? Once your brain locks into a habit, your body literally refuses to shut down until you trigger the routine. Javier's eye twitched. Message received. Now, start singing. Fast forward a bit, Lloyd was droning on about the agonizing technicalities of roof insulation, and Javier was completely knocked out cold. With the night snoring away, Lloyd shifted into ultimate grind mode. He aggressively unrolled a massive stack of blueprints across his desk and fired up his system's simulation mode. He counted his lucky stars that he already had the Korean underfloor heating system mapped out in his brain. But constructing a towering, multi-unit apartment complex entirely from scratch, that was a whole different beast. Inside his holographic test run, a massive concrete structure violently collapsed into rubble. A system prompt flashed, asking if he wanted to hit reset. Lloyd's eyes gleamed with absolute obsession. Oh yeah, he was going to abuse this feature until the wheels fell off. Like the old saying goes, you gotta fail to level up. By sunrise, our boy was absolutely running on fumes, barking orders at the crew to grab their gear and start grinding. He spent the entire night hard carrying the simulation mode. The next morning, Bayern hit him with a reality check, saying they had over 300 refugees piling in. Lloyd did not even blink. He just told them to let everybody in, swearing he had a master plan. But behind the scenes, bro was fighting for his life, crunching those exact weight calculations, literally getting a nosebleed from the sheer stress. There was zero chance he was downgrading the height of his precious high-rise apartments. He was so obsessed with locking in the blueprints that sleep completely left the chat. Bayern laid out the brutal math, warning that in 4 months, their entire budget would only cover the soldiers' overtime pay. He begged Lloyd to scale down this insane project or ship some of the refugees off to another turf. But Lloyd just flashed a crazy smile, told him to chill out, and immediately passed out cold on the floor. Cut to the Magentano royal capital, where a whole squad of soldiers had their crossbows locked directly onto the queen. The commander dropped the signal, and they unleashed an absolute storm of bolts right at her. But this was literally just her morning workout. She whipped out her blade, flared up her aura, and shredded every single arrow to dust before they could even scratch her. Honestly, she was low-key mad. Sure, her aura activation speed leveled up, but to her, that performance was straight-up trash. She swore to never let herself get clowned on like that one time ever again. Right on cue, a messenger rolled up sweating, announcing that a rep from the Frontera barony was begging for an audience. Enter Javier. He walked right in and deadpan read the first line of the letter. Slice your useless little vassal into tiny pieces. The queen was completely thrown off. What kind of toxic mind games was Lloyd playing now? Javier just kept his eyes on the paper and kept reading. Thanks to your majesty and your infinite wisdom, we barely managed to clutch up and save the territory. But here is the plot twist. Just like the White Cavalry reported, refugees from 17 different zones are officially homeless, and they are all swarming straight to the Frontera barony. Knowing that our glorious empress has such a soft spot for the commoners, Lloyd, acting as your ultimate loyal subject, decided it was his divine duty to adopt and protect the kingdom's struggling citizens. So he basically took the wheel to fulfill your grand vision. Even Javier was cringing internally at how hard Lloyd was glazing her. The punchline? Lloyd desperately wants to play the hero for her people, but he is flat broke and entirely out of cash. The queen was stunned by the sheer audacity. The guy was an absolute menace. Honestly, she saw this coming from a mile away and already had a care package of funds and supplies on standby. Then Javier dropped the bomb. Yeah, we are going to need 3 times whatever amount you are thinking of. The queen snapped. Excuse me? Is this dude literally out of his mind? As if reading her thoughts, Javier read the next line. And no, I am not crazy. She was so triggered she mentally bookmarked a plan to smack him with an aura blast the next time they crossed paths. But the letter kept going. Lloyd pitched this massive brain idea to build multi-story residential towers, something the Magentano kingdom had never even seen before. He was not about to slap together some janky temporary tents just to keep them fed. He wanted to lock them in as permanent residents, hook them up with jobs, and let them secure their own bags. The only catch? His bank account was practically crying. Alicia raised a hand, telling Javier to shut it. She got the picture. She fired back a message for Lloyd. Look, being the Empress does not give her an infinite money glitch to just throw cash around. She has to drag this through financial audits and get the green light from the Boomer Council of Elders. Pushing his luck any further would just be a massive misplay for Frontera, right? Without missing a beat, Javier whipped out a second letter. Lloyd had already countered, claiming these towers double as absolute fortresses. If the monsters respawn, or the eastern enemies try to pull up, this high-rise city instantly shifts into an unbreakable stronghold. It would literally serve as an overpowered shield, protecting the peace of her entire turf. And the political flex? Anyone backing this Fortress City project is guaranteed to skyrocket their status once it successfully holds the line. The Queen paused, realizing he was actually cooking. Having an extra military stronghold was a massive W. The threat radar definitely showed enemies might spin the block again, and approving this would heavily buff the loyalty of her own squad. It was a guaranteed power spike. The long-term stats easily overpowered the crazy upfront cost. The exact millisecond she put the pieces together, Javier randomly shouted, "Bingo!" The Queen jumped, asking what the hell that was about. Javier just shrugged, looking completely lost. He admitted he had no clue. The letter literally just told him to scream bingo after a 5-second delay. The Queen finally secured the bag, telling the crew to hold tight while she talked the rest of the council into the funding. Javier was basically muttering to himself, reading the postscript out loud. He kept thinking how insane it would be if Corgitos actually showed up at the frontier. Like, major game changer. But the Queen cut his rambling short. She totally caught his drift. Cut to the frontier, where Officer Greg was holding down the fort. Wait, who is this guy again? Originally, Greg was just your average slacker NPC, always lurking in the background. But after surviving nightmare-level boss fights and grinding through brutal labor, bro actually leveled up in the ranks. He put in the sweat and completely evolved into an absolute Chad. Right now, he was flexing those gains by helping refugees haul massive loads. Mid-lift, he spots Emily and instantly insists she takes a breather. She had been grinding since sunrise, so he literally tried to snatch the heavy blankets right out of her hands. She playfully dodged him, sparking this super cute game of tag. But watching from the sidelines was our tragic orc warrior. Dude was absolutely crushed. He had literally picked flowers for her, but when he vented to his bros, they hit him with the harsh truth. Human girls just do not vibe with orc aesthetics. It is what it is. Heartbroken, he dropped the bouquet and walked away. Emily actually noticed his retreat, delivering straight-up cinematic heartbreak. Meanwhile, Lloyd snapped awake, sweating over the wildest fever dream. Byron immediately rushed over to check his vitals. He asked if the young master was alive, and Lloyd could only gasp out that the deadline was practically here. The absolute horror of payday was breathing down his neck. Byron was shook. Lloyd was having a full-blown meltdown over his bank account, hitting rock bottom zero. Byron nervously suggested delaying the payroll, but Lloyd shut that down instantly. No shot. His crew was grinding too hard for that cash. He could never betray them like that. Honestly, he claimed he would rather drop dead. And right on cue, he passed the heck out. Byron went into pure panic mode, screaming for a medic. But suddenly, Javier kicked the door open, casually dropping the ultimate news. He secured the funding. He slapped Lloyd awake right then and there. Boom. Financial healing activated. Lloyd jolted back to life, screaming for everyone to get on the grind. They had dirt to move, baby. Fast forward, and Byron was barking orders, reporting that apartment condo 1101 was hitting the 70% mark. The crew braced themselves as Lloyd booted up his insane simulation system, unleashing literal mudslides just to test the foundation. The buildings tanked it like a boss. Next up, a Category 5 typhoon. Not even a scratch. Then came the ultimate stress test, a freaking meteor strike. Tima was absolutely flabbergasted, questioning what in the world they were actually building here. The impact triggered a nuclear-level explosion, and Lloyd was just standing there with an evil grin, hyping up the chaos. Javier watched the madness, confirming Lloyd had officially lost the plot, before announcing that Master Corgitos and 30 extra orcs just pulled up to the site. Lloyd's eyes lit up, perfect timing. Building a high-density living space is literally all about flawless cementation. We are talking next-level engineering, way trickier than throwing together your basic roads or suspension bridges. So, our crazy architect definitely could not just wing this with some half-baked DIY method and pray it held up. He needed the holy grail of construction. A cement mixer, the absolute carry of the job, designed to perfectly blend and preserve the concrete's integrity. Do not sweat it, Lloyd. The internet knows a good mixer when it sees one. But Corgitos was totally pressed. He called out the disrespect, complaining they hiked for miles and did not even get a single bowl of soup before the boss started barking orders. Lloyd, totally unfazed, claimed his brain was bursting with ideas on how to throw them the sickest welcome party. And honestly, nothing beats flexing a brand new blueprint. Corgitos snatched the plans and instantly caught the vision. With that, the most hyped construction arc was officially a go. Lloyd and Javier spammed explosive skills to blast out the foundation for the massive mixer. Podong was put on spin duty, literally powering the machine. The orc squad handled the heavy rebar setups within the molds, while Lloyd took control of the pour, screaming that this was not some amateur hour. Byron was frantically taking notes so he would not mess up. Lloyd kept roaring at them to watch the corners and rebar, making sure absolutely zero air bubbles ruined his masterpiece. Even Bebong was grinding out of his mind, completely motivated just because Bell was hanging around the site. After a massive grind, the first building skeleton was finally standing tall. Lloyd tossed the reins to Byron, who instantly locked in and took charge. Easy money. But now that the crew had their rhythm, a completely different nightmare dropped into Lloyd's lap. Insulation. The Hive apartment complex ran on this old-school, coal-fired steam boiler. Picture this. Boiling water down in the central hub, blasting scorching steam straight up the guts of the building. It shoots through this massive pipe network, feeding the radiators in every single unit. Sounds cozy, right? Wrong. The higher that steam travels, the more heat just vanishes into thin air. By the time it hits the penthouse, it's practically a freezer. Lloyd ran simulation after simulation, hitting brick walls every time. He pulled an all-nighter, ripping his hair out trying to hack the thermodynamics. Then, boom. One random keyword sparked a massive light bulb moment. His brain flashed back to the original novel, specifically that insane arc where Javier squared up against an actual dragon, a massive beast that basically just trash-talked humans all day. Seriously, it doesn't matter how cracked a knight is, you don't just tank a dragon. Yet somehow, Javier ate a point-blank dragon breath attack and didn't even flinch. His secret? Armor forged from Alencia tree sap. Literally the most overpowered insulator on the planet. Next thing you know, our chaotic duo hits the road to farm this legendary loot. 2 days out in the wilderness, Javier finally snaps, demanding to know the drop location. Lloyd casually drops the bomb. They are heading straight into the Everglow forest. Elf territory, home of the Alencia tree. Javier instantly stops dead in his tracks and does a whole 180. He flat out refuses, reminding Lloyd that elves absolutely despise humans. There is zero chance of a peaceful trade. But Lloyd just smirks, remembering that in the original lore, Javier literally becomes besties with these elves and gets the armor for free. Fine, I'll go solo, Lloyd taunts. Watch your back, Mr. Bodyguard. Forced into a corner, Javier caves, but mutters that nobody has successfully negotiated with this race in over 500 years. He asks what kind of master plan Lloyd has to persuade them. Lloyd just stares at him like he's stupid. Persuade? Bro, we're not talking. We're staging a heist. Javier looked like he wanted to strangle him on the spot. Fast forward, they step into the elf domain. The visuals are insane, a cinematic wonderland, packed with towering, neon-colored trees and endless blooming flowers. But the pollen count is so thick that Javier actually sneezes. Lloyd just stops and glares. Javier gets defensive, asking if the guy has never seen a human sneeze before. Lloyd claps back, yelling that he knows what a sneeze is, but why the heck did Javier have to look like a majestic supermodel doing it? Javier brushes it off, casually claiming that everything he does looks flawless, because, well, he is flawless. And he adds that a guy like Lloyd could never relate. Lloyd's jaw drops. Did this dude really just say that? Even the system screen pops up, literally roasting Lloyd's face. Boiling with rage, Lloyd demands to know why a supposed swordmaster can't just hold in a tiny sneeze. Javier calmly explains that you can't just override basic physiological functions. Lloyd counters, asking if that means he also can't hold in his dumps. Javier shoots back. Why would I intentionally give myself constipation? It is hilariously petty how they shift the argument to literal crap, just because Lloyd is raging over pretty privilege. Losing his mind, Lloyd actually throws hands, but Javier effortlessly deflects every single punch with a smug little smile. Panting, Lloyd tells him to suck up his allergies, because they need to push deep into the core to find that tree. But the second they look up, they freeze. An entire battalion of elf warriors is perched in the branches, drawing bows right at their skulls. Lloyd panics, wondering how their stealth got blown so fast. The lead elf rolls her eyes, shouting that obviously they heard the two idiots screaming at each other. Javier sighs, muttering that this is light work. No, 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 Lloyd stammers, but it's too late. The elves unleash a massive volley of arrows. In a flash, Javier ignites his sword aura, carving through the entire barrage like it is nothing. Lloyd screams to split up, setting a rally point at the Alencia tree in 30 minutes. Javier yells back, asking if the squishy architect will survive alone. Just draw their aggro, Lloyd commands. But the lead elf takes one look at them, declares the ugly guy is just a harmless squirrel, and orders her entire squad to chase the handsome one. Emotional damage, maximum. Right then, the elf squad was blitzing after Javier at breakneck speed, moving like literal ghosts. They were so light, they actually bounced off the plant leaves without bending a single stem. Javier realized his elf lore was pretty rusty, but honestly, it looked like Lloyd's crazy theories were spot on again. The guy had literally warned him earlier that elves are absolute tree huggers. To avoid damaging the greenery, they use this hyper-specific, feather-light footwork. Slashing down innocent elves was a huge no-go, so the only play here was to outrun them like his life depended on it. He just had to weaponize their obsession with nature right back at them. The second an archer locked onto his skull, Javier seamlessly slipped behind a massive trunk. Checkmate. They couldn't shoot without risking bark damage, and Javier totally spammed this glitch to dodge the incoming arrow rain. But then it clicked. If they actually wanted him dead, he'd already be a pincushion. These snipers were purposely herding him into a very specific kill zone. Meanwhile, Lloyd was already chilling at the Alencia tree. He gripped his shovel, fired up his monocore, and got to work. Popping his upgraded energy boost, he secured 20 minutes of infinite stamina and started digging like a cracked-out mole. Back to the marathon, Javier noticed something sketchy. The elf captain had completely ghosted. His gut was right. They had funneled him so. When the sky darkened with a lethal barrage, he flexed his sword aura, whipping the water into a massive vortex. The whirlpool was so overpowered it swallowed every single arrow. Watching this, one elf sweated, realizing this human could easily wipe their entire squad if he actually tried. But her comrade smirked. Sure, the humans had a sword master, but the elves? They had Melika. Enter Melika, an absolute unit of an elf, insanely buff, gripping a bow that was literally taller than her. This dragon hunting bow launched a projectile that looked less like an arrow and more like an artillery shell aimed straight at Javier. He barely got his blade up in time. The impact dragged him backward, forcing him to burn precious seconds just to kill the momentum. Once he finally swatted it away, Javier was shook. She had completely shattered his sword aura using nothing but one arrow and raw, unadulterated strength. But Lloyd's voice echoed in his head. Scratch even one elf, and the entire global elven population will pull up for revenge. And let's be real, these girls' assassination skills put the orcs to shame. As the squad rallied to reload that giant ballista bow, Javier cranked his aura to the absolute max. Time to bounce and rendezvous with Lloyd. He knew for a fact some of these snipers were definitely tracking his boss by now. When the next wave of normal arrows dropped, he completely ignored them, keeping his eyes glued to the giant threat. He sparked his counterattack by shattering the weak arrows, then unleashed his ultimate move, manipulating the wind and water into a perfect slipstream. This hijacked the massive arrow's trajectory, sending it booming right back at the giant elf and colliding mid-air with her next shot. Cut to Lloyd, casually hacking away at the sacred tree roots with his machete. A mob of elves manifested behind him, literally vibrating with rage, demanding to know how he dared to mutilate their precious flora. Lloyd threw out a half-baked apology, explaining that he's got way too many lives riding on his shoulders right now. He crouched down, sparking a torch. The lead elf aimed her bow, threatening to turn him into a human colander. Unbothered, he told them to shoot if they wanted, but promised he'd roast his little hostage nice and slow. He shoved the torch right in front of a potted mandrake. The elves panicked, instantly dropping their weapons in pure horror. Lloyd smirked. You don't want to see this little guy get toasted, right? Then back the hell up. The elves lost their minds, calling him a filthy villain and absolute garbage. Lloyd just smiled, thanked them for the compliments, and told them to step aside. But then, one elf crossed the line, calling him a hideous freak, adding that his ugly mug was exactly why he pulled 0 girls. Lloyd deadpanned, stared into her soul, and almost scorched the plant alive. Cue the absolute chaos. The elves freaked out and got completely cornered down inside the dirt pit. Trapped at the bottom, one elf nervously told him to start talking. Lloyd just glared down at them. He opened his mouth super wide, chomped down hard on the mandrake's leaf, and yanked it with his teeth. The mandrake shrieked, begging the elves to just kill him instead and end the misery. Save me! Ignoring the drama, Lloyd commanded the elves to climb out. The mandrake was sobbing, cursing him to stop. Reaching the surface, Lloyd dusted himself off, realizing he had the high ground now. This would make it way easier for Javier to spot him. No doubt, his swordmaster would be pulling up any minute now. Man, if the rest of the elf squad caught him pulling this stunt, he would be absolute toast. Most likely anyway. But right then, one of the elf warriors completely lost her balance, head spinning like crazy. Another gripped her skull, battling a massive migraine, while the frontline fighter suddenly doubled over, clutching her gut. Lloyd was totally clueless for a second, but taking a closer look, these supposedly elite warriors looked seriously drained. Then it hit him, the forest was dead silent. No birds chirping, no rabbits rustling, not a single deer in sight. Fact is, he had not spotted a single living critter during the entire trek. It all clicked. Thanks to that massive monster migration, the entire wildlife population got pushed straight to the edge of the mountain range. That left the Everglow forest smack in the middle of everything, completely stripped of prey. And since elves treat plants like holy relics and refuse to harm them, that makes them heavy meat eaters. He could only imagine how long this whole tribe had been starving in the shadows. Meanwhile, Javier clocked the exact same thing. Realizing he had way more stamina in the tank than his attackers, he saw his golden ticket to break the front line. Tapping straight into his monocore, he supercharged his agility and blasted forward, tracking the path of an incoming arrow. With one thought burning in his mind, keeping his master breathing, he shattered their defensive ring. The exhausted elves were way too sluggish to keep up. Well, all except one. The usually gentle Melika was not having it. Going absolute beast mode, she committed to the fade. Realizing a ranged bowshot would not cut it, she straight up grabbed an arrow like a dagger and lunged right at Javier's throat. But our boy was dodging like a ghost. He had extreme tunnel vision. Nothing mattered except shielding his lord's heir, the ultimate savior of their territory. Spotting a split-second opening, Javier locked onto a single falling leaf and used it as a stepping stone. He flawlessly copied the elves' signature technique, leaving them totally speechless and labeling him a pure monster. Blazing through the canopy, he vaulted from branch to branch. Breaking through the foliage, the massive Alencia tree finally came into view, and he screamed out for his master. But the scene he crashed into? Absolute comedy. Lloyd was casually hosting a full-blown backyard barbecue, munching on some ribs. Lloyd just glanced up like, "What in the world? Bro, you look like you just survived World War III. Grab a seat." He then turned to his new elf buddies, warning them the steak was getting overcooked and they needed to chow down as soon as possible. You gotta sear pork until that crust is perfectly crispy. As the elves cautiously nibbled their portions, Lloyd gave his knight a weird look, asking why he was just standing there. "Take a load off, man." Javier slowly sat down, completely stunned into silence. Pointing a greasy finger, Lloyd introduced his personal bodyguard to the group. The elves tilted their heads, legit assuming the knight was just a servant boy. Clearing up the awkward vibe, Lloyd flipped the introductions to the lady next to him. "Meet Moira, the absolute boss and chief of this whole tribe." She dropped a polite nod, totally welcoming the confused swordsman. Lloyd just rolled his eyes, dropping a heavy sigh. "Loosen up, guys. You are making the vibe painfully stiff." Meanwhile, Javier was stuck staring into the void, brain completely short-circuiting. Breaking the tension, the chief quietly asked if they had enough grub for a +1. She then hollered over her shoulder. Peeking out from behind a massive oak was Malika. The chief admitted her girl was literally running on fumes and begged if it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Without missing a beat, Lloyd gave them the green light to clear the grill. Granted, the stash was pretty light since he only packed travel rations. He threw some epic shade at the archers, still aiming at him, joking that breathing in the barbecue smoke was probably a feast for them. But jokes aside, the hunger was painfully real. Lloyd connected the dots, the stay-at-home elf dudes handling the chores back at base camp. They were probably wasting away, desperately waiting for their hunter girls to finally bring home some bacon. One warrior practically broke down, whispering how starving her partner was. Hitting them where it hurts, Lloyd casually brought up the village kids. And man, how much longer could the elderly members even survive this famine? Reality check, the seniors were 100% next on the chopping block. Pure tragedy. And while everyone was asleep, the despair would just force them to cry their eyes out. Hearing that brutal truth, the fierce warriors shattered, tears flooding down their faces. Hook, line, and sinker. Lloyd flashed a business smile, pitching a brand new deal. Moira instinctively hissed, claiming elves would never stoop to bargaining with a lowly human. Lloyd practically laughed in her face. He reminded the chief they already crossed that bridge when they backed down over his screaming mandrake threat. Not to mention, they were literally chilling at his cookout, stuffing their faces with his food right now. Dropping the act, he laid his cards on the table. The ultimate offer? Cold, hard survival. We are talking an unlimited supply of pork chops, and the charcoal to grill it all. Smirking internally, Lloyd knew the charcoal was strictly wood-based. The tree-loving elves would absolutely freak out over that detail. But hey, what they do not know about the fuel source definitely will not hurt them. Lloyd hits them with the cold truth. He points out that the pathetic jerky they're chewing on right now is literally just scraps he dried out. But soon, they'll be stuffing their faces with sizzling, melt-in-your-mouth pork. He even throws in a sweet bonus, building them a massive freezer to keep all that premium meat fresh. Moira narrows her eyes, dropping the big question. What's the catch? Lloyd keeps it completely real. His crew is just trying to survive out here. If she walks away, every single refugee kid on his side is going to freeze to death in the snow. Total tragedy. All he's asking for is a tiny drop of sap from the Alencia tree for just one single month. A literal drop in the bucket. Boom. They hand that over, and nobody drops dead. He even promises to drop a full tutorial on how to harvest the stuff, without leaving a single scratch on the bark. Oh, and one more thing. He casually drops a massive brain play. Hauling all that meat back would go way faster. if they split exactly 100 elves into 2 squads. Team A carries the barbecue, while Team B stays behind to construct his crew's houses. Total win-win situation, right? The elf squad instantly starts panicking, whispering that their leader would never greenlight this deal. Humans are totally toxic and full of cap. This triggers a massive flashback for Moira. She hears her mom's warning echoing in her head. Her mom actually used to kick it with this human dude named Gapely back in the day, all thanks to some shady trade agreement. But since humans clock out of life so fast, they hustle way too aggressively. They get obsessed with grinding, insanely greedy, and eventually cross the line into total villain behavior. The ultimate golden rule? If you ever cross paths with a human, only drop your guard. If they prove they're a true ride-or-die friend. So Moira completely shuts Lloyd down. She looks him dead in the eyes and says she only does business with besties. Lloyd mentally facepalms. This could seriously wreck his entire master plan. But honestly, Suho had already analyzed this exact social puzzle way beforehand. Like, what actually defines a friend? Back in his original life on Earth, dude was the ultimate loner. He felt gross, rocking absolutely zero drip, and completely dead broke. Flashback to him randomly joining the traditional architecture squad at school, just trying to level up his skills. He wasn't stupid. He knew everyone was ruthlessly roasting him behind his back, whispering about how he was dirt cheap, a total buzzkill, and just a walking, breathing L. But Suho totally tanked the emotional damage. He swallowed his pride and ate those insults, just so he could sponge up every ounce of knowledge and finally escape the absolute trenches of being broke. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, during a Korean barbecue hangout, this one dude looks at him and tells Suho to just brush off the haters. He straight up admits that Suho is carrying the entire team with his insane grades. The guy drops the act and acknowledges Suho is a literal genius. No sugarcoating, no fake vibes, just spilling pure facts. This dude was actually swiping his card for the massive bill, stepping up as Suho's self-proclaimed bro. He practically shoves a thick, juicy steak onto Suho's plate, hyping him up to feast. Keep in mind, Suho's protein diet back then was literally just budget canned tuna. He looks up and catches the guy's expression, a totally gross, condescending smirk looking down on him. The dude was getting a massive ego boost, treating Suho exactly like a pathetic stray dog. And honestly, Suho completely broke down crying right there on the spot. But not from humiliation. He cried, because the meat was astronomically delicious. To him, this arrogant rich kid was acting like an absolute saint. He absolutely inhaled 2 or 3 massive servings. That patronizing jerk? He officially leveled up to be Suho's one and only bestie. Snapping back to reality, Lloyd knows genuine friendship is a complete myth. You can literally just buy loyalty with top-tier food. Without hesitating, he yanks a gigantic slab of beef straight from his inventory. Moira's jaw drops. She is completely mesmerized by the beautiful marbling, literally glistening in the light. The absolute second Lloyd throws that bad boy on the grill and serves it up, it's game over. The elves take one single bite and instantly burst into happy tears. The flavor is so insanely god-tier that Moira immediately slams the accept button on his deal. Forget all that heavy generational trauma and boomer advice. Just hit them with that premium Wagyu. We get a quick lore drop, explaining that the elves from the Everglow Forest had completely ghosted the outside world for 5 solid centuries. But right here, right now, they officially signed a binding contract with the frontier humans. Trekking back to the crib, Javier is totally mind-blown, questioning why he even tagged along on this quest. If massive political tensions could just be solved with a barbecue platter. As they roll through the streets with their new elf squad, the villagers are absolutely losing their minds. I mean, this absolute madman already smooth-talked the orcs into joining him, and now he's casually parading elves around town? Wild behavior. But pacing through the human turf, Moira is deeply traumatized. Every single corner she turns, she spots chopped-up trees and massive wooden buildings. Dead plant matter everywhere. To a nature spirit, this literally looks like a pure horror movie. But Lloyd, cool as absolute ice, drops some heavy philosophy. He reminds her there are literally whole tribes out there who think eating meat is a massive, unforgivable crime. He completely grasps that different races, zones, and microfactions all operate on completely different moral compasses. Teaming up ultimately means you gotta bend the rules and find a solid middle ground. That's his whole master blueprint for building a society, where everybody gets to eat and thrive. Moira nods, totally catching his drift on a logical level, but emotionally, she's still super triggered by the wood. Lloyd totally backs off, telling her no pressure at all. She just needs a minute to process everything. She can totally sit down and have a deep existential crisis, right while shoving another massive chunk of steak into her mouth. And Moira instantly lights up, admitting his logic makes way more sense now. With the squad officially assembled, the epic construction arc kicks off for Hive Complexes 101 and 102. Even before dipping out to Everglow Forest, one massive headache kept living rent-free in Lloyd's mind. Getting those apartment blocks piping hot before the winter frost hit. Why? He was absolutely dreading the freeze and thaw cycle. Picture this. The leftover moisture trapped inside the concrete literally turns to ice. The second temps drop below 0 Celsius. Fast forward a few months when spring rolls around, and all that hidden ice starts melting down. The result? Countless water droplets expand inside the concrete, totally shattering the structural integrity and bringing the whole building crashing down. But our guy can finally chill out, because a whole squad of elf girls were currently scaling the walls like absolute pros. They were speedrunning the installations he needed, motivated entirely by the promise of an epic all-you-can-eat meat buffet once they clocked out. Boom. Right as the very first snowflake drifted from the sky, Building 101 and 102 were officially wrapped up. Striding up the stairwell with his crew in tow, Lloyd ran the calculations in his head for the final beta test. They needed to start moving tenants in during the dead of winter, meaning this whole operation rode entirely on one special material, a custom sealant crafted from Alencia, tree essence mixed with soybean oil. The team had slathered this magic sauce over every single radiator. They cranked up the massive boiler on the top floor, and honestly, the results were an absolute massive W. The rooms were toasty as hell. Seeing this, Lloyd instantly barked orders to prep for the massive civilian move-in. Javier opened his mouth, trying to chime in with some advice about the relocation logistics, but Lloyd immediately shut him down. The master builder was in the zone and didn't have time for side quests. He laid down the absolute law. Families with little kids got priority access, followed instantly by the elderly and the sick. Everything was strictly triaged by health status. As for anyone left on the waiting list, they'd be relocated straight to the traditional Ondol heated houses to survive the freezing temps. Not a single soul under his watch would freeze or starve. Javier just stood there completely stunned, realizing Lloyd had literally stolen the exact words right out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Lloyd's inner monologue was pure capitalism. Healthy peasants meant a massive boost to his manual labor workforce. Anyway, time to go bother the Baron, since the winter grind never stops. Watching him, Javier couldn't help but think how insanely annoying his liege could be. Like, borderline punchable. But honestly, the knight's opinion of the young master had totally flipped ever since his dramatic personality shift. He couldn't even bring himself to hate the guy anymore. Somehow, this scammer had managed to make everyone around him fiercely loyal, whether they wanted to be or not. But right in the middle of this bonding moment, a royal messenger crashed the scene. Dropping straight into the Frontera territory, the dude unrolled a massive fancy scroll. According to the queen, she was absolutely blown away. The Frontera family had stepped up completely, becoming the ultimate role models for the whole kingdom, dealing with all the recent chaos like absolute bosses. Because of these insane carry jobs, Her Majesty officially decreed that the Frontera barony was getting an instant promotion to an earldom the second this edict dropped. Lloyd just smirked. He totally saw this buff coming. The messenger bowed down to the brand new Earl Frontera. Lloyd's parents? They were absolutely losing their minds with joy. This upgrade came completely out of left field for them. Cutting through the hype, the royal envoy kept reading. First major achievement? Solo blocking the massive monster raid that swarmed out of the east. Second flex? Offering a safe haven to the thousands of refugees who lost everything. And the third? Absolute banger? Speed running the reconstruction of the eastern zone and turning it into an impenetrable fortress. Thanks to all this, the Frontera earldom was now completely independent from the Cremo domain. They were officially free agents. Their new main quest was rebuilding the rest of the east, backed by a massive royal sponsorship for building supplies. A solid 10-year supply drop guarantee from the crown. But wait, the absolute best part was saved for last. A totally insane 20-year tax exemption. 0 royal taxes for 2 solid decades. Lloyd's brain basically exploded. Praise the queen. Long live the absolute goat. This wasn't just generous. This was literally hitting the jackpot. Pulling off a tax break like this in the current era was basically impossible, showing just how much faith she had placed in him. Smirking, he immediately signaled Javier. He had a top-secret project cooking for ages, and it was about to be purely cinematic. While the envoy kept reading the fine print, Arco stared at his son, his eyes tearing up. This entire glow-up was 100% because of his boy. He didn't just wipe their crippling debt off the map. He literally dragged their family up to an earldom. To Arcos, Lloyd was basically a walking, breathing miracle. Cut to their celebration. They straight up built a giant statue of the queen, right in the middle of their territory, and started dancing around it like absolute maniacs. The royal messenger watched this go down and was totally creeped out. Honestly, the vibes were giving less joyous celebration and way more creepy occult ritual. Naturally, he snitched on them the second he got back to the capital. Hearing this, Queen Alicia immediately fired off an order to shut that embarrassing cringe down. Like, what even was that? Anyway, fast forward a bit. and Viscount Lacona came sprinting into the Frontera estate completely out of breath. He showed up bowing so low he was basically kissing the dirt, begging to know why the Count had summoned him. Arcos casually waved him off, telling the Viscount to drop the super stiff act. Honestly, even he hadn't fully wrapped his head around the whole Count title yet. But Viscount Lacona totally switched up, kissing major ass and claiming nobody deserved the rank more. Inside, though, he was raging, cursing everyone and fuming that he was the only one stuck without a promotion. This guy used to roast Arcos mercilessly at every single banquet back in the day. He figured Arcos would eventually lose his status, so playing the massive suck-up was his best survival strategy right now. Arcos then dropped the bomb, casually bringing up a brand new royal decree. They had to completely rebuild massive chunks of the Eastern Territory, but their workforce was basically non-existent. So he locked eyes with Viscount Lacona and asked a tiny little favor. Did he happen to have any spare engineers lounging around his estate? Lacona instantly agreed, sweating as he asked just how many workers he needed to hand over. Arcos didn't miss a beat. He smirked, saying he didn't want to be a huge burden, so Lacona should just send literally everyone he could spare. In that terrifying second, Lacona realized he was dealing with a true Count. Arcos added that sending his absolute best would guarantee their friendship stayed intact. Obviously, Lacona sprinted out of there in pure panic. The dude was trembling so hard he actually wiped out trying to mount his horse. Watching him flee, Arcos realized he had never flexed on anyone like that before. He had never blackmailed a single soul in his entire life. But damn, the power trip felt absolutely incredible. Fast forward a bit, and Byron and Lloyd were wrapping up the move-in process for the new locals. They officially filled units 101 and 102. Instantly, the system flashed a shiny new monumental construction achievement. He had literally spearheaded the first ever apartment complex in the entire Laurasia continent and successfully packed it with tenants. The reward? A massive 700 PR points hitting his account. Lloyd grinned, realizing it was finally time to harvest the seeds he had planted. Meanwhile, over in the rundown refugee shelters, way outside the luxury apartments, a desperate father was dividing up their meager supply rations, entirely skipping his own portion just to make sure his wife and kid could eat. He felt genuinely grateful for the Count's charity, but it was eating away at his pride. Back in the day, he used to bust his back to provide for his family, and now he was completely powerless, surviving purely on handouts. He absolutely hated feeling like dead weight. Right as that thought hit him, the street outside exploded with people chanting Lloyd's name. Our boy was strutting through the crowd like a politician on the campaign trail, casually hugging grandmas. He even finger-painted with a toddler, flashing $1 million smile and charming the absolute hell out of everyone. But Javier watched from the sidelines, completely unconvinced. He just knew Lloyd was plotting to milk these refugees for all they were worth. And right on cue, Lloyd slammed down a folding table and slapped a massive stack of contracts right on top of it. He announced loudly that playtime was over, and it was time to pay up, waving around hardcore manual labor agreements. The crowd hesitated, staring at the papers, until Lloyd coldly reminded them that nothing in this world comes free. Javier genuinely questioned his own moral compass watching this unfold. Suddenly, that starving father pushed his way to the front, desperately asking if signing the dotted line meant guaranteed work. Lloyd nodded, promising him a solid job and even dangling the sweet bait of overtime pay. But he made one thing crystal clear. The second that first paycheck hits, the free charity rations stop permanently, and he has to buy his own gear. The man didn't even flinch. He fiercely declared he was done being a freeloader and begged Lloyd to read him the terms right then and there. Lloyd warned him it was a highly capitalistic deal, leaving the poor guy super confused, asking what the heck capital even meant. Out of nowhere, a woman stepped up to the table, challenging Lloyd on whether ladies were allowed to sign up too. Lloyd completely shut down the doubts, stating straight up that he didn't care about gender, only results. Instantly, a massive line formed behind the father, packed with proud people ready to earn their keep. Lloyd then hyped up his insane master plan. He promised to provide endless food and personal land plots by launching a massive terraforming operation. They were literally going to carve up the eastern mountains. The goal was to build stepped farms using rock gabions. But when Lloyd checked his summons, he realized Belle was horribly sick. She had totally burned herself out, pushing limits on the apartment project. Bim Bom was absolutely furious about it. The little guy was so pissed he straight up drop-kicked Lloyd right in the face. Taking the hit, Lloyd accepted he couldn't force Belle back to work. So, late at night, under a glowing full moon, he shifted gears to his backup plan. It was time to try his luck with another gacha roll. But this next summon was going to bleed him for a whopping 150 PR points. Lloyd gritted his teeth, knowing it was the only real way to save his crazy construction timeline. And right on cue, the system started aggressively hyping him up like a casino dealer, practically screaming for him to pull the trigger and roll. Pull. Come on, just one good pull. Give me the gold. I can feel the RNG gods smiling today. Let's roll. Deep down, Lloyd knew this gotcha system screamed scam, but it hadn't done him dirty yet. I mean, look at Podong. Between the hippo and bungle, he always clutched exactly what he needed. Plus, his PR points were practically overflowing right now. Why sweat it? He confidently punched the button, demanding the universe hand over his next carry. The summoning circle flared to life, but instead of angelic choirs, it roared like a busted diesel engine. The sound of a heavy motor aggressively revving up echoed through the air. Lloyd cringed. That obnoxious screech always grinded his gears. Then, with zero warning, the massive glowing ring violently detonated. Flash, smoke. Lloyd stood there, completely roasted like a burnt marshmallow. A system prompt cheerfully announced a direct facial hit. Spitting ash, Lloyd screamed at his screen. Weren't they supposed to be on the same team? The system fired back with ice-cold logic. It was just a neutral messenger, bound by the code. No favorites, no mercy. Wait, Lloyd's jaw dropped. Were his previous top-tier pulls just blind luck? The interface basically called him a dense idiot for taking this long to figure it out. It dropped the ultimate casino truth bomb. You always let the fresh meat win their first few rounds to get them hooked on the dopamine. Keep them swiping. Fully convinced another jackpot is right around the corner, Lloyd was fuming, screaming about rigged rug pulls. The system told him to deal with it. Honestly, Lloyd couldn't even stay mad at that flawless villain logic. He slapped the button again, dropping 225 points. Boom. Another explosion straight to the dome. Stubbornly, he rage-pulled a third time, and this time, something massive spawned. A pure nightmare beast charged him, out for blood. The whole area devolved into screaming chaos as people scattered. Sprint sliding for his life, Lloyd kicked down Javier's door, dragging the sleepy knight out to face the music. With one casual swing, Javier cleaved the monster clean in half. Later, Lloyd sat glaring daggers at his holographic screen, flanking himself with his loyal pets. The system mocked him with the most sarcastic, better luck next time imaginable. Veins popping, Lloyd swore he was going to dismantle this digital menace piece by piece. Ding, secret achievement unlocked. His pride and his wallet took a massive hit after being clowned 3 times in a row. So, the pity system kicked in. His grand compensation? Handpicking his next summoning skill. A massive catalog unrolled before his eyes, but it was absolute garbage. What even were these buffs? Licking your own nose. Sleeping perfectly after chugging cold brew. Eating unheated pork without gagging. Speed reading. A web novel chapter in exactly 40 seconds. Meditating. Managing a solid post-lunch nap. Flexing D-list celebrity impressions. Inhaling 100 sweet potatoes. Summoning an instant migraine. Surviving ghost peppers. Eavesdropping from 10 kilometers away. Spontaneous gender swapping. No hands nose blowing. Folding origami turtles. Pen spinning like a bored high schooler. Spawning a random skull. Becoming a massive tree hugger. Turning into an absolute yapper. Catching seasonal depression. Or running a 50-meter dash twice within 10 seconds. Utterly useless. But right at the bottom, one caught his eye. Create spider webs. Lloyd's engineer brain started churning. If this webbing shared the physics of industrial spider silk, that was an absolute game changer. We are talking insane elasticity. It scoffs at moisture and refuses to degrade under brutal UV rays. This was the ultimate construction material. He locked it in. Hyped for his new 8-legged worker, he slammed the summon button. Fast forward to the crack of dawn. Javier groggily crawled out of bed, muttering about having the most unhinged fever dream. Meanwhile, up in the clouds above the frontier territory, something was tearing through the wind. A blur of pure speed. Bathed in sunlight, the locals literally thought a holy angel had descended. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. It was just Lloyd. He was surfing the skies on the back of his brand new summon. A giant bird. He buzzed the tower, doing a terrifyingly low flyby over his workers while striking a majestic, aura-oozing pose. Sure, he ordered a spider, so a feathered mount was definitely a massive curveball. But who cares? Unlocking aerial travel was a huge W. He was already doing the math. Flying overhead, looking like a divine messenger, the workers' morale would skyrocket, believing they were chosen by the gods, which meant a massive bump in tax revenue. Stonks. He named his new avian asset Goming. Her primary kit? Shooting literal spiderwebs. Her passive was spinning those webs to craft reinforced nests. Lloyd spent hours stress-testing the silk, trying to rip it apart with sheer force. It didn't budge. The structural integrity was flawless. He instantly ordered Goming to drop down to the open plains. Her mission? Blanket the entire zone in a massive web network. Lloyd was grinning ear to ear, convinced this bird was the ultimate cheat code. But then, Goming let out the heaviest, most exhausted sigh. He dragged him out to some sketchy woods past the plains, dumped Lloyd in the dirt, and just plopped right down. Total slacker energy. Honestly, Lloyd was completely stumped on how to squeeze any labor out of this guy. Just the night before, right after summoning Gegoming, Our boy asked for a quick spiderweb demonstration, and the bug just sat there. Zero motivation. Bro was literally allergic to the grind. Lloyd realized real quick that this little trash bag hit different from his other pets, you know? Then Podong waddled over, trying to hype the newbie up, dropping a whole speech about how they could build the ultimate infrastructure for society to level up everyone's quality of life and find true purpose. On top of that, he needed that Sigma mindset, becoming a being that blesses the world with joy. But Gaming basically went, "I'll try, but no promises." Podong actually had him hyped for a hot second, except right now, he was back to slacking in the woods. So Podong hopped straight out of Lloyd's pocket, chirping, "Let's crush this together, bestie." And Gaming gave a half-hearted nod. But after letting it marinate, the bug realized grinding was pointless. He figured the world would just fix itself. Why sweat it? He'd score free meals anyway. From this absolute clown of a human, Lloyd's blood boiled. He was seconds away from punting that cursed pest into orbit, but Podong jumped in, telling him to chill with the negative vibes, bro. In response, Gaming literally spat a twig right onto Podong's head. Then he turned to Lloyd, demanding a little red seed. Lloyd was like, "Bet." He grabbed it, radiating so much pure rage that Gaming scrambled to escape, but Podong snatched his tiny leg and straight up swallowed his head. Just stuffed the whole thing inside his mouth, like a hamster packing away walnuts. After delivering some hardcore medieval torture, he finally spat the miserable punk out. Podong tilted his head and asked, "So, buddy, want to try that again?" Gaming aggressively shook his head. Nope, he was ready to grind. He swore on his life. Like, actually swore. Podong flashed Lloyd this absolutely demonic look, and Lloyd threw back the most legendary thumbs up in history. Doesn't matter what era you're in, catching hands is universally effective. With that sorted, Phase 1 kicked off. Step 1. Excavate a massive trench. Next up, Bong would flex his giant sieve to filter the sand. Meanwhile, Gaming had to spin his webs into a heavy-duty mesh right over it. And Podong, he was on full-time cheerleader duty for the big guy. Then Lloyd summoned the white cavalry, all gripping their shovels, screaming that they were ready for orders, sir. They dumped all that filtered sand onto the webs, rinsing and repeating until everything was completely buried. Step 6. Once all the borders were secured, they had to pour massive rocks and gravel straight into the gabion, officially wrapping up the first major chunk of the blueprint. Lloyd figured at this insane pace, they'd finish before spring even hit. Epic. If they handed this off to the refugees, apartment construction speeds would skyrocket, and they could wrap up the whole mega project by next year. Lloyd hoisted his shovel high, dreaming about gracefully retiring from this brutal labor life, living that filthy rich air lifestyle, where he did absolutely nothing was finally within reach. Fueled by that, everybody was sweating buckets on the site. Arcos and Bayern were drowning in endless stacks of paperwork. So, by the time the spring breeze rolled in, the system officially logged the completion of the terraced mega farm. Cementing himself as the absolute best engineer on the continent, Lloyd bagged a massive 800 reputation points. While he was out there vibing with the blooming flowers, he unlocked a new title, the Leader of the Exhausted. That bad boy buff would last for a solid 30 years. Plus, he scored 3 sweet praise points from it. The perk activated in a specific zone for 24 hours. And depending on what moves Lloyd made, the timer would either extend or shrink. The actual flex, crop yield on the mountain's terraced farm, exploded by 300%, while harvest quality spiked by 200. Later on, for some bizarre reason, Lloyd was playing a solo game of chess. Javier walked in and asked if that was actually supposed to be fun. Lloyd grinned. Oh yeah, he was having the time of his life. Absolute peak entertainment. Doing anything other than manual labor was basically heaven. Javier casually mentioned it was the first time he'd seen him touch the board, since that one specific day. Lloyd just shrugged, claiming his schedule was wide open since Bayern was actually crushing the workload. Bossing the construction crew and backing up the exhausted mages, everything was flowing flawlessly. But then, a core memory unlocked. A piece of advice his old man dropped way back in the day. When life feels a little too perfect, you better watch your back, because something is probably about to snap. Snapping to attention, Lloyd told Javier to push back his bedtime. He had some serious digging to do before his nightly lullaby. Javier raised an eyebrow, asking what could possibly be so urgent at this hour. Lloyd just smirked, saying he needed to make absolutely sure they were safe. It was time to pull up the system and peek at another massive endgame spoiler for this exact story arc. Because let us be real, living that ultimate rich slacker dream does not come cheap. To lock in a bulletproof, drama-free future, he had to make the move. He slammed the button to confirm the final spoiler. Instantly, his vision blurred, dragging him straight back into the system's twisted dreamscape. He materialized inside his own bedroom, literally the exact spot he just left. But scanning the room, he caught his own physical body passed out on the mattress. Hovering right over him was Javier, desperately pumping raw mana into his chest. Phantom Lloyd panicked, realizing his heart was going to literally explode at that speed, screaming out to ask what Javier thought he was doing. But Javier was totally breaking down, tears falling as he tried to jumpstart a totally withered Lloyd. The guy looked like a living skeleton, completely drained of color. He looked intensely diseased. Watching this play out, Lloyd realized with a gut punch that this was absolutely another death ending. The sickly version of Lloyd wheezed, begging Javier to stop wasting his energy. He ordered his knight to survive, walk away, and burn absolutely everything to the ground. As the life slowly drained from Lloyd's eyes, Javier fiercely declared him a true hero, the guy who defended their turf and saved countless lives. He promised that was the exact legacy he would pass down to the world. The second, Lloyd flatlined. His magical summons dissolved into thin air. Strangely enough, the ghost version of Lloyd did not freak out. He had already watched himself bite the dust before, so he took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay chill and actually analyze the threat. Javier did not look a day older, meaning this tragedy was dropping very soon. Checking his own corpse, Lloyd realized the skeletal look screamed severe dehydration. Tailing Javier outside, the sight absolutely wrecked him. Hundreds of dead bodies littered the streets, like the entire county got wiped off the map. With a heavy heart, Javier started dousing the corpses in thick oil, setting the whole yard ablaze. Suddenly, it all clicked. That was exactly why his dying self ordered him to burn everything. They were dealing with a massive epidemic, but there was a huge problem. Lloyd was an engineer in his past life, not some medical genius. Out of nowhere, Javier stared straight into the empty air, calling out to Master Lloyd, or whatever entity was secretly watching. He swore he was going to keep his final promise. Apparently, before dying, Lloyd begged him to deliver a specific message during the cremation. Staring into the flames, Javier dropped 2 words: "Remember the void." Instantly, Lloyd snapped back to reality, realizing this was a brilliant cheat code. A cryptic message blasted from his doomed future self straight to the present. The version of him that died knew he would be watching this exact spoiler, completely gaming the system to rewrite history, but he was pacing the room, scratching his head. The void? What the heck did the void mean? Epidemic plus void. Suddenly, a massive light bulb went off in his brain. Snapping the puzzle pieces together, he muttered that his future self was an absolute mastermind. Fast forward a bit, and Lloyd was sitting down for a heavy chat with Byron. The topic? Renting out top-tier professionals from the Count of Cremo. Obviously, Byron sweated, warning him that the labor fees were going to be astronomically high. Lloyd just shrugged, claiming they had literally 0 options left. All their locals were busy grinding away at the farms, while the heavy-duty orc squads were locked into construction duty, leaving no extra muscle. To pull this off, Lloyd had to activate his special title perk, the Debt-Escaping Master, granting him the insane ability to score a massive loan with ridiculously low interest and dirt-cheap payments. With a cheat skill like that backing him up, he figured surviving the financial hit would not be too agonizing. But the thought of diving right back into the red was still soul-crushing. Sweating nervously, Byron asked what massive headache of a project the young master was cooking up this time. Looking him dead in the eye, Lloyd admitted this gig might dwarf the apartment complex. They were about to launch a massive infrastructure overhaul covering the entire freaking county. Their ultimate boss fight this time? A deadly cholera outbreak. Internally, he stressed that even though he knew the name of the killer bug, his medical IQ was absolute 0. But popping pills was not the only way humanity learned to crush plagues. Getting straight to the gross details, he told Byron they desperately needed a secure highway to flush away human waste. They were about to build a state-of-the-art sewer system. When his dying future self dropped that cryptic clue about the void, Lloyd immediately traced the wordplay back to the historic city of Vienna, over in Austria. Back in the day, Vienna saw a massive population explosion during the Industrial Revolution. But without modern plumbing to handle the rush, millions of gallons of raw sewage were just getting dumped straight into their drinking rivers. Usually, that stuff just breaks down on its own. But this winter wasn't just cold, it was a straight-up nightmare that triggered a massive catastrophe. With the river iced over completely, the absolute filth locked into solid blocks instead of washing away. The result? Every single drop of Vienna's water supply got massively corrupted. Boom, that is exactly how the cholera outbreak spawned. Cut to Lloyd, looking down at his territory from above, piecing together the horrifying reality that literal waste was being dumped straight into their river. If that water freezes over, they are looking at an exact replay of the Vienna tragedy. The universe seriously hates letting this guy chill the second he tries to relax. Disaster strikes. But he sets his jaw, deciding that whether it is a deadly plague, underworld demons, or the gods themselves, absolutely nothing is going to hijack his ultimate dream of becoming a filthy rich slacker who never has to lift a finger again. The reality check hit him hard though, leaving him completely drained thanks to a fresh mountain of debt. It would be a total breeze if covering the crew's paychecks was his only expense. But factor in the housing costs and logistics? Man, watching those funds drain away was physically painful. The toxic stress of going broke was literally eating him alive from the inside out. Meanwhile, his squad was living their best lives, grinding away at their tasks, and crushing their daily goals. Cut to the background drama. That one love-struck orc who was totally simping for Emily suddenly catches Greg, spitting game at a totally different girl. The orc's blood absolutely boils. Just as Greg gets pinged to head back to his post, the massive beast steps right up to Officer Greg, demanding to know how he could pull a stunt like that. How could he just play around when he was already locked in with Emily? Greg just blinked, utterly confused, asking what on earth the guy was talking about who said he was dating Emily. That response pushed the orc over the edge, sending a massive fist flying straight at Greg's face. But Greg smoothly countered the strike, slamming the giant monster into the dirt without even breaking a sweat, and coldly dropping the reality check that a weak, half-baked swing like that would never leave a scratch on him now. You see, the Frontera Viscounty troops weren't basic anymore. Years of brutal physical labor and intense training had fully awakened their monocores. Every single one of them had leveled up enough to solo 10 regular dudes at once, though they mostly just flexed that overpowered strength on construction sites. Refusing to back down, the orc shifted into a combat stance. The tension spiked as both fighters locked in, launching themselves forward for a brutal clash, until Byron flashed between them with blinding, insane speed. He glared at Greg, demanding to know why he was messing around when he had literally summoned him ages ago. Was the kid trying to ghost his duties? Greg instantly snapped to attention, blurting out a massive apology to his boss. Byron didn't miss a beat, dropping the news that they were heading out on a major business trip and telling Greg to pack his gear immediately. He was tapping Greg for this mission based on pure trust, but getting caught up in petty brawls right before deployment? Huge red flag. As the squad rolled out, Greg shot one final, icy glare over his shoulder at the beast. An intense new rivalry had officially dropped. Fast forward to the stables, where Greg finally questioned his boss, asking if they were seriously trekking all the way to Cremo just to summon backup. Was that the actual game plan? Byron gave a sharp nod, confirming the mission. Master Lloyd had just greenlit a massive new build, and this project wasn't just for show. It was absolute do or die for everyone's survival. Hearing that, Greg pushed back, questioning if dragging the Cremo squad all the way out here was truly necessary for the job. Meanwhile, back at the base, Lloyd gets hit hard by his chronic broke boy syndrome. Honestly, pretty sure half of us watching have caught that exact same financial plague. Out of nowhere, a glowing system prompt flashed before his eyes, announcing that his epic achievements and skyrocketing rep were triggering a massive combo effect. He had literally obliterated the territory's traitor, wiped out massive debts, and instead of ghosting the refugees, he hooked them up with solid housing. He stared down a cataclysmic disaster and walked away clutching the big win. Because of those boss moves, both the locals and the refugees were absolutely desperate to pay him back. The entire community was vibing with immense gratitude, ready to ride or die for him. Hearing a crazy ruckus outside his window, Lloyd peeked out only to find a massive mob completely swarming his crib, screaming that they would do literally anything for Master Lloyd, even pledging their sweat and tears to work with zero pay. The crowd was chanting his name like a rock star, but true to his chaotic nature, he instantly barked at the entire mob to shut their traps. To him, the absolute sketchiest thing in the world is people claiming to do things purely out of the goodness of their hearts. Selfish motives? Now that is something he can trust. He stared them down, grilling the crowd on whether they were seriously rejecting a paycheck. He ruthlessly reminded them he had never handed out freebies, so they better stop hallucinating about working for free under his watch. He was whipping up legally binding contracts on the spot to lock down the deal, and the crowd absolutely lost their minds, cheering and hyping him up like crazy. Our guy stood there, a weird mix of touched by the loyalty but also dying inside because his wallet was about to take another brutal hit. Cut to the far side of the map. The Sultan just caught an urgent drop from his messenger pigeon. His elite covert ops team stationed in the west had finally pinged back. They had tracked down that western estate, the exact one that was supposed to be completely overrun by a massive monster wave. The intel was insane. A freakish phoenix tearing the sky apart with fire, alongside a savage beast literally shattering the ground it walked on. Add to that a leviathan capable of chugging the entire ocean, and a colossal snake casually snacking on whole mountains. And the final boss? A titan whose roar literally shook the heavens. But the craziest plot twist? Someone was taming all of them on that estate. Oh, and the regular construction workers there? They were out here one-shotting raging orcs with their bare hands. Even the elderly locals are zooming past like a hurricane. The legendary white cavalry actually ditched their spears and are out here dual-wielding shovels. We are talking elves and orcs completely tossing aside their beef to build a massive project together. If the civilian workers are casually flexing this hard, those enemy spies are absolutely terrified trying to calculate the actual military power. The Sultan is officially sweating bullets right now. Meanwhile, let us cut over to the Lacona estate. We have Diego Lacona being an absolute menace, actively tormenting two helpless dudes. He is forcing them into a brutal underground brawl just for giggles. These poor guys are absolutely wrecking each other in the dirt, while Diego sits there hyping it up like, heck yeah, that is what I am talking about. But suddenly, a familiar voice drops in. Exactly. Absolutely peak entertainment. Enter Lloyd. Diego practically jumps out of his skin. Lloyd smirks, pointing out how the guy always acts like he just saw a sleep paralysis demon. Am I really that hideous to look at? He mocks. Then, pointing down at the bloodied ring, Lloyd casually demands to know who the current gladiators are. Diego stammers out that they are just lowly servants from his estate. Lloyd sarcastically claps back. Man, the social hierarchy system sure is a magical thing. Getting to play God and watch people brawl for your own entertainment? Sign me up. I want in on this action. What do you say? Diego pauses, totally confused. You want to fight them yourself? Lloyd glares at him with pure disgust. Obviously not. You absolute garbage bin. I am tagging in my personal knight. You are stepping into the red corner, and my boy takes the blue. Javier just lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He slowly unsheathes his blade, instantly unleashing this massive, terrifying aura. Since it is a direct order from the young master, I guess my hands are tied. Diego immediately starts sobbing, begging him to put that glowing death trap away. Lloyd tilts his head, acting completely baffled. Why call a timeout now? If you do not want to catch a beatdown bare-handed, go ahead and grab a sword yourself. Diego completely shatters, dropping to his knees and pleading to just make it out alive, literally screaming for mercy.